Hi, I'm Laura Huang. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship at the Wharton School. I teach the MBA course in entrepreneurship.
Hi, I'm Karthik Hasanagar. I'm a professor of technology and digital business at the Wharton School. I teach a course called Enabling Technologies, which is an overview of the tech sector for our undergraduate and MBA students.
I'm Carl Ulrich. I'm a professor at the Wharton School, and I mostly teach product design and development, but also design of web-based products and services and innovation management.
I'm Lori Rosenkopf. I'm a professor at the Wharton School. I teach classes in innovation, change, and entrepreneurial management, in the sociology of the tech sector, and in network theory.
I'm Ethan Malik. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship here at Wharton, and I teach a bunch of courses on entrepreneurship.
All right. Well, let's see. When I was a sophomore in college, I had a summer job in Salt Lake City, and I lived in this little bungalow with a friend named Jay. And Jay there was a garage in back of the bungalow, and he ran a business in that garage. It's called Lone Peak Packs, and they made cut and sew soft goods for the ski patrol, like to hold your radio, and they made the pads for the ski lifts and so forth. And I remember I went back into that garage the first time. I opened the door, I looked in there, and I thought, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen, because you got the fabric coming in here, and they've got machines that cut it, and then he's got finished goods over there, and their customers who are paying him money for this stuff, and then he's got workers. I thought, wow, this is the coolest thing ever. And that's when I got really interested in entrepreneurship. And it's actually taken, let's see, about 30 years to actually be able to circle back around and actually be able to teach entrepreneurship, do projects in entrepreneurship that involve small businesses, that involve our students. My detour was that I got an engineering degree, I did research in product development and other areas, but I feel just super privileged to now be front and center in what's happening in entrepreneurship at work.
I was also trained as an engineer. I'm a systems engineer, and in working as an engineer, I found that it wasn't the best technology, the best idea that was winning. It was the one that had the best development and the most support and the largest communities creating support for it. So that got me interested in doing my PhD in communities and networks and how they shape opportunities for individuals and for firms and even for industries. So that's what I've been doing for the last 23 years here at Wharton.
So as for me, I started a business, was actually brought in by a friend as a co-founder of a business after my undergraduate degree, and made literally every mistake that you could possibly make. Every single possible issue, we encountered it. From hiring issues to equity division issues to fundraising, and we were still pretty successful despite that. And that left me kind of baffled, because it felt really hard to have built a successful company and despite all the mistakes. And I thought, I'm going to go figure out how to do this right. Got an MBA and then realized I still don't know the answers, so maybe I'll go research this. So ever since then, I've been trying to study the kind of choices that you make very early in the entrepreneurial process and the long-term outcomes of that. And I've become increasingly interested also in how we get more people to be entrepreneurs and innovators, because opportunities aren't equally available to everybody, yet innovation is spread out much more equally. So how do we increase the opportunity of underrepresented groups, geographies, to get a chance to do startups? And that's been my passion recently.
So I was also trained as an engineer. I was an electrical...
Who wasn't trained as an engineer? You don't have a degree in engineering?
I do not have a degree in engineering.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Get rid of Ethan.
I know. So I have a degree in engineering. I was an electrical engineer and a biomedical engineer, and one of my first jobs was designing stents for balloon angioplasty. And basically I found some of the similar things that Lori had found. Was basically it wasn't always the best product that would win in the market, and that you could develop a lot of different things, and it wasn't always that piece of it. I very quickly realized that the pure engineering side of things was not as interesting to me, and I got pulled onto a technical marketing team, which was basically set out to translate the technical specifications to the marketing and sales groups, and found that I was really interested in the people side of things, and found that a lot of the organizational behavior issues, a lot of the perceptions and attributes that people were making were actually driving what was happening in entrepreneurship and in innovation. And so a lot of the things that I look at now in terms of my research is from that point of view, is from looking at what are the perceptions and attributions that people are making, what are the subtle signals and cues that are driving things. It's not always the quality of an idea. Sometimes it's other things that are affecting what's happening. And so that's kind of how I became interested in entrepreneurship and how things actually get out there in the marketplace.
So in my case, most of my work is focused on technology and digital business. I'm an engineer as well, electrical engineering and computer science, and so pretty much all my professional career has been focused on technology. My first brush with entrepreneurship was as a kid when I ran a crowdsourced or a collaborative library with my friends. So all my friends would contribute the books they had, and I would house it at my place, and they would pay a small membership fee, and they could take somebody else's book and use it over the summer. So that was my first brush. But my more serious foray into entrepreneurship was roughly about 10 years back when I co-founded a company called Yodel with a couple of undergraduate students here at Penn. And that company has grown. We have 1,000+ employees, but I learned most of the practical side of entrepreneurship through that company. And since then, I've been working with a lot of students at Penn, advising them, mentoring them, and sometimes investing in them. And so I've enjoyed that process. And this course actually takes some of that and helps scale this and makes, it's a great opportunity to engage with a larger community of entrepreneurs.
Wharton has this unique positioning where we are able to teach people how to scale and grow and build their enterprises. And so I think we use a lot of research-based methods, and we draw from research a lot to kind of think about how entrepreneurs not only come up with their idea, but also continue to take it forward and grow and scale. So I think that's one thing that Wharton does very well. And that's kind of the entrepreneurial management piece of it as well. It's not just, do you have a good idea and what do you do with it, but how do you actually take it broader, and what are the various ways you can do so?
Mm-hmm. No, it's one of the things I really like about Wharton is that it does seem to find this magic blend of rigor and relevance, which is most people at Wharton are only interested in working on problems somebody cares about. And entrepreneurship is something a lot of people care about. But we don't just bring anecdote or wisdom to it. We try to bring models, data, frameworks, structure to solving problems in entrepreneurship.
There's been a host of Wharton alumni who've been able to start incredible businesses in a wide variety of industries. And one of the areas where Wharton has historically been known is in finance. And in fact, fintech is full of Wharton entrepreneurs at this point.
And
hedge funds,
and,
private equity, these were Wharton entrepreneurs starting up these sorts of businesses as well. But you're right, ed tech, lots of different areas.
What's cool about this session is you were showing us some of what you'll be doing, and there were a lot of examples of folks I didn't even know were Wharton entrepreneurs who you had known and worked with, right? Mm-hmm. I had this nervous experience where we had a very successful company that the idea came out of one of my classes, and the entrepreneur was coming back to speak in my class, and I realized I had to figure out what grade I gave them. Ooh. Because I was very nervous that what if I'd given them a C or something and they'd raised $100 million, but they got an A-, which I think is the perfect grade for that sort of thing. But I mean, there is a sense that we've all got a chance to experience, right, different entrepreneurs coming through our class. Some of us have been entrepreneurs. I mean, we've lived this too, and we live it through our students on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most amazing things about this job is that every September, several thousand fresh faces show up. We get to participate in their education, and then we have really a lifelong connection to the entrepreneurs. Mm-hmm. It's really an amazing thing. So what is entrepreneurship? The consensus definition, meaning the definition I put on my PowerPoint, was...
with input from everyone.
Oh, with input from everyone. But I had the power of the of the keyboard. Was the creation of a new enterprise to achieve some objective.
Creation and management.
Creation and management of a new enterprise to achieve some objective. Isn't the objective to make money, though?
Not always.
No.
It's to create value, and the value could be based on money or could be based on service or some sort of a mission. So I think value, if you create value and the value happens to be financial, then you're making money.
Well, it can also act as like a bridge, though, right? People can choose to go into entrepreneurship as a way of either because they're forced to do it between other things or because they want to try and engage in something new, right, themselves that fulfill some personal goal or value
So that's
as well.
value, personal value.
So I think this notion of creating and managing an enterprise is probably appropriate for this course, but I think entrepreneurship in general could be much broader than that. I mean, we're talking about corporate entrepreneurship. It's not necessarily creating a new enterprise per se. There's also entrepreneurship at the individual levels. I think it's to me it's about taking initiative and thinking out of the box and starting something new. And so it means different things for different people, but I suspect
It's something that people do, but they can do it for themselves or in service
exactly.
of a greater good or for a particular corporation.
How is that different from innovation more broadly? Is it the same as innovation? I mean, that sounds like a definition of innovation,
So,
which is,
so in our tedious world of academic debate over
Yeah.
this, right,
Yeah.
there is a ongoing many-page, many journal article debate over whether it's about opportunity, right? That's a discovery of an opportunity that doesn't need to be an innovation, right? It can be an existing market that you're going into, and the debate is about whether it's opportunities are discovered or created, right? So innovation is about creating some new opportunity, but you could discover that there is no coffee shop in your neighborhood, right? You don't have to innovate to necessarily do that and find an opportunity to act.
okay, so my taking Uber, the Uber concept to Pakistan would be entrepreneurship, but not necessarily innovation in that definition.
Yes.
I like that.
Something has to be new, though, right?
Yeah.
And I think it also would we agree on an enterprise focus? You wouldn't. Your argument is that it need not necessarily result in a new enterprise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think entrepreneurship has to result in an enterprise. It often does, but it doesn't have to be. It can be individuals taking initiative for, certain projects of their own. And, we talked about social purposes. So.
But there is something new. There's a new tangible product. There's a new business model. There's a new market. So something will be changing in order to take advantage of the opportunity. So even the coffee shop, it's on a new block.
But I think the focus of our course, nonetheless, is about creating new enterprise. So
Yes.
we aren't getting into other notions of entrepreneurship. So maybe it's appropriate for this course for it to be about enterprise creation.
And enterprise writ large, right? Like we're not talking about C Corp versus LLC, and that's not the debate, right? I mean, entrepreneurship, right? It's creating a new enterprise inside an existing company is in our world of things we're discussing. Creating even an art project on Kickstarter would be something that would fit into the sort of world that we're talking about here. So enterprise being not necessarily a profit-making formal business, but something new that is engaging, an entity that sort of exists beyond yourself.
And
so
there's
what-
lots of different types of enterprises, which we talk about in the course, right? That it could be any venture-backed enterprises, small businesses. All of those are different enterprises that fit into that definition of
Right.
entrepreneurship.
So I think maybe the question is, what is our definition of enterprise? Because once you say a Kickstarter project
There's a class
is an
on that.
enterprise, for me, then it's like, it is part of, then, I'm satisfied with that definition. Because once you say, I have a Kickstarter project where I'm going to send, I don't know, birthday notes and gifts to you or whatever it is, people do as a personal project. But once you include those kinds of things, then if that's an enterprise, then yeah, sure, then I think this definition is perfect.
But I would also say that even if we think entrepreneurship is about the creation of a new enterprise, at least half of the content of this course would apply to almost any innovation project in an established enterprise as well. I mean, notions of who is our customer, what is the need, what are the
Exactly.
solution concepts, how do teams work together? I mean, all of that content would apply to what we might more consider entrepreneurial management as opposed to entrepreneurship.
Yeah, I mean, entrepreneurship, why it's so fun to teach, right, is this very large thing that contains multitudes, right? So we are looking at there's going to be parts of this class that reflect different aspects of entrepreneurship. We're not imposing a definition in the sort of teaching of it as much as there's pieces you can pick out that would be useful for everything from running an established business, because that's part of entrepreneurship, picking a team, hiring the right people, building an organization, to just prototyping an idea, right, and innovating. So I think that wide range makes it engaging, but also makes it so that it's sort of a big tent approach that we have, even with this definition at the heart.
What do you think are the things that can actually be taught in entrepreneurship? I mean, it's not like teaching net present value or finance theory, right? So what is it? What are the things, if you were to say, that have academic content, the academic content behind entrepreneurship?
So this is something that gets me very worked up, is
Okay.
the can't teach entrepreneurship stuff, right? Because we're in this interesting world where everyone's excited about entrepreneurship, so there's thousands of articles and news sites you can read and books you can pick up and personal stories you can hear. And I feel like what you get from a lot of this is what I'd consider to be wisdom, right?
Yeah.
So the lived experience of entrepreneurs trying to analyze their own past experiences and deliver them to you. And that's awesome, right, and useful and inspiring, but also has a downside, which is that we know from research that people are not very good at actually recalling their own experiences. They make stuff up, they make themselves more heroic, they come up with stories. And so the problem is that if you just rely on that material, you end up just getting the successes and not the failures, and you get very curated answers. And we know a lot of things about entrepreneurship. We have answers to some of the things. We have work on how to pitch that Laura's done that's absolutely amazing and gives you answers to questions that you have, how to innovate and what the value of ideas are, how you assemble teams and what impact that has, the choices that you make in terms of how you're dividing equity. All of these things matter a huge amount, and we have answers to them. And that's part of what I hope we can communicate when we teach this stuff.
I think my take on that is really similar. I think it absolutely can be taught, and what we see a lot of is these, the top 10 ways to pitch, or the top 10 things to include in your pitch deck. And what we can teach is that it's not just about those top 10 things. It's about how do you actually apply that, how do you make it work for your own business, your own product or service, or who you are as an individual. Right? We hear in entrepreneurship a lot, what's your unfair advantage? So thinking about what's your own unfair advantage and how do you use that to put together your own pitch, for example, because maybe you don't need those top 10 slides. Something that I talk a lot about in class is that when you're pitching, some people say, start with the pain point, start with how this is really disruptive. And then other people say, you want to start with your team and how your team is well positioned. And I think it really depends. If you have a really complicated product, for example, you want to make sure you can distill what that product is and explain what that is, because otherwise you're losing everyone and no one cares about why it's disruptive. Whereas on the other hand, if you're just taking the Uber to Pakistan, people get what that is, right? So now you want to try and explain and distill why is it going to work in Pakistan? How are we as this team uniquely positioned to do so? So I think those are the sorts of things that we can actually teach, is how do you actually take all of these things we know about entrepreneurship and make it apply to your own product or service or opportunity. So that's sort of, I think, my rationale for why you can absolutely teach entrepreneurship, and hopefully this course will provide students with that.
My sense is that people who say that entrepreneurship cannot be taught, I suspect what they have in mind is that if you teach the principles of entrepreneurship to someone, but they don't have entrepreneurial passion for something, they don't have, they're not committed to execution in some way, you cannot be successful. And I suspect that's what they mean. But if you have somebody who has passion to solve something, has an execution plan or can execute, the question is, what can you teach that person? And I think there's a lot, because if people have that, then you can teach them certain principles that help them get there faster, or perhaps even many of them fail because they didn't know a certain something. And so I think what people mean really is that you can't just take a random person and give them these principles and say, hey, go build something, and it won't happen. It's not like programming in that sense. It's a bit different, but I think that certainly it can complement some of those other aspects that are outside of the knowledge base, which is around personality and passion and things like that.
Entrepreneurship winds up being a combination of skill and luck, being in the right place at the right time with the right idea. We can't guarantee that we can teach someone to create a unicorn and be successful to that degree, but what we can guarantee is that we're giving the skills that increase the likelihood of success.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a formula that we had, we would definitely be sharing that this is how you make a successful company.
I'm not sure we would share it.
We wouldn't be here around the room. It's empty chairs, right? But that obviously isn't the answer, right? So it requires work from the entrepreneur to interpret what we have. It requires us to work to make bridges with what the entrepreneurs need. But we can increase the odds, I guess, as everyone was saying.
I think the other thing that makes academics uncomfortable about teaching entrepreneurship is that the reference disciplines are really varied, right? So we're talking about issues from organizational behavior, issues from information technology, issues from economics, issues from finance. Most of us prefer our disciplines nice and tidy and to teach within one nice, tidy discipline. And in entrepreneurship, you got to pull the tools from lots of different disciplines. I think that's one of the other sources of discomfort. Yeah. But it's also kind of why this has been a fun project, right?
Yeah.
Because we're all from different areas and are able to bring to bear our specific expertise on the single topic of how to increase your chances of success as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, actually, that we all have very diverse sorts of frames for looking at the same, what we call entrepreneurship, right? From a social psychology and an organizational behavior point of view, right? It's much more focused on the individual and the role of executing as an individual, whereas, right, from an econ and finance point of view, it's much more around the management of what's happening and how do you actually have the tool sets. And so I think that's a really interesting thing that we're all bringing. Yeah.
Welcome to the course Developing the Opportunity. In this introductory session, I'd like to define entrepreneurship, give you some examples, and then turn to the question of financial sustainability. How do you create an enterprise that can live on and endure? I would then want to turn to the important question of what is your probability of success? What kind of risks are you taking as an entrepreneur? I'd also like to address the audience here. Some of you are going to be entrepreneurs, and some of you are just interested in entrepreneurship, and I want to argue that this material is valuable for you as well. And then lastly, I'd like to give you a roadmap to the rest of the course and also to the broader specialization in entrepreneurship. So let's start with the definition. We define entrepreneurship as the creation and management of a new enterprise to accomplish some objective. Entrepreneurship can be quite small in scale in some cases. For instance, this is a photo of an entrepreneur I encountered on a recent trip to Istanbul. This is a guy who sells fish bread by the side of the road. His entire business is comprised of a little grill and some inventory of raw materials. This guy's an entrepreneur. He started this business, and his objective was to make a living, was basic livelihood. For most of you and for most entrepreneurs in the developed world, entrepreneurship typically has an objective beyond just making money. Let me give you 3 examples. Laura Overdeck created a company called Bedtime Math. Bedtime Math delivers math problems to kids that allows them and their parents to learn math just before bed, sort of like a bedtime story, but bedtime math. Laura started this business because she wanted to do a better job of math education. That was her primary objective. Nate Hodge and Ryan Cheney started Rocka Chocolate. They've just been always interested in chocolate, so they started Rocka Chocolate to pursue their own personal passion in a particular kind of food. Carl Dietrich is the founder and CEO of Terra Fugia. Carl, since he was a teenager, has wanted to create flying cars. And so, in fact, his primary objective with this new venture is to bring flying cars to consumers. Now, in all of these cases, the entrepreneurs had an objective other than making money. But the unfortunate reality is that in order for them to stay in business, they need to be financially sustainable. They have to create a venture that can have positive cash flow in the long run. Otherwise, they go out of business. And so in order to realize their objective, they actually have to achieve financial sustainability. So while not usually the primary objective, financial sustainability is still an important objective for virtually any entrepreneur. So let's talk about what's required to achieve financial sustainability. I'm going to give you 2 basic ways to think about financial sustainability, 2 conditions that define financially sustainability. The first is for companies that make and sell products, physical goods typically. And the second for companies that provide services or software to consumers. So let's start with the first. First, a disclaimer. Throughout this course, I'm going to use examples from my own experience as an entrepreneur and as an investor in other entrepreneurs. I want to be clear, the reason I'm doing that is because I know a lot of details about these examples, so I can share rich and interesting content about these entrepreneurs and about their products and services. But I'm not trying to sell you on these products. While I do have a financial interest in these companies, I hope that the trade-off of me being able to provide rich detail outweighs any perception of commercialism, which I really don't intend. So I want to first start with the category of ventures that are selling a product to a consumer. This is the Belle-Vie bottle opener, which is made by a company that I helped to found, Belle-Vie Kitchen. The Belle-Vie bottle opener is a luxury item sold in museum stores, mostly in the United States, and it sells for $50 US. Now, what are the conditions under which Belle-Vie could be sustainable financially selling the Belle-Vie bottle opener? I've put on the screen an expression that defines the conditions for financial sustainability when you're making and selling something. And the expression is Q times P minus C must exceed F. If that condition is true, then the company can be financially sustainable. Well, what do those terms mean? Q is simply the quantity sold per unit time. So in the case of the opener, it would be how many openers per year are sold. That's Q. P is the price that the company receives when it sells one unit. So in this case, it might be $50 US per opener. Cost is the cost per unit that the company pays to make the good. In this case, it might be $20 USD. So P minus C in this case is 50 minus 20 or $30. That, by the way, is called the gross margin. And F is the fixed costs. Those are the costs that are required to operate the business, whether or not you sell any product. And so, for instance, that might be rent, advertising, salaries, marketing, and so forth. And in this case, let's imagine that's $400,000. So in order for Belle-Vie to be financially sustainable, Q times P minus C has to be greater than F. Now let's look at how the math might work out. Let's imagine that Belle-Vie sells 20,000 units per year. It gets $50 per unit. It has to pay $20 per unit in cost. And so it's able to get $600,000 in gross margin, or 20,000 times 30. And in fact, in this case, if we assume that F is $400,000, then it's taking in more than it requires to sustain the business. 600,000 exceeds 400,000, and therefore Belle-Vie is sustainable, and it can pursue its objective of creating heirloom quality products for the kitchen. As a caveat, I want to note that this analysis is an expression for long-term sustainability. It doesn't account for any investment that might be required up front before the business even opens its door. So, for example, it doesn't include the product development expense, the manufacturing expense associated with making molds and tools in order to create the product. That is, the investments are not captured here. But in the long run, if Q times P minus C exceeds F, then this business can be sustainable. Now, for some kinds of businesses, for many kinds of businesses, typically services and software related businesses, you aren't selling a widget, you aren't selling a product on a one-time transaction to a customer. Instead, what you're doing is entering into a relationship with a customer who often pays you a subscription or a monthly or an annual fee in order to enjoy your service. For those kinds of businesses, we use a different analysis, and I want to talk about that analysis. Let me use an example, and the example is another company that I'm involved with, started by a former student of mine. The company is called Gridium, and what Gridium does is sell software that helps building owners operate their buildings. It does things like help them with energy efficiency decisions and also helps them with building maintenance operations. Gridium is a so-called software as service or SaaS business, and it's sold on a monthly subscription basis. In fact, Gridium has two main pricing levels, a $79 a month option and a $150 per month option. And so we really need to think about the Gridium customer as paying us every month, hopefully for a very long time. Now, there's some standard terms that we use to describe these kinds of businesses. In particular, the condition that has to be satisfied for financial sustainability is that LTV has to be greater than CAC. Now, I know those are two idiosyncratic acronyms, so let me explain what they mean. LTV refers to customer lifetime value, and CAC refers to customer acquisition cost. If lifetime value exceeds acquisition cost, then we have a sustainable business. So what goes into lifetime value? Well, a few different variables determine lifetime value. Well, what goes into LTV? Well, a few different variables determine lifetime value. For instance, what's the churn rate? That is, what fraction of customers do you lose every month? Obviously, the fewer customers you lose, the longer their lifetime value is. What are the service fees per unit time? That's the $79 per month or the $150 per month. What's the duration of engagement on average? How long does the average customer stay with the company? And lastly, most of these customers don't just buy one service, they might buy several services. So you want to think about their value in terms of the total value of services the customer uses. So for instance, with Gridium, we might imagine that the lifetime value is $5,000, and that could correspond to the average customer buying an average of $250 per month of services and staying with the company for an average of 20 months. 20 months times $250 per month would give me a lifetime value of $5,000. Okay, now let's turn to CAC, or customer acquisition cost. Customer acquisition cost is just what the term implies. What does it cost me to get a customer to adopt my service? And this is typically mostly selling and marketing expense. So for instance, if the CAC is $3,000, that could arise because I pay my salespeople $90,000 per year, and on average they acquire 30 new customers per year. That would give me a CAC of $3,000. But in this case, if $5,000, the lifetime value, exceeds $3,000, the customer acquisition cost, then I have a sustainable business. As with the previous model, this model ignores any investments I have to make in building the product initially and in getting the company started, but it describes the condition that has to be satisfied for my business to eventually be sustainable. So while you as an entrepreneur will typically have some greater objective, improving math education, pursuing your passion for chocolate, or bringing flying cars to the masses, while that might be your primary objective, an important secondary objective is that you achieve financial sustainability. And if you're creating a widget, that is a product, which we often call a widget, then quantity times price minus cost has to exceed your fixed costs. That's the condition you have to achieve. And if you're in more of a service business, more of a software business, or a service-related business, then lifetime value has to exceed customer acquisition cost. As you contemplate pursuing an entrepreneurial career, I think it's important to understand the probability of success and conversely, the probability of failure. Now, the first thing I want to say is that your probability of success depends, of course, on you, who you are, and depends, of course, on the opportunity you pursue. But some opportunities are riskier than others. For instance, if what you're doing is starting a franchise of an existing proven business in a new geographic area, your chances of success might be 80-90%. On the other hand, if you think you've invented a new medical device and it's brand new, addressing a new unmet medical need, then your chances of success might be only 5 or 10%. So different kinds of opportunities have different chances of success. So for now, I'm just going to speak in averages, in average terms. To help inform that question, we can look at some survival data provided by the US government, by the Small Business Administration. This graph shows the fraction of businesses that are still in existence as a function of the time since they were started. For all businesses started in the United States from 1994 to 2013. Now, the way to read this graph is that 1 year after formation, 78.5 businesses that were started are still in existence, or in other words, 21.5% of businesses, of all businesses that were started, fail within the first year. And as we go out in time, of course, the fraction of companies that survive declines, but eventually, 10 years out, about 1/3, 33.5% of new ventures across all new businesses in the United States are still in existence. I don't know whether you perceive that as a big number or a little number, but I just want you to understand the base rate, the basic chances that you face as an entrepreneur. Another perspective you can take is as an investor. For many of the kinds of opportunities that you'll pursue, you're going to require some kind of outside investment. The financial resources that you will need will exceed what you can pull together yourself. And so I want to take the perspective of the investor, which I think will help illuminate for you what your chances of success are for ventures that require outside investment. What I've done here is to analyze some data provided by the Kauffman Foundation for 499 new ventures backed by angels. Now, angel simply refers to an affluent individual who invests in a company. We're going to talk some more about that in a later session. So what the Kauffman Foundation has in their data set is for these 499 ventures, what was the cash return and the cash put in terms of investment. Now, what I did to analyze these ventures was to look at the ratio of cash out to cash in, and then to take the log of that ratio. And the reason I take the log of that ratio is that the ratio varies over several orders of magnitude. Let me make that very specific for you. Let's imagine that my business returned $1 million in cash, that's the cash out, on a $100,000 investment, that's the cash in. So the ratio of cash out to cash in would be 1 million over 100,000, which would be 10. Now I take the log of that, the base 10 log of that, and of course the base 10 log of 10 is 1. 10 to the first power is 10. And so you can see on the horizontal axis, the value of 1 there in the middle corresponds to a 10x return for the investors. And of course, a value of 3, which would be all the way out to the right, that corresponds to 1,000-time return, meaning someone who invested $100,000 would get $100 million in return, 1,000x return. The value of 0 on this graph corresponds to 0 return, meaning you lost everything. Now, there's 2 notable features of this graph. The first notable feature is that most of these ventures returned nothing. In particular, more than 350 of the 499 ventures are in that first bucket of 0 return. Most of the ventures returned nothing. And yet, the average return is 0.34, or if we delog it, the average return is 2.2x, 2.2 times the amount of capital that was put in. So how can that both facts be true? That most ventures fail, and yet the average venture returns 2.2x. The reason that can be true is that there are a few ventures in this sample that returned hundreds of times the original investment. So that pulls up the average to a very reasonable 2.2x return. So the key insight from this analysis is that on average, entrepreneurship provides pretty good returns to investors, about 2.2 times their money. And yet, the modal outcome is 0, meaning the most frequent outcome is that the investor loses everything. So there's good news and bad news in this analysis, but I just want you to make sure to understand it, that you as an entrepreneur are taking on something quite risky. And so you need to understand those risks as you pursue entrepreneurship. Having said that, our entire goal in this course and in this specialization is to help you manage that risk, to help you take your chance of success up from 20, 30, 40%, up to hopefully 40, 50, 60, even higher percent, depending on what kinds of opportunities you're pursuing. Many of you are either entrepreneurs or hope to be entrepreneurs, but some of you have no real intention, given the risks, of ever being an entrepreneur. This course is still very valuable for you because you can be an entrepreneurial manager within an established enterprise. Let me give you an example. Scott Mills studied entrepreneurial management here at Wharton, but he works for an established enterprise, Viacom, a big company. Scott is an entrepreneurial manager, meaning he applies entrepreneurial thinking, how to minimize risk, how to maximize your chances of success, how to be smart about exploring opportunities. But he does that in the context of a large established enterprise. This course is for those of you who find yourself in this situation, as much as it is for those of you who are yourselves entrepreneurs or who intend to start a new venture. This course is about developing the opportunity, but it's part of a portfolio of courses. The next course is about launching your business. The third course is about growth strategies. The fourth course is about financing and profitability. And then, as part of the Entrepreneurship Specialization, we have a capstone project. This course can stand alone on its own, but we hope you'll enjoy all 5 of these experiences, looking at the opportunity, how to launch your business, how to grow your business, how to finance your business and manage profitability, and apply all of that to the capstone project. The key questions we hope to address in this course, the first course, Developing the Opportunity, are: is entrepreneurship for me? What are the different approaches to entrepreneurship and the different types of new enterprises that exist in society? How do I identify promising opportunities? How do I select the most promising opportunity? How do I develop a solution concept to address a need I've identified? How do I test my concept? How do I resolve risk and uncertainty surrounding the opportunity? And lastly, how do I persuade others about the promise of the opportunity? I hope you'll stay with us and enjoy this experience to help you be a better entrepreneur or a better entrepreneurial manager.
So who is a typical entrepreneur? It's a really important question because you might want to know whether you're a typical entrepreneur, whether you'll be successful, and you might want to invest in entrepreneurs and know whether they'll be successful. When we tend to think about typical entrepreneurs, we tend to think about people like these 2 individuals on your screen. So there's Bill Gates looking very happy with his computer, and there's Mark Zuckerberg working away at his Harvard dorm. These 2 have a lot in common. They're both Harvard dropouts. They're both programming geniuses. They're both white males. They're both very young. So this tends to be the example that we have in our head when we think about founders, and it extends to others too. Steve Jobs was also a college dropout, and we could think about other people like that who founded companies, whether Elon Musk or people like Jeff Bezos, who are, again, starting companies relatively young, generally technical geniuses. So is this accurate? Well, it's a really big deal because this becomes our vision of what a founder is. And it turns out founders don't actually look like this, and the most successful founders tend to very much not look like this. So if you are not a young male college dropout from Harvard, there's hope for you yet. So let's talk about some of the myths behind this vision of the founder. So myth number 1, you'll notice that these are all sort of 20-something, 18-year-olds, late teen, college dropout type people. It turns out that this idea of the young entrepreneur that's so prevalent that even investors sometimes look for people with this sort of age gap of being younger entrepreneurs, it turns out to be very wrong. So here's some work by Pierre Azoulay and others looking at the traditional founding age for entrepreneurship, and it turns out The average age for a founder of a successful company is 42. And that's not just any founding. Even VC-backed companies, the average age of a founder for a VC-backed company is also 42. And success for macro, giant success in a startup company peaks between ages 45 and 52. Now, it doesn't mean you shouldn't start a company if you're a young college dropout, but it also means that if you're an older individual with a family, all the evidence seems to suggest that entrepreneurship is something that can be done at any age, and actually you might be more successful as an older entrepreneur. So this is a myth, a misconception that we have, that young founders who work all the time and don't have families are the most successful. That isn't borne out by the evidence. These are really careful results, and they suggest that in your 40s is actually the golden time to launch a startup company. Okay, so that's one conception. Another misconception is about the race and gender of founders. So you'll notice Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates are all white males. But around 38% of all businesses in the US are started by women. And about 36% of all businesses in the United States are started by members of minority groups. So this conception that everybody who founds a company is a white male isn't actually true. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't barriers that are often faced by women and minorities starting companies. It's often harder for them to get started, sometimes harder to get money and initial resources in place. And those are things we'll talk about in other lectures. But once you have those resources in place, I have some evidence from looking at thousands of startups that received crowdfunding, that once you've received funding, that there is no difference that I can find based on race or gender or family status or even education level or age on the kind of outcomes that startups achieve. So once you have that funding, there doesn't seem to be a reason why women would underperform men or minority groups would underperform majority groups. So that race and gender shouldn't be holding you back from launching Startup 2. It's not that there aren't particular constraints that you have to deal with and worries about bias. Those are very reasonable worries and ones we'll discuss in other lectures. But the idea that all startups are white males is also not based in reality. A third error is based on attitude. We tend to view entrepreneurs as these cocky, overconfident individuals with huge amounts of passion and with a particular personality type of being very driven and very focused. So some of that conception is more right than others. Overconfidence, the idea that you're definitely going to succeed, is actually predictive of people choosing to become entrepreneurs. It's also predictive of people choosing to go into rock and roll or hip hop or other fields where most people fail. In order to go into these fields where failure is very common, you need to be overconfident. You need to think that failure won't happen to me. However, overconfidence doesn't actually predict your ability to succeed. So overconfident individuals are not more likely to succeed than non-overconfident individuals. So overconfidence is helpful for entering entrepreneurship, but doesn't actually predict success. Similarly, entrepreneurial passion actually does seem to predict success to some degree. So people who actually care about their business idea, no matter what it is, seem to be more likely to be successful and more likely to enter entrepreneurship, but the effects are not particularly strong. And there's no single personality type that dominates entrepreneurship. There are aspects that seem to predict entrepreneurship and may be associated with success, like having a locus of control centered on yourself, that the fact that you want to be in control of your own destiny seems to be associated with some entrepreneurial activity and entrepreneurial success. But there's no factor that's such a large factor, no personality issue that's so big that it outweighs other concerns in entrepreneurship. So if you don't fit the typical entrepreneurial profile, you're not as excited about your business as they are, you don't have the same personality type as they are, that doesn't mean you can't be successful as an entrepreneur. So, in conclusion, there's no one type of entrepreneur, and entrepreneurship is much more diverse than Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg might give you as examples. So there's no single personality, there's no single type. Anyone can enter entrepreneurship. Many factors determine success, and from the lectures that you'll go through here, you'll find many different models for entrepreneurial ventures, and you should feel confident that there is not one method we have of predicting who is going to be a successful entrepreneur. There are many possible paths that can take you forward.
The question of whether established firms can be entrepreneurial is open to interpretation. On the one hand, many practitioners, many scholars would argue that the concepts and techniques that we're presenting in this specialization are equally applicable in larger established firms, perhaps even more important in those types of firms. Managers need to assess profitability, prototype and test, acquire and retain customers, acquire and retain talent. So of course, managers can be entrepreneurial even in larger firms. But on the other hand, lots of work in the popular press and in the academic literature suggests that new ventures and younger firms are more nimble than established firms. They have the ability to fundamentally change industries and technologies, and this implies that established firms may struggle to adopt new opportunities and eventually lose their market dominance. The answer is both are true. There are struggles, but there are also opportunities. And in this module, we'll examine why established firms can become inertial and struggle with this issue, but at the same time, the practices that they'll use to develop and pursue new opportunities. There has been a lot of attention in both the popular press and the academic literature on how managers in established firms can be entrepreneurial. There are many different terms and phrases that authors are using to describe this activity. So some of the terms and phrases you might search if you wanted to learn more beyond what we discussed today would include entrepreneurial management, corporate entrepreneurship, intrapreneurship, ambidextrous innovation, working with both hands, doing both at the same time, balancing exploration, again, that same idea. We'll talk more about those in a minute. And also dynamic capability. So all of those have a host of literature associated with them if you'd like to look further. This graph represents the opportunity space for a firm. By opportunities, I mean market technology combinations. Each time a firm, an established firm, pursues an opportunity, they're going to decide whether their technology embodies incremental versus discontinuous innovation, that's our x-axis, and also whether that technology is going to be brought to existing or new markets, and that's our y-axis. To give an illustration, incremental technology versus discontinuous, think about an iPhone. The original iPhone was a discontinuous innovation, fundamental differences in the functionality of your mobile device, the manufacture of the device, etc. In contrast, an iPhone 6S would be incremental innovation. Still has some new features and feels a little bit different, but for the most part, it's building very much on the technology that's already been established in the whole iPhone trajectory. When we think about markets, you can be bringing any particular product to an existing set of customers. So the iPhone 6S, probably many of those customers also bought, say, an iPhone 4. Or you may be taking your technology to an entirely new market. Is there a new geography, for example, that you're going to be bringing that technology to? So established firms are facing this sort of opportunity space, and they have lots to do, lots of ideas, but at some point their resources are limited. They have thresholds for the amount of revenue that they'd like to be generating with any new opportunity, and these thresholds are getting bigger and bigger as the firm is getting bigger and bigger. So what winds up happening in many cases is that many established firms get stuck in the lower left corner of this graph. They're looking at incremental innovations for existing customers. So they're following the trajectories of their current products or services. And while there's nothing wrong with this, this activity tends to be called exploitation because you're making small exploitative changes to the existing technology and the existing customer base and how you reach them. And this is the source of many of the revenues for many of the firms that we know. But we know that for firms to hang on for the long haul, that they need to be moving in some of the spaces outside of that green circle. So moving beyond exploitation and also doing some exploration, either finding ways to incorporate very different technologies or getting to very different markets or some combination of both. And this is why you'll hear scholars talk about balancing exploration and exploitation in the established firm, or being ambidextrous because you can work with both hands and balance these two activities. Why is this hard to do? Why is it that so many firms get stuck in exploitation and don't explore as much as they'd like? Another perspective on why incumbent firms can be inertial has been given by Clay Christensen's well-known work on disruptive innovation. On this graph, the x-axis represents time, while the y-axis represents the performance of a particular product or service. There are two colors of lines within the graph. The green line represents the needs or the expected performance of the customer. And in fact, there's not just one line for the average expected performance of the customer, but rather there are 3 lines, high, medium, and low, because there are different levels of needs that customers might have. For example, when I use word processing software, I'm only using a very small fraction of the features that are available, but someone who's in publishing is going to use a much larger percentage of those features that are available. So we have customers at different levels of expected performance. Superimposed on this graph are red lines, which represent the performance of the actual product or service. The top line, Christensen labels sustaining innovation. So this is the performance that the established firm is able to achieve for their products. You can see at the beginning of time, the product is meeting the needs of the low-need customer and just starting to meet the needs of the more medium expectations of customers. But pretty quickly over time, the established firm is able to serve the needs of even the highest expectations of customers, and then continues to improve well beyond the needs of customers. The bottom red line represents Christensen's disruptive innovation. Here, the startup firm is bringing a technology to market that at first doesn't meet the needs of barely any customers, but as it continues to improve over time, it can slowly consume the lower segments of the market. And then, as you see on the graph, as we keep moving through time, it will soon continue to improve enough to meet the needs of medium expectation and high expectation users. And this is what puts the incumbent firm out of business, at least with regard to this product. The example that Christensen uses is mini mill technology. Integrated steel producers made all levels of quality of steel for many years in very large factories. Mini mills emerged, and at first they could only make the very, very lowest quality steel. It was really scrap metal. So they couldn't get many customers, but as they continued to improve, they kept taking the lower segments of the market until we got to the point where all steel can now be made in mini mills. So that's disruption. With that said, let's change gears and focus on how established firms can actually cultivate innovative practices and innovation within their boundaries. I'll talk briefly about each of 3 categories here: internal development, doing things just within your own organization; partnerships, strategic opportunities to work with other firms; and then finally, acquisitions. If a firm chooses to pursue exploitation and internal development on its own, we can think about what you ask your people to do and what you ask the organization to do more generally. Just thinking first of all about the simplest sort of approach, which is really a cultural intervention, that's about dedicated time. You can say to your people, we want you to spend a certain amount of time doing things that aren't just exploitative projects, but rather are focused on exploration. 3M pioneered the use of what they called 15% time many years ago. Basically, that was just telling their engineers, their technical people, their sales people, their marketing development people, that they could spend 15% of their time on these exploratory activities. And it isn't like every day someone said, oh, I got to find my 15% time, but rather that when a person wanted to pursue something innovative, if someone else would say, gee, here's a fire you need to be fighting right now, they'd say, no, you know what, I'm on my 15% time right now. Google turned it into 20% time and used that technique for quite a few years. More recently, they've moved away from a formal emphasis on 20% time, but yet it has really infused their culture, and there's many people who are consistently saying, I have the time and the opportunity to pursue new projects. More generally, many companies offer sabbaticals to their employees to pursue new ideas. So IBM, LinkedIn are both known for that sort of approach as well. Thinking about bigger organizational ways to encourage innovation, many larger companies are forming or have formed separate divisions or R&D labs in order to ensure that they're promoting the development, research as well as development on products, processes, underlying technologies that may enable innovation, either in the short term or the long term. Microsoft, Yahoo, Intel, all these companies have R&D facilities that allow them to really pursue new technology, somewhat separated from profit motives, at least in the short term. Google X, now just known as X, as a subsidiary of Alphabet, is known for pursuing what they call moonshot technologies, where they're looking for the really, really out there sorts of technologies that would be fundamentally disruptive and would really change the world as we know it. Thinking about strategic partnerships, now we're moving beyond the boundaries of just the individual established firm and saying, how can that firm cooperate with others? How can two firms come together to share their technology, their market access, in order to generate more opportunities for each of the firms? A great example here is Tesla Motors. Tesla has a strategic partnership with Toyota, where they are helping to develop and provide components for Toyota's electric vehicles. So all of Tesla's expertise in battery technology and the like can be used in that partnership. And both companies are obviously benefiting from this exchange of ideas, intellectual property, etc. At the same time, Tesla has a partnership also with Airbnb, and this is a fundamentally different set of issues that they're pursuing with Airbnb. If you go to the site for Airbnb and Tesla, what you can see is that they've created a sharing economy for electric vehicles and battery chargers. In essence, an Airbnb host can sign up to have a Tesla charger put into their home so that they can advertise that as an additional feature of their home. And by the same token, the renters on Airbnb, if they drive a Tesla vehicle, can find a host that will provide this sort of service. So both sides of the market are being served by this, and Tesla is bringing that technology into this world of travelers in the sharing economy. On the topic of strategic partnerships, we should also talk about corporate venturing arms. In large corporations, you'll frequently find a separate subsidiary that's devoted to finding partnerships and indeed creating equity investments in those partnerships. So in some ways, this has some similarity to the pure venture capital that you'll hear about many times during the class. But by the same token, it also tends to have, in contrast to traditional venture capital, corporate venture capital tends to have a more strategic focus on investments that encompass technology that is more likely to be built in to the future products and services in the company. So in that way, these strategic alliances or these partnerships, these equity investments serve as a bridge or a gateway which may ultimately lead to corporate acquisitions. Let's talk about corporate acquisitions then. Like partnerships, they're providing access to resources, but of course, by acquiring the other entity, the established firm has full access as well as full control of those resources because they become a part of the organization. So again, access to technology, talent, markets, customers, brands. I want to share with you a historical example of acquisitions which also illustrates the challenges for incumbents in obtaining and succeeding in new technologies. It's the story of AT&T, which was in the US a regulated monopoly providing telephone service for most of the 20th century. It's also called the Bell system. In 1992, AT&T made an equity investment in McCaw Cellular in order to start to access technology for cellular service for wireless phones, as well as the customers that McCaw had. And this was very ironic because AT&T had a crown jewel research facility called Bell Laboratories, which played a substantial role in the development of wireless and cellular technology throughout the 20th century. And even though they developed this technology, the sorts of incentives and cost structures that we've talked about earlier led them to never really enter the business until after the telephone service in the U.S. was deregulated in the 1980s. So in 1992, they make an equity investment in McCaw Cellular, and then in 1994, after they've evaluated this, they acquire the entire company. And this is called AT&T Mobility. 10 years later, a company named Singular wound up acquiring AT&T Mobility, and Singular did this for scale purposes. Singular already had a very big network. It was the mobility division of two of the Baby Bells, some of the companies that were spun out of AT&T when it was deregulated. And Singular wound up acquiring AT&T Mobility, which was actually smaller, for scale. But then the funniest part of the story of all is that in 2007, this company wound up, through additional industry consolidation and mergers and the like, it was rebranded AT&T Wireless. So the AT&T service that many of you may use now, that's AT&T Wireless, is actually a very, very different company than the original AT&T, which is so much a part of innovation folklore in the 20th century. But to move to a more recent example, let's talk about Facebook. Let's talk about a more recent example of acquisition activity to maintain innovative behavior in an established firm in Facebook. Facebook has made over 50 acquisitions already. About 25% of them are outside the US. So while many of their acquisition targets are within the Silicon Valley region where their headquarters are, they're also looking much further for the technologies that make sense for them. One of their well-known acquisitions was, of course, Instagram. That was a $1 billion acquisition. And Facebook acquired Instagram for the technology, the app itself, to integrate with their app. For the people, all 12 of them at Instagram. And also, of course, this move removed a potential competitor, because Instagram was growing very rapidly at that time and accumulating lots of customers. And so by acquiring them, Facebook was able to consolidate this customer base and ensure that they wouldn't get overtaken on that front. Facebook has made even bigger dollar acquisitions since then in Oculus VR, virtual reality technology. I think that was $2.5 billion. And then, of course, the granddaddy, WhatsApp, for $19 billion. It's easy to track acquisitions for any company you're interested in merely by going to Wikipedia. You can search on Facebook and see all of Facebook's acquisitions listed, as well as the country of origin and the price of the acquisition when it is disclosed. So there's lots of information available if you're interested in understanding how any particular company, public company, has really sought to build their technology through acquisitions. So in this module, we reviewed why it is hard for established firms to innovate, but then also a series of techniques and managerial approaches that they use to overcome these inertial tendencies in order to promote and sustain their growth over time. In order to think about society, there's an awful lot of actors there. What we're going to do is develop an extremely simple, stylized model of venture creation that's just going to include a very, very small subset of the actors who are relevant in the whole ecosystem. But this will allow us to focus on a few entities where we can examine some statistics and really understand something about the value that is created. So to start, we need startups, right? We need ventures to be created. And so we have entrepreneurs founding entities with ideas. And those ideas, those founding teams, ultimately will need some funding. So venture capital is providing funding to many startups that have high growth potential. Likewise, for established firms that are focusing on startups with particular products or services that may be complementary to what they're providing. In addition to this flow of money toward ideas, we also see another sort of flow. So while the money is represented by green arrows, the red arrow is used to represent the flow of people from established firms to the startup context. right? We discussed in another module how established firms can be inertial in the face of innovation. So professionals who are at these firms can feel circumscribed by these inertial pressures. They'll want to pursue these technologies, and so this winds up causing some of them to leave and found their own firms or join entities that are able to pursue these sorts of technologies. And certainly this happens an awful lot in tech. The traditional example here is that of Fairchild Semiconductors in Silicon Valley. Fairchild gave birth to many well-known semiconductor firms as the members of their organization left and founded newer firms. So one baby from Fairchild is, of course, Intel, which has been extraordinarily successful in that space. But there are quite a few, and that's another history worth looking up. It's not only that this happens in high-tech firms, but much of the value that's created in the startup context is in the tech sector, which we'll see shortly. But there are other examples of contexts where people will leave established firms. So, for example, professional services firms, legal services, accounting firms, consultancies, and the like. Again, partners at these firms may leave and found additional firms. So the same sort of idea of established firms spawning offspring occurs. So let's talk about what's happening in this context where new products and services are being created, value is being created, investment is being made, and the like. Let's focus first of all on the value that's created just by the fact that new enterprises or small businesses exist. Let's talk about the enterprises themselves and the jobs that are created within these enterprises. According to the Kauffman Foundation, 0.3% of U.S. adults were entrepreneurs in 2014. Let's put that in context. 3 out of every 1,000 U.S. adults were self-employed in 2014, had some sort of enterprise. So it sounds like a very small number, but there's an awful lot of U.S. adults. There are more than 28 million enterprises in the United States, and over 99% of these are small businesses. And small businesses are defined by the Small Business Administration as less than 250 employees. According to the Small Business Association, 67% of all private sector jobs created in the U.S. occur in small businesses. In high tech, this number is lower. It's not 67%, it's 37%. And this makes sense because the overall set of ventures includes lots of self-employment where there are virtually no employees or a very small number, the food trucks, the dry cleaners, and the like. In high tech, of course, we have many firms that become very, very large. And so even with that, small businesses, high-tech startups still account for 37% of all private sector jobs created in the U.S. So a lot of employment is happening as a result of venture creation. Let's focus on the value created within these ventures for investors. Much attention of late has been focused on what are called unicorns, startups that have grown and been funded to receive valuations over $1 billion. So this fanciful name unicorn is meant to conjure the rarity of such an occurrence. Who's ever seen a unicorn? But of course the number of unicorns is growing and it's no longer so rare. That said, it's still under 100, but again, it is growing. To put that number in perspective, the number of unicorns is less than 2 out of every 1,000 venture-backed startups. 0.2% of all venture-backed startups actually become unicorns. So it is rare. Here's a graphic that depicts the great skew in unicorn valuation. So this is just showing for the 80-some unicorns that already exist, how much they're currently valued at. And as you can see from that really steep curve, that valuations pretty quickly stay close to $1 billion, and there are only a few that are really much more dramatic. Of course, the outlier on the left side is Uber, which is valued at over $40 billion at this point. As you move toward the middle of the graph, you'd see Blue Apron, which is between $1 and $2 billion. And then Eventbrite, as you move further toward the right, valued slightly over $1 billion. The majority of unicorns, like those three that I've just noted, are indeed consumer-oriented rather than more enterprise-focused. Now, importantly, 65% of these valuations are just on paper. They are based on the backing from VCs, the terms of the deals, and the funding that these firms have received. These are unrealized gains at this point. But if 65% of these firms are still private with unrealized gains, we can also examine the 35% of firms that have exited. Let's examine those statistics on exits. And when I say exit, this can be either an initial public offering to the markets, or it can be an acquisition by an established entity. If we look at the full set of firms that received venture capital between 2004 and 2013, so the most recent decade for which this data is fully processed and available, what we find is that there were over 800 exits that were valued at more than $100 million. Of these, 145 of these were indeed valued over $1 billion. So again, getting into that unicorn territory. Importantly, of these high-value exits, 75% of them were in the broad information technology sector. And so not only were the vast majority of the deals themselves in information technology, but these deals actually represented 86% of the overall value generated. So tech is really an area where much value is being created, both for investors as well as on the jobs front, as we already discussed. The next biggest sector, it turns out, is actually healthcare. In this brief module, we focused on venture creation's role in society. And even with the simplest model of just startups and established firms and investors, we could already see how the creation of jobs and opportunities creates an immense amount of value for investors as well as society.
Hi, I'm Ethan Mollick, and welcome to our discussion on the types of enterprises that are available to someone considering launching a startup. Not all startups are the same. In fact, there are many different reasons why someone might launch a startup, and there's many different ways to go about launching a startup company. And as a result, there's lots of different ways that we have as entrepreneurship scholars of categorizing startups into different categories. I'm going to give you a 5-category technique to discuss different startup approaches here, but other ways of categorizing are just as valid. So this is just a way of thinking through the reasons why someone might launch a startup, the resources that startup needs to grow, and the approaches they might take to eventually exiting that startup. So there are 5 real startup types: lifestyle startups, small businesses, high-growth companies, entrepreneurship ventures, and social ventures. Let's go through each of those. So a lifestyle venture is something that's run as a business or a hobby or a supplemental source of income. People are doing lifestyle businesses because they enjoy what they're doing, they find it satisfying, and they think maybe I can make a little money out of doing this. The funding here is usually fairly minimal, and in that you don't need to raise a lot of funds to make this startup type succeed. You're usually doing this as a hobby in your home or outside of work or outside of school. You're not planning on scaling this up. You're not looking to hire more people. Sometimes you end up in a situation where it starts to grow and you grow accidentally, but the goal originally is to run something small, not planning a big exit, not a lot of money. It's a way of making some additional cash, doing something you enjoy doing on the side of a regular job or other obligations you might have. The other and most common business type is the small business. A small business is almost any kind of startup venture where the goal is not to achieve some sort of fast hypergrowth or exit, to not do something just for fun, not do something inside an existing company. Most businesses across the world are small businesses. The goal of a small business is, in the words of Steve Blank, to feed the family. You want to be your own boss and you want to run a business that's churning out some money. Some of these can be very lucrative, some of them less so. But you can think about anything from a restaurant to a dry cleaner to a scrap metal yard. But the goal here is to start a business that is sustainable and doesn't necessarily scale in a huge way. You're running a dry cleaner, you may not want to run 7 dry cleaners. It's not necessarily a goal to expand, certainly not usually a goal to exit. And these kind of businesses are usually funded through loans, through personal investment, or through family and friends' money. So the vast majority of these businesses do not want to grow. These make up by far the bulk of employers in most countries, and is the most common sort of business type. And the goal is to sustainably run it in the long term. Then there is what many of you, I think, viewing this course are interested in, which is the high-growth startup, or the Silicon Valley style startup. So these startups, the goal is to grow very quickly, to scale them up. You want to be the next Google or Uber or Facebook or whatever, or be bought by one of these people. So the goal is grow quickly. Think about that rich versus king dilemma we've discussed in previous lectures. You either want to make a lot of money, be in control of your own destiny, or some combination of those two. So your goal is to grow very quickly. Usually you'll need venture capital or angel investment money to make this occur, although as you'll see in the funding lectures, there's a variety of choices to approach the funding of these kind of ventures. And you're going to ideally exit through initial public offering, so go public on the stock market, or through your acquisition by, say, a Google or a Facebook or Twitter or something similar. So this is the high growth startup that we all hear about so often. There are a very small percentage of startups, so around 2% of startups receive venture funding, but they're ones that we hear the most about and is a goal for a lot of people who are taking this course. Another option for startup activity is to not leave your company at all. You can engage in entrepreneurship, a startup inside a larger organization where your goal is to develop something new or innovative, help the company change or evolve. Usually you'll use internal company resources, so the risks are relatively low personally. And sometimes the goal is to scale up really quickly. Sometimes the goal is to stay with a small group inside the organization. But your goal eventually is to have this idea be adapted into the larger firm or even spun off as its own unit. But you're looking to help build company success by building this venture inside the organization. And then a final approach that you might want to consider as a startup is a social venture. So these are ventures whose primary goal is to accomplish some sort of social good. That could be a charitable thing, that could be some political or lobbying kind of effort, that could be a artistic or cultural effort. But the idea here is less to make money and more to create some value for society that's important to you. Usually the resources here are a little different. You're looking for grants, you're looking for volunteers, you're looking for donations, and you're not planning an exit. You're hopefully building something sustainable for the long term. So there are many types of businesses out there, and they differ across many dimensions, the kind of goals you want to achieve, the resources you need to make those things happen, where you can actually do these things. So as we'll talk about in some of the other lectures, it's much easier to launch a high-growth company in Silicon Valley than in South Dakota, but a cultural venture may do better in South Dakota than Silicon Valley. And they also differ in how much time they use, what resources you need to take into account. So when you take the lessons here in this course, you'll need to think about adapting them as needed. So some of the things that apply to high growth ventures, like how to raise venture capital, may not apply to a social venture. But some of the lessons are very universalizable, like how to think about the assumptions and risk in your business, how to gain the resources that you need to succeed, how to reach out to customers. So as you go forward in the course, think about these issues, think about your own goals and motivations about why you're launching a venture, and make sure they're matched together with the types of ventures that are available to you.
Hi, David Chu here, covering a session on technology entrepreneurship. One interesting aspect of entrepreneurship in the technical realm is that sometimes technical change or technology can give rise to entrepreneurial opportunities. Just to illustrate, we all know these examples well. The rise of the internet enables companies like Google or Facebook to appear on the scene, or technical advances like the advent of recombinant DNA affords an opportunity that wasn't otherwise there for companies like Genentech to enter into the market. However, just because there's a technical advance and recognition of that technical advance does not ensure that you're going to be able to build a commercially successful company. There's a host of other decisions that are quite important in determining such success. Things like business model design, the choice of resources that you bring to bear, your ability to recruit key personnel, executives, the pace of entry and expansion. All these other type of decisions are quite important, not just the recognition of an entrepreneurial opportunity that's afforded by technical advance, in terms of predicting commercial success. Now, one thing that can help in addition is, particularly in the technical realm, when you talk about technology entrepreneurship, is to staff the founding team or early executives with people that have both commercial as well as technical expertise, because being at the frontier of both of those dimensions can help as well, and academic studies have borne that out. Now, one thing that's interesting and is in some sense the Silicon Valley phenomenon. Why is it the case that there tends to be extreme geographic co-location of or clustering of technology entrepreneurship? There are a couple reasons for this. And just as indicators of this, a third of U.S. venture capital flows to just two regions, Silicon Valley and the greater Boston area. And you might wonder, why is that the case? Well, if you think about it from an orchestration standpoint, where do the labor and capital know where to focus? It's in these regions where there's a great deal of knowledge that's important in birthing and evolving companies hoping to exploit or commercialize a given innovation. And just to give one specific example of this, at the birth of the United States biotechnology industry, it was not a coincidence that all the early biotechnology companies were located geographically in the same places where the frontier knowledge scientists, who at the time were all located in preeminent academic institutions, were located, because that's where the specialized knowledge was. As the industry kind of evolved, that geographic co-location eased a little bit, but in the very beginning of the industry, it was no accident that there was this co-location between firms and knowledge centers. Just by way of giving some motivation in terms of the economic importance of technology entrepreneurship, here are some statistics about private and public value. So it turns out that of all the companies that have gone public in the 1980 to 2013 time period, some almost 7,900 companies, 36 of those companies were venture capital backed. Now, venture capital backed is not the same as technology-based entrepreneurship is, but that's a pretty good proxy. And it turns out that 58% of all technology IPOs were venture capital backed. And so we know about certain anecdotes: Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg. These are all outsized personalities that are really just data points in terms of the influence of successful technology entrepreneurs. There's also second-order effects. Once you've created a highly successful technology company, that has all sorts of downstream effects. So, for example, Google, after it did its IPO, initial public offering, it spawned a number of individuals who were quite wealthy, who then became angel investors. That is, individuals who are making private and individual investments in a host of other companies. As well as well-known, the PayPal mafia, in which executives, middle managers, and even engineers at the old PayPal then went on to really become investors, founders, and other key executives of other great companies. And so I don't have to mention Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman. These are all known and well-celebrated entrepreneurs that fit in this mold. If you think about the technology life cycle, you could characterize the adoption curve with this typical S-shaped adoption curve. There are three distinct patterns associated with this curve. In the beginning, there's quite a bit of experimentation. Experiments don't go right. You put in a lot of effort without a lot of progress. That explains the rather shallow era ferment. Then things suddenly click into place. You're able to come up with a design that appeals to the mainstream of the market. You get network effects that appeals to the mainstream. That really makes a product or service much more valuable because of the size of the installed base. Think about Facebook, in which it's much more valuable just because all of your other friends are on the network. That leads to this period of takeoff. And then finally, there's a saturation point, whether because you've tapped out the social network, the people that your product or service could be addressable towards or there's physical limitation. The wind won't blow any faster, so your sailboat is fundamentally constrained by the physical limitation of the sail. And so this is a typical pattern in which technology evolves in commercial space. Now, there are some challenges associated with those transition points from the era ferment to the takeoff period. And that particular transition point is really trying to appeal to the mainstream. You could develop a product or service that's very niche, that really appeals only to the early adopters or the early innovator, but that's not going to be good enough to really cross the chasm, as a well-known book by Jeffrey Moore is titled, to really appeal to the mainstream and tap in to really the lion's share of the market. What you might want to be thinking about, particularly in more technology settings, is how do you become a platform player? How do you induce those network effects that we talked about before so that you're much more likely to be the next LinkedIn or Facebook platform and avoid being disrupted like the Friendsters or the MySpaces of the world? And what that takes are things like really reducing the entry costs for complementers to join your network, or really serving an underserved market space that's been neglected by the industry incumbents so that you can then become the next iTunes platform that is really adding real value. Now, in terms of trying to get to where you can take out the value, because after all, there's a supply chain or value chain here associated with the value creation aspect of a typical technical innovation. And what you want to worry about as the innovator or inventor in this chain is how large is the slice of the pie? And so let's discuss what determines the size of the pie that you get as one part of this value chain. So there's essentially these two constructs, bargaining power and market power. And to the extent that you're able to increase your leverage as the inventor or as one part of this value chain, the larger is the size of the pie that you're expected to get. Think about this as how unique are you in the competitive space of others that could enter into the domain, and that in turn will shape how unique you are and how much bargaining and market power that you have. Now, what are the drivers of market? If market and bargaining power really drive the size of the pie that you get as the inventor or any other player in the value chain, what shapes that power? Really three things. Appropriability. Can you control the knowledge that you've created? Do you have complementary assets that are important in taking out the value and enhancing your bargaining power against others that could also offer the similar function as you? And then thirdly, the stage of the industry evolution, and in particular this concept of a dominant design. A modern dominant design would be the iPhone. Every smartphone after the onset of the iPhone kind of has to have the features and functions of the iPhone. Before the iPhone, there's many configurations. And we could cover the same example as before in the early days of the automobile industry, before and after the Ford Model T. After the Ford Model T, to be a legitimate car, it has to look like what we now know as a car. Before the advent of the dominant design, the Ford Model T, you have all kinds of experimentation and hypotheses as to what a car should look like. These three factors will shape the market and bargaining power of a participant along the value chain. Now, let me break up those three and go into a little bit more detail. Appropriability, what is it? If you can appropriate and control the knowledge that you've created from an invention, then you're able to really steer that and control that knowledge for the use that you want it to be used for. And it's essentially a method of uniqueness and controlling the knowledge that you've created through intellectual property and other forms of protection so that you can exclude others from coming in and replicating what you've done. Now, why, in terms of the complementary assets, the other parts of the organization, like expertise in manufacturing or navigating the regulatory landscape or marketing or sales, how can that be important? Think about a moment of disruption in an industry. There's a new platform that comes in place, a new product that comes in place. Just to give you an example, drug discovery. Before the introduction of biotechnology, done in a very traditional way, there was a period of ferment experimentation. There's a takeoff period after which you're appealing to the mainstream, and then some saturation point in which the return is leveling off. Now comes biotechnology, a much different way of introducing drug discovery, a way in which you have drug discovery. With the advent of biotechnology, the industry incumbents were actually shielded from the competitive pressure from biotechnology, even though the underlying science was quite disruptive. Why? It's because the old pharmaceutical companies controlled the complementary assets. That is, it's very difficult to navigate the regulatory landscape. In the United States, it's the FDA, Federal Drug Administration, as well as marketing, that is, to the doctors, that will inform how the ultimate consumers, the patients, will take the drugs. And because there was disruption at the level of drug discovery, but preservation at the level of the organizational complementary assets, that was really quite important in shielding the pharmaceutical companies in their bargaining power vis-a-vis the new entrants, the biotechnology companies, in the face of a new way of discovering drugs, but not in the way that those drugs are consumed by the ultimate consumers. Finally, let's get to industry evolution. I talked about dominant design before and after a dominant design. And what's important is if we overlay the other constructs that we talked about, uniqueness through appropriability, as well as the role of complementary assets, what's interesting here is at the beginning phases of industry evolution, that is the era of ferment, it's very important to control the ideas, and less important the complementary assets in terms of taking out the value. But towards the era of saturation, the relative importance of these forces almost inverts. That is, it's no longer that important who controls the ideas, but it's quite important how those products and services are being delivered through those organizational assets and complementary assets towards the end of the life cycle. So in conclusion, we've talked about how technology entrepreneurship could be a possible unique entry point. Moments of technical disruption present entrepreneurial opportunities. There are a whole host of value appropriation considerations as you think about how to earn returns from that innovation. Thank you.
Now, impact entrepreneurship is a term that refers to the creation of enterprises that are ethical, transparent, and have meaningful impact on our lives. Now, when we think about a firm having an impact on our lives, it's natural to think about nonprofits or philanthropies. Impact entrepreneurs are not necessarily those, because unlike nonprofits and unlike philanthropies, they're focused on profits and they're focused on long-term sustainability. They do not rely on donors, and they're in fact focused on creating social impact through market strategies. At the same time, unlike traditional entrepreneurs, impact entrepreneurs are focused on double or triple bottom line. Now, if you look at what exactly is a triple bottom line, the first bottom line is profits, which is a bottom line. This is the traditional accounting bottom line, and every enterprise is focused on that. But in addition, an impact entrepreneur is focused on other aspects. For example, the second bottom line is social impact. A triple bottom line is profit, social impact, and environmental impact. And so there are many dimensions to the mission of a social enterprise or an impact enterprise. And in fact, impact entrepreneurship is synonymous with the term social entrepreneurship, but it can sometimes involve other areas beyond social impact, for example, environmental impact. If you consider Tesla, the company is trying to save the planet from fossil fuels by pushing electric cars. And so it has an environmental impact. And furthermore, it's committed to that goal beyond profits by making its patents available in an open source manner to the whole community so anyone else can leverage the R&D done by Tesla. And that again shows that Tesla has a bottom line beyond profits, and environmental impact is a big part of that. Now, typical areas that are addressed by impact entrepreneurs include healthcare, energy, sanitation, education, and areas of that nature that have great impact and are sometimes underserved as well. There are many well-known social entrepreneurs out there. Perhaps the most well-known social entrepreneur is Mohammad Yunus, who's a Nobel laureate and was the founder of Grameen Bank, a company that created the entire industry of microfinance. Now, Grameen Bank is a microfinance organization that provides small loans to the rural poor in Bangladesh. The company has provided loans to over 8 million borrowers and has had repayment rates of over 95%. The company is not reliant on donors and is self-sustained based on interest rates that it charges for these loans. Another well-known social entrepreneur is Iqbal Kader, who's a founder of Grameen Phone, which is a concern that is partly owned by Grameen Bank. He partnered with Mohammad Yunus to launch a mobile phone operator in Bangladesh. And it was founded based on the belief that providing connectivity to the poor in Bangladesh will help increase their income, improve their livelihood by providing them better job prospects. And in fact, today, Grameen Phone is the largest operator in Bangladesh with over 50 million subscribers. Another alumnus of Wharton, Manish Sabharwal, the founder of TeamLease, is another example of an impact entrepreneur. His company, TeamLease, is focused on skills development and job placement for people with limited access to education and employment opportunities. Currently, they're focused on employment and employability in India and have helped over 1 million people in India find jobs. Now, notice that in all these examples I mentioned, these entrepreneurs and their respective enterprises are focused on profits. They are indeed for-profit enterprises. They do have a business model, but at the same time, they have a very clear social mission, and that pairing of profit focus and social impact focus makes them social entrepreneurs or impact entrepreneurs. Now, social entrepreneurs, in most ways, have to do the same kinds of things that other entrepreneurs need to do. For example, they also need to solve the product market fit question. They have to hire the best people with a limited budget. They have to manage finances. They have to figure out how to grow. So the same kinds of things. But at the same time, there do exist some differences and some unique challenges that social entrepreneurs or impact entrepreneurs face. One of those really important ones is scaling. It is not the easiest to scale a social enterprise because often these entrepreneurs pick some of the toughest problems. And these problems are therefore, just because of the selection bias, not the easiest to scale or grow. Furthermore, the social goal has certain costs, very real costs associated with it. For example, the cost of reaching remote or underserved populations. So the costs add barriers and make it difficult to scale beyond an initial community or two. Now, while it's hard to scale any enterprise, I think scaling a social enterprise is even harder because of these kinds of issues. So a social entrepreneur needs to think about, how do I scale much more? And there are several avenues available. For example, one avenue might be scaling out through partners. So if you want to increase your geographical reach, you can perhaps do so through franchises. So you train others and they help take your idea or innovation to the field in other regions. Or one might partner with another organization that has last mile reach at scale. So for example, one might partner with the Red Cross or with YMCA, organizations that have significant geographical coverage and reach and great last mile connectivity when needed. In other cases, the barrier to scaling might be policies set by the government. In these cases, the way to address scaling is to influence policy change. For example, for TeamLease, the company I mentioned earlier that provides job opportunities in India, a primary growth barrier tends to be lack of clarity regarding labor laws in India. And so clearly for the company to scale, one of their big investments has been in driving policy change in the country. Now, another way in which social entrepreneurship or impact entrepreneurship differs from traditional entrepreneurship is in the way one manages the whole process of fundraising and financing. Now, traditional venture capitalists are often not an option for impact entrepreneurs. Venture capitalists often want to exit their investments in 5 to 7 years because their fund life is usually no more than about 10 years. And social ventures often need more time because, as I mentioned earlier, they scale a bit slower than traditional ventures. And so one needs patient capital in order to support the growth. And so when one is looking for patient capital, you might not often look at traditional venture capitalists, but you might look elsewhere. For example, philanthropic foundations like the Gates Foundation or Ford Foundation. These foundations often focus on specific areas. They issue call for proposals, and once they receive the best proposals, they decide who to issue their grants to. Government grants are also another source of funding for social entrepreneurs. And finally, there are impact-oriented venture funds like Khosla Impact Fund, the Acumen Fund, Omidyar Fund. These are all venture capitalists, but who are willing to be more patient because they're focused on social impact and they understand that the capital needs to be more patient here. Now, many funds are focused on impact, but they aren't always patient capital. So one has to really think hard about what's the likely time to maturity for my business and compare that to investor expectations and make sure they're aligned. Now, traditional venture capitalists are sometimes an option when a social enterprise meets some of their main criteria, such as large market size and ability to scale fast. And so there are many instances of enterprises that have significant social impact that are very mainstream companies in the sense of raising money through mainstream sources like VCs, that is venture capitalists, and that are run in a very traditional manner as well. Now, while I've talked about impact entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship, one also sees instances where traditional enterprises adopt social missions, and that's certainly something that traditional entrepreneurs should also consider. A great example of that is Warby Parker, which is a prescription eyeglass retailer that sells eyeglasses online. Warby Parker has a buy one, give one model wherein the company provides free eyeglasses to underprivileged communities for every pair of glasses that are purchased on warbyparker.com. And the company has donated over 1 million pairs of eyeglasses to date through this model. Tom's, which is a shoe retailer, uses a very similar buy one, donate one model, wherein every time you buy a shoe from Tom's, you actually are also donating a pair of shoes to somebody who's in need. Now, it's important to recognize that these kinds of models do cost money. And so the important question is whether the social mission contributes to profits and how to prioritize the social mission relative to other priorities that the company might have. Neil Blumenthal, who's a former student of mine and who is a CEO of Warby Parker, once said that customers often put fashion and design first when it comes to selecting their eyeglasses. Cost is next for them, and quality is third, and perhaps Warby Parker's social mission is fourth. So clearly, the social mission is not the primary driver of consumer behavior. But nonetheless, it creates a certain brand personality for Warby Parker, and that brand personality in turn drives consumer choice. Because one thing that we observe is that consumers are increasingly purpose-driven, and they're aware of the social impact of their purchases, and therefore this is a factor that they'll keep in mind, perhaps as a tiebreaker, or perhaps this is the one thing that will help nudge them over when they're torn about making a purchase. Furthermore, a social mission is a great recruiting tool. So for Warby Parker, it's a tool that helps potential employees get excited about the opportunity at Warby Parker. It helps them retain people because people like to believe that their work contributes more than just helping moving dollars around, but that there is a secondary impact as well. And so in that sense, the social mission has been valuable to Warby Parker. So in summary, if your idea has double or triple bottom line impact, meaning it has an impact on environmental aspects, or it has social impact as well. One question worth asking is whether I should run my business as any other enterprise, or should I approach scaling my business or fundraising differently because my business is more like a social enterprise than a traditional enterprise. At the same time, if you have a traditional enterprise, it's worth asking whether a social mission should be a core mission for your organization. If so, the next question is, how do you marry a social mission to a for-profit model that you have in your organization? From what we have seen, there are a few principles that can be applied. The first is that you want to lead with the product first, and the mission comes next. Because first and foremost, customers select your product or your firm because you solve a fundamental pain point for them. The social mission comes in after that. Secondly, the mission should be authentic and believable. There is no point trying to force fit a mission just because you think it helps branding, because it invariably doesn't work out and customers see through that. And finally, the social mission should be implemented in a very simple, easy to understand format. For example, think about Warby Parker. They sell eyeglasses. They want to help people who cannot afford eyeglasses get access to eyeglasses, and they implement a very simple buy one, give one program that is very easy to understand for any potential customer. So in conclusion, let me say that most of what we have to say in this course about identifying the opportunity and growing the enterprise is just as applicable for social enterprises as they're applicable for traditional enterprises. And so if you're a social entrepreneur, stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Lori Rosenkopf. I'm the Vice Dean and Director of Wharton's undergraduate program and a professor in the management department. We're here today for the Entrepreneurship Specialization, and my guest is Andy Ratcliffe, who's the Executive Chairman at Wealthfront. He's a co-founder of Benchmark Capital. He's a trustee at the University of Pennsylvania, so a man of many hats. Andy, as an entrepreneur, as an investor, can you talk generally about the role of venture creation in society?
Well, I'd like to think that it's a social good in that it provides capital for people to create new industries and new businesses and to therefore create a lot of new jobs.
Maybe you can talk a little bit about your own personal impact along those lines in your many different roles. Have you ever tried to quantify it or set any goals for yourself around it?
I think you get in a lot of trouble when you start calculating your own returns or your own impact. I just hope that we've made an impact on the landscape here in Silicon Valley, and Silicon Valley seems to have had a big impact nationwide.
Let's talk about entrepreneurial opportunities and recognizing them. How did you see the opportunity for Wealthfront? And once you saw it, what did you need to do to test it, to figure out if you had a good idea? Did you have to pivot along the way?
Well, I'm a big believer that great ideas find you, you don't find them. I think that there's a tremendous misperception in the community at large that successful entrepreneurs sit in a room and try to figure out what it is they want to go build. Or that they look at a market, look for the problems, and come up with a solution. That usually leads to very mundane outcomes. In fact, if you look at the most successful companies in Silicon Valley, what you'll find is they almost all resulted from an entrepreneur recognizing an inflection point in technology, which allowed them to build a new kind of product. And then the question was, what market cared about the product? So you start with the product and find the market. You don't start with the market and find the product, which is what most people think happens. Now, it's not surprising because without change, there isn't opportunity. And what's frustrating about this entire process is if you start with a product and look for a market, the initial market that you think wants your product is seldom the one that actually does. And you have to pivot markets, you don't pivot products. So for me, I was sitting in a Penn endowment meeting one day listening to a presentation from the investment team on how they're able to generate the tremendous returns that they do. And it struck me that they were doing it in a very antiquated way with spreadsheets, and that if we could implement what they do in software and take advantage of some new application programming interfaces that had been made available through brokerage firms, that it was possible to democratize access to sophisticated investment management. That traditionally the best investment products and services are only available to the very wealthy. But it struck me that through software we could actually take what tremendously sophisticated endowments like Penn do and deliver it to normal people. Now, over the years, I had recruited a lot of people to my portfolio companies who'd gone on to financial success, and they would often come to me for investment advice. The problem was I could never tell them to do what I do because I was in the unbelievably fortunate position to be able to afford access to the best investment products and services, and even with their financial success, they still couldn't, which really struck me as wrong. So I was sitting in this room, the endowment committee meeting room, listening to this thinking, God, this is a way to solve this problem and actually provide a social good. And it led me to want to start a business, even though I had no desire to be an entrepreneur, but I felt like I needed to do it for the social good. And over time, we had to pivot quite a bit until we found the business that actually worked.
Was it similar when you founded Benchmark Capital?
Not at all.
Okay.
You know, financial entrepreneuring, I think, is a very different thing because I had been in the venture capital business for a dozen years. I was fortunate to have a pretty good track record. I knew the investors in venture capital funds very well through their investment in my firm. And so starting a new firm wasn't nearly as difficult as starting Wealthfront because I was doing exactly the same thing. It was almost as though just the deck chairs had been rearranged. Now, if I tried to do it without a track record, then I think it would have been much, much more difficult. But I co-founded the firm with two other guys who had tremendous track records, one who had worked with me for many years, another person who had been an entrepreneur that we had backed, and then a fifth person who had an interesting new twist to what we were going to do. So it never seemed like an entrepreneurial endeavor, it just seemed inevitable.
You're talking about people who you've worked with in the past and how important your networks are. You've mentored and advised so many people over your career. If you look back, who was the best mentor or advisor that you ever had, and why?
My best mentor was actually a classmate of mine from business school who I recruited to be my partner at the firm that preceded Benchmark Capital. His name is Bruce Dunleavy, and he has the best judgment of anyone I've ever met and is the best ability to influence people of anyone I ever met. And he's my exact opposite, which I think is really valuable in a relationship. I think that's true in my marriage. My wife and I are very different. She's had a tremendous impact on me. But watching the way that Bruce was able to influence people had an enormous impact on me and made me realize how much better I could be if I could influence in a way that didn't feel like there was a lot of overhead or push. And I can't tell you how much better that made me, how much more confident it made me in what I do, and I owe a tremendous amount of my success to someone who's my peer in terms of age. He's only 2 years older than I, but he's the best mentor anyone could ever have.
Let's talk a little bit about more established firms. Some people say that there is a phenomenon called entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial management, that established firms can be innovative and entrepreneurial. In your experience, is this so? Why or why not?
You know, I wouldn't have had a living if large companies were entrepreneurial. The reason that venture capital exists is because it's so hard for large and successful companies to pursue new ideas. I think Clay Christensen did an amazing job with his Innovator's Dilemma explaining the dynamics behind why it's so hard for large companies to innovate. And thankfully they don't, so that I had the career that I did in venture capital.
What qualities do you think make a good entrepreneur? You've dealt with so many over the years. You've been one. What qualities do you believe are most important?
Well, I can only speak to technology entrepreneurs because that's the only area with which I'm familiar, and I don't know whether or not it extends to other areas. But technology is very particular in that I believe it's the quality of the insight that matters more than anything else. Remember earlier I said that that great companies are created as a result of an appreciation for an inflection point in technology that enables a new kind of product, and then you have to find a market. Well, you have to be able to recognize that inflection point a lot earlier than anybody else has, and they're not obvious. So what makes a tremendous entrepreneur is, one, the ability, the technical expertise, and the command of their subject that allows them to recognize that inflection point well before anyone else has. And then the flexibility to be willing to try a number of different markets to figure out which market actually wants that product. You notice I didn't say anything about management skill, because I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Well, how important are people to the success of a venture and hiring by the founders, the early team members? How important is that? What sorts of mistakes do you see teams making?
Well, I'm a big believer that success is a function of the quality of a company's product market fit. If the dogs don't want to eat the dog food, it doesn't matter how capable you are as an executive, you're going to fail. Conversely, if the dogs want to eat the dog food, it doesn't matter how bad you are, you're going to succeed. And one of the really shocking lessons that I learned having started Wealthfront was that it's almost impossible to hire really good people between founding and product market fit. Because think about it, if you're a successful executive or someone who's successful in their career, then you're probably highly sought after. Why would you come to a company where you don't know whether or not they're going to succeed when you can pick and choose the best opportunity for you? So until you can prove product market fit, you have to take what you can get. Every once in a while, you're going to find a needle in a haystack that somebody turns out to be fantastic. But I think that's more luck than anything. Once you achieve the product market fit, then you can command a much higher quality of person to come join your company.
How much do your personal networks or anyone's personal networks matter in this process in terms of acquiring funding, talent, endorsements, inspiration?
I think they help tremendously, but again, if I'm not getting traction, no matter what my reputation, people aren't going to give me money and they're not going to come and join my company. So first and foremost, I have to get traction in the market. So reputation helps, it doesn't assure you of success.
How about serial entrepreneurs, people who've done it before and do it again and do it again? Are they usually successful repeatedly?
They're not usually successful to a large degree if they've already been successful. You know, the odds of being successful in technology are really, really low. And it's a function of having an amazing insight, as I said earlier. Unfortunately, once someone becomes really successful, they usually think that the reason for their success was their skill and not their insight. So they think, I can do this again and I'll be just as successful. Well, if the idea isn't as good, it's seldom going to be as successful. Great example, Steve Jobs. People think of him as perhaps the greatest entrepreneur in the history of the United States. Well, everyone forgets that he failed with his startup after Apple. Next Computer was a complete and utter failure because he relied on his network and his skill, his management skill and entrepreneurial skill to succeed when he really didn't have a very compelling product. And so it's not about your network, it's not about what you've accomplished in the past, it's about the idea. And I can count on less than 2 hands the number of entrepreneurs in technology who've built more than one company with an excess of 100 million of revenue. So yeah, you can start little things that you can flip, but here in Silicon Valley, we don't care about those companies and we don't really value those companies. All that matters is building a great enterprise and changing an industry.
How important are networks in the venture capital business?
Networks in venture capital are imperative. You know, think about it. If you and I are of equal investment skill and equal judgment, and you have a better network than I am, then in effect, you're fishing in a better pond, you're going to catch a lot more fish. So you're going to do a lot better. So I would argue that perhaps one of the most important things to the success of a venture capitalist is the quality of her network. And that's why venture capitalists try to choose people with backgrounds that will attract a really big network. One of the most common misperceptions about venture capital is that they hire people with operating backgrounds for their operating skill. Nothing could be further from the truth. You don't want people to exercise their operating skill because then you're not letting the entrepreneur make the decisions. That's the worst thing that can possibly happen. The reason venture capitalists often like to recruit people with operating skill is that if you were really successful in your career, your operating career, then the odds are that you were very highly recruited, which built your network. People thought very highly of you. And also, it's highly likely that you were sought after for your advice because people would want to learn from you and how you were so successful. Well, those are unbelievable proxies for network. And if you can bring that over with you, you're going to see, on average, better opportunities, better entrepreneurs than I will if I don't have that same kind of network.
Hi, I'm Lori Rosenkopf. I'm the Vice Dean and Director of the Wharton Undergraduate Division, and I'm also a Professor of Management there. My guest today is Scott Mills, who is the Executive Vice President and Chief Administrative Officer at Viacom, and he's also a Wharton grad. There's a lot of debate over whether big established companies can be entrepreneurial. On one hand, people say there's so many opportunities because of all the resources to pursue all sorts of innovative activities. But on the other hand, lots of other folks say that they're stifled by that very fact, that they're big and that makes them inertial. What's your perspective?
So my view is that there are absolute challenges inherent in the structure of large corporations to supporting and driving entrepreneurship and innovation. But those challenges are pretty well known, and as a result, companies that have really focused on entrepreneurship and innovation have made a lot of progress in figuring out ways to address those challenges. Challenges are scale and hierarchy and infrastructure and compensation systems and culture and risk tolerance and all of those things. And they're pretty well documented at this point. And companies that have really decided that innovation and entrepreneurship are a critical part of the future growth are spending a lot of time working against addressing those challenges so they can really unlock more innovation and entrepreneurship.
You're very involved with talent management. That's one of the key pieces of your job. Is everyone equally entrepreneurial? Do you look for that specifically when you're hiring, or is it something that you can inculcate once a person gets here? How do those two parts
It's
mesh?
a great question. So first of all, not everyone is equally entrepreneurial. Entrepreneurialism and the orientation towards being an entrepreneur is a pretty rare thing. It is actually, if you think about it, I think elementally, it doesn't align with the majority of the human condition, right? Humans want certainty, they want stability, they want consistency, they want structure. These are all the things that actually kind of run contrary to the entrepreneur, right? The entrepreneur is driving change, they're challenging the status quo, they're taking tremendous risk, lots of upside, but equally lots of downside. So one of the things in a corporate structure is to recognize that you need a multitude of capabilities and behavioral attributes across the organization for the organization to be successful. A quick aside, this may not survive this process, but a quick aside was we had one of our chief accounting officers in one of our divisions went through assessment at one point, and they came back and they said, I need to talk to you about this personal assessment I just went through as part of my professional development. And he said, well, the personal assessment says that I need structure, and I need consistency, and I need predictability, and I need reliability, and I need accuracy, and I need all these things. And that makes sense given who I am. And so I think maybe I shouldn't work for a media company, because the media business is not predictable, and it's not certain, and it's, there's lots of, change and what have you. And we said, yes, but you're an accountant, right? We don't want our accountants to be creative. We don't want our accountants to drive change. We want our accountants to be predictable and consistent and accurate. And the moral of that story was, your personality is perfectly suited to the job that you have, right? As opposed to you being fearful that your personal assessment actually evidenced that you shouldn't be in media, your personal assessment evidenced that you absolutely should be an accountant. And in the media business, we need our accountants to be buttoned up and consistent and have those attributes. Equally, there are parts of our business, the people who are in our biz dev front, the people who are innovating in our ad sales division, the people who are running our product development groups, where we absolutely need entrepreneurial spirits. We need people who are excited and stimulated by challenging the status quo, people who love change, people who find consistency boring, people who like to collaborate. If what we see, particularly in a corporate structure, but I think it's true, I created a digital startup before at one of the earlier stages in my career, and one of the things that I found to be really critical when you're building a startup company is first and foremost that you have to be very thoughtful around the people that you bring into that organization. They have to be people who can embrace the nature of that environment, right? It's dynamic, it's fluid, the roles aren't clarified, that people have to contribute, people have to collaborate, they have to have a high tolerance for risk, otherwise they'll go crazy with the cycles that you can go through in those businesses. Are you going to run out of funding? Will this next round work? What's the valuation of that round? Your equity, your net worth spikes and plummets. And so what we found and what I found in that situation is that you needed people who really liked to collaborate, who had a high tolerance for risk, who loved the idea that they were driving change, who loved the idea of creating something new and original. And so for those particular positions where that's a critical attribute, those are a critical set of attributes in our company, we look for those attributes. And what you find is you can find them in some people, because some people are a hybrid, right? Some people have they're passionate champions for change. They love challenging the status quo, and they have a fairly high risk tolerance, but they don't have that risk tolerance, excuse me, that you necessarily see in a pure external entrepreneur who's comfortable saying, well, I've gone bankrupt 3 times, but I'm perfectly fine going bankrupt again because I believe in this kind of journey. There are people who say, well, I'm not sure I have that much risk tolerance, so I'd rather kind of play, be entrepreneurial in a structure that gives me a little bit of a floor, even if I'm forfeiting a bit of my upside.
You talked about biz dev, business development. We should spend a little time on that, because sometimes established companies can develop these ideas and run with them internally. Right. And other times you just need to find it outside and somehow bring it in. So maybe you can talk a little bit about how you do that.
Right. And our view is we look at all of the different approaches to building new branches of our business and expanding our business. So there are lots of things where we say we could build this internally, we can develop this internally. We have the expertise, capability, infrastructure, et cetera. There are lots of instances where we say there are either businesses or sectors that we think are very valuable, where the most efficient path for us to enter those businesses or enter those sectors is through acquiring a third-party company. And so we are pretty much agnostic with respect to our approach, with the idea being that we should just be as smart about how we do it as possible. Interestingly, where from an acquisitions perspective we've been most successful is where we buy businesses that are already in the exact line of business that we're in. So in fact, right. But intriguingly, that's how I got to Viacom. I was working at a privately held media company, a cable networks business. Viacom acquired us, and the acquisition was perfectly seamless. There were no cultural challenges. The business worked perfectly. It was just absolutely a seamless acquisition. We just did an acquisition last year where we bought the second or third largest broadcaster in the UK, Channel 5. And that acquisition has gone fabulously. And so when we acquire things that are in our core business, generally for us, it goes extraordinarily well. And I was thinking about, well, why is that? And I think first and foremost, it's because those businesses are all anchored in a similar set of values and competencies and capabilities. They're all anchored, all of these cable networks, all these television networks are anchored in this model that has as its center the primacy of content and creativity. And then this idea that you've got these monetization mechanisms around that. And so culturally and operationally and strategically, everything we do is perfectly aligned with that. Where we've been more challenged is when we buy businesses that are not in our core. And I think it's always challenging because one, they're not in our core and they're always at the margin because our core businesses are so economically robust. They throw off giant margins. They grow. Our machine can kind of just integrate them in a heartbeat and create extraordinary value from day one. And when we buy businesses that are not exactly the same, it's a little bit harder. They don't scale as well. Kind of the outcomes are a little bit less certain. The organization doesn't really understand them and appreciate them as well. And then a lot of the entrepreneurs, even with these businesses that we've acquired, we typically don't need the primary owners to stay in the cable businesses, in the television businesses when we buy them. Bob Johnson created BET Networks. Bob Johnson is off doing fabulous things elsewhere today, and BET Networks is thriving in his absence because we have such competency in that business. We didn't need Bob to stay. There's a great management team that's there. In other spaces that are not nearly as aligned with our core competencies, we really do need the kind of the founding entrepreneurial people to stick around in the business because they were the kind of the secret sauce in that business. And in general, I think it is challenging for lots of large established companies to acquire fast-growing entrepreneurial companies and get the entrepreneurial founders to stick around. And so when they don't stick around, then you have this issue of, well, how do you keep that business going and how do you keep that business thriving? So it's been an interesting dynamic for us here. We've been extraordinarily successful when we buy businesses that are right within our wheelhouse. And we've had a more varied results when we buy things that are less directly adjacent.
Makes sense. Are there common mistakes that big companies make that keep them from being as innovative as they ought to be?
I think there are common challenges that big companies have. All of those things generally are not well aligned with supporting innovation, supporting creativity, supporting changing the status quo, supporting rapid failure, high risk tolerance, supporting rapid dissemination of information and collaboration, all of these things that really drive innovation. Having said that, I think large companies are really smart and they recognize this as being true. And so what they then do is they work to figure out how do we support innovation and creativity and entrepreneurship in our organization, recognizing that we've got these natural structural challenges. And I think you absolutely can do it. You bring in people for whom it's absolutely native to take risk, challenge the status quo, people for whom it is native to collaborate and share, people for whom it is native to think differently, right? People for whom they say, well, it doesn't matter that we've done it this way for a long time. And then they take those people, and we do this, and you give them directional mandates. You say, I would like you to develop something in this space. I'll give you resources. I'll give you a space within the work. We'll give you a kind of a corporate mandate and a little bit of protection to help you navigate the complicated systems here, and we'll support you in this undertaking. And so That's hard to do because again, that undertaking does bump into all the people who who have these important day jobs and are managing these important businesses. But over time, in success, I think we get better at it, and then we have really fabulous outcomes.
And where do you locate these slightly protected groups? Are they right next to a particular business, or are they sitting very separately, like the old traditional R&D facilities that were just doing whatever they would do? You know, Bell Labs, Google X, these sorts of places.
Right. So we've got 2 models running right now in our shop, right? So we do have a lab model because we wanted to see what would come of it. Like a very, very small lab model that's doing interesting things kind of across Viacom. But then equally what we recognize is that because the foundation of our company is really, it's anchored in creativity. We live and die by the quality of the content that our creatives make and the creative expertise with our marketing people figure out how to engage people to have them consume our content, whether it's on television channels, whether it's on mobile devices, whether it's in movie theaters, whether it's for SVOD. So we're a company that's founded in creativity. And so the issue is if you then say, and innovation is really, it's the sibling of creativity, right? Innovation and creativity are highly correlated. And so one thing that we recognized is that we couldn't say to the company, okay, there's this small little group of people that are responsible for innovation and everybody else just has to toil away at their day jobs, because everybody's like, well, actually I am creative, that's why I came here. And so to acknowledge and support that, what we do is we create opportunities for people who are working on traditional teams to actually kind of focus and contribute to innovative projects. And then we celebrate those projects when they come to fruition. A person in one of our groups, I thought this was really fabulous, a person in one of our groups was observing the way we were delivering content, and they had this idea that there was a way to do it that was much more innovative, and they were a technologist, and they kind of mentioned it to their boss, and their boss said, well, why don't you take a little time and kind of develop that concept out? And he went off and he prototyped it and really worked on it. And we have a patent pending for this particular technological execution that this guy conceived in the context of his job as being responsible for technology, working very, very closely with a content team. And then he shared this with the content team, and they think it's brilliant, and it will now, I think, unleash a whole new wave of content development in this very important area of our business. And so as opposed to taking this guy and sticking him off in a lab, he stayed in his core business. The value of that was the idea was born of his closeness and his understanding of this business that people were running. He kind of saw this thing and said, I see what you're doing. I really understand technology. I can see how technology can help you do what you're doing better. So it was a real win in that space. So we kind of dual path it. We have a lab that is responsible for thinking of really innovative out-of-the-box things, but we leverage the creativity in all of our people and encourage them to really drive innovation in areas where they see opportunities.
Some companies portray a value of dedicated time. So you mentioned the person who was given permission by their boss to go and work off to the side on something else. 15% time, 20% time, it sort of depends on the company. Is there anything like that at Viacom, or is this more case by case for you?
It's much more case by case. And the other thing is we thought about that, and what we decided was it's very hard as our business evolves and as we ask all of our extraordinarily valuable employees to do more and contribute more. It's very hard to then say, well, on top of that, we're going to peel off 20% of your time for you to purely do innovation. So one of the things with respect to this innovative lab that we've created is the people in that lab, 100% of their time is dedicated to innovation. So you don't have to have people trying to figure out how to do that 80-20. And then the other thing is we do think innovation is because creativity is part of our DNA here, that what we encourage people to do is when you have an innovative idea, when you have visibility into something that you think could create value in the organization, is that you then share it with people so that you can then get buy-in for it, and then we can resource it so that we can kind of pursue that concept. And so then, as opposed to people knowing I have 20% of my time, if someone comes up with a very clever idea or an interesting thing that we should explore, they get to go to their leadership and say, I have this really compelling idea. The leadership says, that's awesome, I will resource it. And that may be giving you more time and shifting some of your work to someone else to explore it, or bringing in more resources to help you develop it. And that's the way that we support it.
So let's get a little more personal. How do you come up with your ideas? Where do they come from? What do you do when an idea hits you?
So for me, my ideas are generally born of the fact that I'm always thinking about our business. I'm always, it's just the nature if you're in this space, and that we live in a business that is extraordinarily dynamic. The one thing that's true about media, it's constantly changing. And a truth about a driver of change in the media business is technology. Technology has always been this extraordinary catalyst that creates change. And that change creates lots of upside opportunity, and it creates lots of risk. And if you just look at the kind of the history of media, there have been technological evolutions that have created outsized opportunities and some risk for companies, and then there are a whole new set of businesses built around that technological evolution, and then there's a new technology and a whole new set of businesses. So what I'm constantly doing is thinking about, well, how do technologies that we have visibility into today, or even technologies that might be created in the future just based on your understanding of it, how might they change and impact the media business? And what are the implications? What are the implications for a company at Viacom writ large, or what are the implications for any particular brand we might have? And so I'm constantly thinking about that. And then when you have an idea, my approach is that for any person in any business, the most important thing is to surround yourself with extraordinarily smart people. And so what I do is after I have an idea and I kind of work it through in my head, I then go share it with this array of smart people that I have, to have them really push against it, like push back on it, see if they can break it, see if they can find some fatal flaws in it, really inspire people to push against the idea. And then refine it based on that. Right, so if they're really smart, they'll think of something you hadn't thought of. They'll contribute something. I always say one of the things I've loved about working for really talented people is they can always add something to whatever I've come up with. And then from that point, then I think, depending on what organization I'm in, because I've had lots of different roles in different organizations, then I think, okay, now I've pressure tested my idea. I have to sell it in. I need to get buy-in in the organization. And so I then put, in the role of my talent management job, you put the hat on that says, I understand the culture of my organization. And so how do I sell in this concept given the culture of the organization? I know XYZ is going to have this set of issues, let me have those issues addressed. I know PDQ is going to process it through this lens, so how do I present it in the most favorable way in that lens? I know that the business is trying to address this issue, does this concept address that issue? And so sell it in throughout the organization in that way, and kind of get the green light, put a team together, and chase it. So it's fun when you get to do it.
And ideas must also be thrown at you in lots of ways. So what kind of a suggestion box do you have?
So ideas come at us all the time, and we really work hard to inspire people to come up with ideas all the time. In part, and I always say, people, you should constantly challenge us as leadership of the company. You should be giving us ideas that make us uncomfortable, right? That's success. When you give us ideas that we go, ooh, we hadn't thought about that. Ooh, maybe it does, push towards the edge of the boundaries, right? But that's what we should be seeing from our people. So what we typically do when people come up with ideas is we'll try to very positively assess them, right? Not every idea is an awesome idea. We try to very positively assess them. And then if we think they have merit, we'll resource them so they can get explored further, they can get developed out a little bit. And then when those ideas come to fruition, we really spend a lot of time celebrating them, because we want to signal to the organization that we support people generating ideas, getting those ideas in front of the right people, and then the organization will ultimately support those ideas. And the kicker, I think, is how you respond to people when they present those ideas. If you say, well, people have thought about this before, or this isn't your job, or you say, you're out of your lane, you'll shut it down, and you don't ever want to shut it down. And so we really try to be very open-minded when people bring us ideas. And it's created tremendous success across the company. The story I love to tell is reality television was created by MTV 1,000 years ago. And as opposed to it being geniuses sitting in the room thinking about the future of television, which is the way everybody would love to believe every good idea comes about, it was born with the fact that MTV was going through a programming strategy transition. And they said, well, we can't rely on music videos anymore. We need to go and kind of create content with narrative arcs. And they said, well, we have a big idea. We'll create soap operas for teenagers, right? That sounds intuitive, sounds entirely logical. So they said, great, we're going to create soap operas for teenagers. But they'd never made soap operas before. They went out and talked to the producers who made soap operas, and they discovered it was way too expensive. The budgets MTV couldn't support creating soap operas. So they're like, oh, this strategy has failed. We'll never be able to do it. And so they go back to their offices and they're sitting around and they're like, yeah, it's way too expensive because you have these writers and you have this and you have this, that. And somebody's like, well, what if we did it without writers? And what if we did it without this? And what if we did it without that? What if we just got teenagers in a room and let them do stuff and put a camera on them? And that's how reality TV was created. And I think it's that idea that it's not this beautiful process where you create a lab and you get people in the room and they ideate and that's how you get there. But it will be born of failure, it'll be born of frustration, it'll be born of paths pursued that don't come to fruition. And all those little pieces are then the inputs of these kind of great business outcomes that you get.
You've mentioned quite a bit implicitly about mentoring and encouraging folks. And I'd like to turn that on its head and ask you who was the best mentor or advisor that you ever had? What did you learn? What made them the best?
So my single best mentor and advisor is Ken Chenault, Chairman and CEO of American Express. And I think, and I think in the context of entrepreneurship, regardless of how talented you are, that if you're very talented and you're presented with extraordinary opportunities, either you've made a great product or you've created a great company, you have a great idea, whatever that may be, that there are a suite of extraordinarily complicated other things that are going to be important, right? You may have created a great product, but now you have to create a great company, right? And maybe you're a great product developer, but you're not a great CEO, you're not a great manager, not a great leader. Maybe you are a great CEO, manager, leader, but maybe you don't know the capital markets, right? And so you need somebody to help you understand that. Maybe you've created a great company, and now you have to bring on equity partners, right? And you're not a subject matter expert on capital structures and equity rounds. The reality is almost everything in life from a business perspective, outside of product creation, development, all of the underlying parts of business, they've been around for 1,000 years, and people who are subject matter experts who have tremendous experience with respect to all of those nuances and intricacies, boards and how you manage boards and how you create companies and how you capitalize companies and how you think about career paths are extraordinarily valuable. So Ken Chenault at American Express has been an extraordinary resource to me because throughout my career, as I've been presented with opportunities and I've had to think about them and assess them and determine whether I should pursue them and how I should pursue them and how I should manage them, he's been able to give me extraordinary counsel born of his tremendous experience, both in managing his own career, but also obviously managing the careers of the tens of thousands of employees at American Express, that he's been able to give me extraordinary counsel that served me amazingly well in my professional journey. And it's a role that I take, because I assign so much value to it, I try to play a similar role for other people. And I encourage everybody to really understand that, that in success, having a suite of advisors who can provide you counsel in the areas that are outside of your lane of expertise is an extraordinarily valuable asset. And a really great mentor is an amazing asset, and Ken's been an amazing mentor for me.
So you're talking about personal networks and all the connections that one makes over the course of their different experiences, both at work and at school and otherwise. So we have a lot of viewers of this course who may not have had access to a prominent educational institution up front, or may just be starting off their careers. What sorts of things should they be thinking about to try to grow this suite of connections who will ultimately be able to help them with resources as they're pursuing anything entrepreneurial? And when I say resources, I'm not just talking about advice, I'm talking about funding, I'm talking about endorsements, capital, et cetera.
Right. I think it's very important for people to try whatever space they're in, to determine what are the value-added networks and network opportunities in that space. I was in a meeting the other day with two entrepreneurs who had come together to create a business, and they were pitching this business and the services of this business to us here at Viacom. And they shared that they met through their membership in YPO in their predecessor companies, right? And so what I think for all business people is to think about, given the space in which you operate, what are the organizations of value that you can join that can be additive to your overall goals. And I think you don't have to start off with YPO, right? It stands for Young Presidents, right? But so maybe you're not a president. But I think in every space there are organizations that will allow you to tap into networks. And I think as long as you do it in a deliberate, thoughtful way, that those networks the first thing that I think everybody should aspire to is knowledge, right? I think that's the resource that I think creates access to all the other resources. And so I encourage everybody to think about the spaces in which they work. So, if you're in the tech space, what's the suite of networks there? If you're in the media space, we have a bunch of organizations in the media space. And I think, again, as a person who loved his experience and his education from the Wharton School, I think if your school has the potential to be an extraordinary network and an extraordinary resource, I think you should not over leverage it. I think you have to be with all of these networks, that you have to be thoughtful and deliberate about how you engage. I don't think you should overextend, but I think those networks become entry points, and they then it's less about YPO or CUP as an organization in New York, or I'm the Executive Leadership Council, or being on the board of your school. It's less about it linearly lining up with this thing that you want, but that in a much more non-linear way, that it can create a path to resources and connections that can be helpful overall.
Are there other things that you want to share with us about being entrepreneurial, both as an individual or as a member of a large company?
Great. I would say being entrepreneurial as an individual, that you really have to truly understand yourself. And I think this is true with respect to any job, that being an entrepreneur requires, or the people who are best suited to it have certain attributes, and that people should assess whether or not they in fact have those attributes. You should have a very high tolerance for risk. Somebody was talking about an investor the other day, was being asked as the market was imploding, what is your recommendation? And his response was, well, the old Wall Street adage, sell until you can sleep, right? And I think it's important for people when they say they aspire to be an entrepreneur is to understand, do you actually have the tolerance for risk that you can actually live in a business where maybe your next paycheck isn't certain, maybe maybe the structure in which you work in is uncertain. So I think that's one key thing for people. I think the other thing is you have to be passionate about change. You have to really, really be excited about the idea of change, and true entrepreneurship to me is less about the aspirational economic outcome and much more about the aspiration to create value. And in creating value, there'll be these attendant economic benefits. But if there's real passion for creating value in new and original ways, I think that's another kind of condition precedent to being an entrepreneur. And somebody who's really, really comfortable embracing change. Because in general, that's where opportunities come from. I always say, I was an investment banker, and I decided I wanted to become an entrepreneur, and I took this job working for the most successful African-American entrepreneur in the world, this guy Bob Johnson, who founded BET, was the first black billionaire, blah, blah, blah. And so I took the job, and I realized, like in 2 weeks into the job, that something that seemed so obvious, but that in part being an entrepreneur is like doing the deal when the numbers don't work. And I know that sounds silly, but the punchline is if you only ever did the deal when the numbers worked, all these big giant companies have hired all of these super smart kids to run the numbers, and they're looking at every deal that ever came up. And so if it was just about running the numbers, then all these big companies would always have these best innovations. But instead, it's these entrepreneurs who could look at the numbers differently, who could see things that people couldn't see, who have visions that these that typically others don't have that can create this outsized value. So if you're that person, I say have at it and do wonderful things.
Scott, it's been so great to talk with you today. I wish you all success in all of your entrepreneurial activities, both individually and on behalf of Viacom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laurie.
Entrepreneurship is always a bit scary because taking advantage of opportunities involves embracing uncertainty. So the most common question I get asked is whether or not a startup will succeed. If I'm going to have to take a leap of faith, how do I know that I'm going to be successful or not? And how do I make sure that I'm doing the right kind of thing by engaging in entrepreneurship? And unfortunately, there's not an easy answer to this because entrepreneurship drives from uncertainty. It gets its power from the fact that you are taking advantage of an opportunity that other people have not seen or haven't taken advantage of, right? You're starting with an innovation, an idea, or a market need that other people haven't spotted or that's currently unsatisfied, and your goal is to fill that need. But because that need's unsatisfied, you can't know the answer in advance. And if the opportunity was obvious or risk-free, somebody else would have done it already. So that means that taking advantage of entrepreneurial opportunity is inherently about taking advantage of uncertainty and embracing uncertainty yourself. That doesn't mean, however, that there's nothing you can do, that this is just a coin flip, because there are a number of things you can do to reduce uncertainty in your entrepreneurial venture. The first and most important thing you can do is plan. So strategy is all about dealing with uncertainty, about embracing uncertainty and figuring out how to reduce it by planning in advance and lowering your risks. If you think about uncertainty, there's actually three kinds of categories of uncertainty. We start off with things that we actually know, facts, information that is already certain to us. And this category of information is the lowest risk, right? If we know that our product's going to be accepted, we know that we're going to get that bank loan, we know that customers are going to buy our thing, that's the highest quality level of knowledge that we can have. Slightly worse is uncertainty. Uncertainties are categories that we know it's something we're going to encounter, we don't know how to play out, right? Will we raise funding? We know we need to get funding from somebody, we don't know from whom. Will everyone who's joined our company stay at their job in the long term? So those are uncertainties. And then we finally have the most uncertain category, which is unknown risks. These are things that could happen out of nowhere. The market changes. A new technology is invented that invalidates all previous technologies. Political turmoil changes the government of a country you're working with. A sickness forces one of your co-founders to resign. These are these risks that happen in every case. So when you think about planning, it's about trying to reduce uncertainty by moving things that were uncertainties into known facts and moving risks into uncertainty so we at least know that these are possibilities we can plan for. The problem with entrepreneurship is you have a lot more uncertainty than in conventional planning. So that column of conventional planning tells you when you're launching a new product or service in an existing business or organization, you have a lot of known knowns, a lot of facts. You know about your past performance when you launched ventures before. You know about what competitors do. You know, you can read analyst reports telling you about how a business or market segment's operating. There's still some uncertainties. You don't know exactly how customers are going to respond. You don't know exactly how competitors are going to react to your market entry, but you have some idea of at least that these are things you have to be concerned about. And as far as unknown risks, hopefully outside of the giant systemic risk everyone has to deal with, there aren't that many unknown risks. In entrepreneurial strategy, however, you know very little. You haven't built your product. So how do you know whether people react? You have no past performance to draw from. So there's a huge range of uncertainties. You know you need to find customers. You don't know what they're going to look like. You know you're going to have to give a pitch, but you don't know how that's going to be received. You know that you're going to have to raise funding, but you don't know from whom. You know that there's going to be competition, but you don't necessarily know how people are going to react. So there's a lot of uncertainties, and there's even more risks because you don't know a lot about the future. You don't know what the market's going to look like. You don't know what kind of customer problems you're going to encounter, what legal problems. There's whole categories of unknown risks that you're facing. So we can't eliminate all of these risks and uncertainties, but we can, by planning, identify risks and move them to uncertainties that we manage. We can get information about uncertainties like whether customers will accept your product and turn them into facts. So we can increase our level of certainty and decrease our level of uncertainty through planning. And that's not necessarily a bad thing because startups need to learn as they go. You need to structure your startup to learn. And this is based on some research that I've done surveying Wharton founded companies. And what you see in this chart is the survival curve for Wharton startups. On the bottom is years. On the top, on the left axis is the percent of companies remaining after a certain number of years. And there's two lines. There's a red line and a blue line. That red line are companies that change direction radically from their initial idea. The blue line are companies that did not change direction radically. What you could see, I think, is very interesting, which is that the companies that change direction a lot, which is usually a sign of problems in a larger, more established company, actually had the same or better survival rate than companies that knew what they were doing initially and executed on their initial idea. So what you need to do in a startup is think about how you learn as you go, how you adapt your strategy as you deal with these uncertainties about your future. And if you do that successfully, as you can see the chart, you actually will succeed very well. So the idea that you have to change direction, that you have to pivot and adapt your approach is actually part of what makes startups interesting and more successful than more established organizations much of the time. Now, how you do this is sort of an open question in academia. There's a lot of techniques out there for planning startups, and all of them try and embrace the idea of uncertainty and try and, by having you test your ideas early and often and update your assumptions frequently, let you take into account the fact that you're learning as you go. And you can use any of these techniques using the data and tools that we're giving you in this class, right? So we're not going to privilege one approach over another and say you have to use one method or another method. These tools are applicable to many ways of doing planning. So one method you may have heard of is the lean startup method. So lean startups, there's a book about it, there's quality circles, it's become a big issue in the press. We don't actually have any academic evidence that lean is better than other approaches to launching a startup company, but it's one method that takes into account uncertainties and has you think in advance about your assumptions, which is something we'll talk about later in the class, and plan around it. Another approach is the business model canvas. Again, there's not a lot of academic evidence validating this as better than any other way of planning your startup, but it takes into account the idea that you're trying to think about all the assumptions and all the parts of your business and how they fit together. In this class, we'll actually cover discovery-driven planning, which is one set of approaches that you can use that are applicable to other angles like lean for how you can plan in the face of uncertainty. So we will give you some tools to do that. But the point is to realize that there isn't one set of ideas or one set of approaches that is academically proven to be the best set of ways of planning with uncertainty. So whether you use lean startups, discovery-driven planning, your own technique, you have to take uncertainties and learning into account, and we'll show you how to do that as this class progresses.
This session is called Push, Pull, and the Sources of Innovation. Now, why are we talking about innovation? To explain that, we really have to look at where advantage comes from for new companies. Ultimately, if you don't have advantage, you're not going to be able to earn profits as an entrepreneur. So let's talk about where advantage comes from. First, just for completeness, is illegal or regulated monopoly. If you have a monopoly, that's the best form of advantage. There are a few enterprises that have monopolies. For instance, in China, CCTV, the national broadcasting company, does have a monopoly on media in China. And so that's great. If you have that kind of monopoly, that gives you advantage. I put it in parentheses here because for most of you, it's totally irrelevant, but I do want to just put it there for completeness. The other source of advantage that some companies have is called scale, meaning you make more of something than anyone else. And as a result, because of scale economies, your costs are lower than anyone else. That can also give you advantage. Scale is rarely an advantage for a new business, so it's rarely relevant to entrepreneurs. Fortunately, there's a third category of advantage, which is doing something that's valuable, better, and different. You might have a differentiated product or service, or have some rare capability like cost efficiency, safety, software engineering prowess, some other kind of rare capability. For most entrepreneurs, you have to do something valuable, better, and different in order to get advantage. And so this third category of advantage is the primary focus for the entrepreneur. I define innovation as a new match between a solution and a need. And so in this graphic, I represent the needs as these targets and the solutions as these arrows. Innovation is creating a new match between solution and need. In order to create value in innovation, three conditions have to hold. First, the need has to be real, meaning that enough people have a deep enough need that solving that problem has economic value. So first, the need has to be a real need. Second, your solution actually has to meet the need. It has to address the challenge, make the pain go away for the customer. And a third condition is that the customer has to be willing to pay you more for the solution than it costs you to deliver it. And if you as the entrepreneur can achieve all three of these conditions, then you can typically create value through innovation. Now, there are two different ways to find a match between solution and need. The first is a pull. In a pull, we start with the need. So we start with the target. And we basically ask the question, how can I solve this particular problem? And then as an entrepreneur, I go searching alternative solutions, maybe 10 or more solutions, and I select that solution which best meets the need at an attractive cost. That's called a pull. Start with the need, explore lots of solutions, pick the solution that best meets the need at an attractive cost. In fact, this is the textbook model of innovation. In fact, this is my textbook. I teach this in my product design class. Start with the need, understand the user needs, generate alternative solution concepts, select the solution that best meets the need at an attractive cost. Mostly, this is the way we will also proceed in this course. Let me give you an example of the pull. This is Tony Fadell. Tony Fadell was a longtime employee of Apple Computer. He worked for Steve Jobs, and he created several generations of iPods and iPhones and iPads at Apple. At some point a few years ago, he retired from Apple, and he proceeded to build his dream home. When he got near the completion of this new house, he went shopping for a thermostat. And he went into the home improvement stores, looked at the existing thermostats and said, you know, I just can't bring myself to put one of those ugly beige boxes on the wall of my new house. All the existing thermostats in the market are ugly, they're hard to program, and they're hard to use. So I'm going to start a thermostat company. That thermostat company became Nest Labs, which was recently acquired by Google for $3.2 billion. This is a classic example of a pull. Fadell had a problem. He had the problem himself, which was that existing thermostats were ugly, hard to program, and hard to use. And then he went and created a new solution, the Nest Labs thermostat, to address that problem. That's an example of a pull. One of my former students started a company called Stringer. Her name is Lindsay Stewart, and she had been a producer in the television news business. And one of the biggest problems she faced in news was in sourcing high-quality video of breaking news. So for instance, if there were a fire downtown, she really wanted some video footage of the fire to put on the evening news on television. And so she would have to contract with a videographer to go get that footage and to acquire it and then to put it into production. That process was time-consuming, expensive, and uncertain. And so Lindsay recognized this problem and thought there must be a better way. She created the app called Stringer. And the way the app works is a news producer can enter the desire for a particular piece of video footage on a web-based interface. And members of the community, freelance videographers, can look at the request for footage and can go out and capture that footage and submit it using their mobile phone. And they're automatically paid about $80 US for that video footage. Stringer has proved to be a great solution to a problem that Lindsay herself had experienced while being a news producer. This is another example of a pull. It started with the need, and Lindsay went and figured out a solution that would address that need. But the pull is just one way to innovate. It starts with the need and then goes and tries to find a solution. The innovator can also push. The innovator can start with a solution and ask the question, what can I do with this? There must be some need out there that my solution would address. Let me give you an example of a push. The inventor Dean Kamen created a self-balancing wheelchair, shown here in this photograph meeting with Bill Clinton. The key idea behind the self-balancing wheelchair, called the iBot, was that it could stand up on two wheels, which would allow the user to be at eye level with people who were standing up. This product is called the iBot. It was sold by Johnson & Johnson as a medical device. But once developed, Kamen asked the question, wow, we have this amazing technology to balance a wheelchair on two wheels. I wonder if we could find any other application for that. And several of the engineers on the development team said, you know what? I bet you could create a platform that you could stand on, and you could use this self-balancing wheelchair technology to create a personal transportation device for anyone, whether or not they were disabled. That insight gave rise to the Segway. That was the origin of the Segway personal transporter. Shown here is one of the key applications that the Segway team eventually found. They found that police officers could use the Segway to get around in environments in which space was constrained, where they wanted to be able to move slowly, and where they wanted a high degree of maneuverability. So shown here is a police officer on a Segway. The problem was that once Segway proved that police officers wanted a mobility device, a low-speed mobility device like the Segway, others could think about alternative solution concepts. So in fact, once the security market and the police market was proven and established, competitors entered with alternative solutions. Shown here is a three-wheeled product from the company T3 Motion. Now, a three-wheeled personal transporter is much less complex and much simpler than a device that balances on two wheels. And so T3 was able to sell this product at lower prices and with greater performance than the Segway. So if we go back to the three questions that have to be answered in order for value to be created, the Segway identified a real need for police officers to get around. In fact, the Segway met that need, so it satisfied criterion 2 as well. But what they found was that they struggled with criterion 3. Is the customer willing to pay more for the solution than it costs to deliver it? One of the key problems is that they didn't adequately consider what the alternative solution concepts could be that could address that same need. Eventually, Segway, in fact, introduced its own three-wheel version of its scooter, shown here. Again, the three-wheel configuration is a lower cost, higher performing solution that addresses that same need for police officers to get around. The risk with the push approach to innovation is that you fail to consider all of the possible solutions to the need that you've identified. The innovator who pushes starts with an existing solution and often only considers whether or not their solution will meet the need of the target market. That turns out to be a necessary but not sufficient condition. The innovator also has to consider, what would a rival do? What would a rival do who took a pull approach, who started with the problem and tried to identify many different solution concepts and picked the best one? And so if you engage in the push approach to innovation, a very important discipline is to say, how would a competitor approach this problem taking the pull approach? If a competitor were starting from scratch and addressing the problem of mobility for police officers, what solution might they come up with? That logic would probably lead you to conclude that a three-wheeled solution is superior, gives better performance at a lower price, and would suggest that you should probably pursue the three-wheeled solution rather than taking your existing two-wheeled approach and applying it to the target market. I've talked about two approaches to a new match between solution and need. One is a pull, where we start with the need and then create a solution in response to the need. The other is a push, where we start with the solution and go look for a need that it can address. But there's another flavor of push that I just want to describe for completeness. An example would be the Wright brothers and heavier than air flight. When the Wright brothers achieved the first flight at Kitty Hawk in 1903, they didn't have a particular customer in mind. There were no customers clamoring to fly around in heavier than air aircraft. They had a passion for flight. There was broad consensus among everyone really who thought about it that it would be an amazing thing if humans could fly like birds, but there was no specific market for it. So to that extent, flight was pushed onto the market. It was pushed by enthusiasts who had a dream of flying without any particular market need in mind. Now, what happens is that once that artifact, once that approach shows some promise, people start to imagine commercial applications, and a whole industry may develop around the technology. But initially, the solution is pushed onto the world without any particular application in mind. So just for completeness, I want to suggest that that's another approach to innovation. It's another flavor of push. It's going to not be terribly relevant to most of you. Very few of you will be going and inventing entirely new categories of technology. But I do want to recognize it as another way that innovation happens in society.
Hi, I'm Karthik, and I'm going to talk about how customers can help us identify opportunities worth pursuing. Now, recollect that the odds of success for most ventures is quite low. Venture funds explicitly account for this by maintaining portfolios. But how do you as an entrepreneur deal with this high level of uncertainty? Well, there are two things that one can do. First, you can simultaneously explore and nurture multiple alternatives. Second, you can test these ideas with multiple potential customers to identify the truly exceptional opportunities and then invest in those opportunities and build out those specific products or services. In this session, I will discuss how you can achieve both these goals, that is, generating multiple ideas, and second, testing these ideas with customers in one shot. That's essentially the idea of using customers as sources of opportunities. This session is particularly relevant for corporate entrepreneurship, wherein a firm has an existing base of customers that it can leverage to identify new product opportunities. But when approached creatively, startup entrepreneurs can also use prospective customers to source ideas and opportunities in a very similar manner. Now, I'll use a case study of Threadless to illustrate this concept of using customers to source opportunities or ideas worth pursuing. So Threadless is a website for crowdsourced t-shirt designs and also designs of other apparel. Threadless was an early innovator in this space, and the company was founded in 2000 by a designer named Jake Nickel. Now, Jake participated in an online t-shirt design challenge, which he won. And when he won that challenge, he got an award, but he did not receive a print of his design. That got him thinking, what if he created a weekly design contest where the winning designs were actually printed and sold to people? So this led him to launch the website, and he had these weekly contests. Designers from all over the world came and contributed their designs, and his team announced winners each week and also printed these designs and sold them on the website. Winners received cash and also royalties on the sales that were generated on Threadless.com. Now, what's interesting about Threadless is the unparalleled volume and diversity of designs that were generated on the website. Every week, close to 1,000 different designs are submitted, and the company selects roughly around 10 for printing. Over time, this has resulted in about 500,000 unique designs being submitted to the company by roughly around 300,000 contributors. And the firm has printed somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 designs over this period of time. Now, this is really interesting to note because while they have gone through a great number of designs and printed a large number of them, Threadless does not have a single designer on its staff. And not only do you get a large volume of designs, you get a great diversity of designs. 70% of the designs on Threadless come from outside the US, including from South Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe, South America, and Australia. And the people who contribute these designs range from 14-year-old kids to people who are retirees around 65 years old. And so you get this great volume and diversity of designs on Threadless, and Threadless has been able to pursue this model, as I said, without a single designer. So Threadless is particularly instructive for us, even though Threadless is not really pursuing this idea of crowdsourcing to come up with startup ideas. It is nonetheless useful for us as entrepreneurs because apparel design, like startup creation, is inherently risky and unpredictable. Most designs for apparel, especially for unique apparel, actually fail. And Threadless is able to address that by trying to maximize the number of designs they get and using customers to select the best designs and then minimize their risks in the process. So while Threadless doesn't exactly represent a case where customers help generate entrepreneurial opportunities, it nonetheless highlights a process which is fraught with uncertainty about customer demand and how we can transform that when you use customers to both generate the idea and also select the ideas that are worth pursuing. And in fact, the fundamental idea of crowdsourcing has been used in a number of other contexts where customers have been used to generate ideas for new products and new opportunities. For example, Dell has a website called IdeaStorm, where Dell customers can post suggestions on new products as well as service improvements that they would like to see on Dell. And over time, Dell has been able to obtain a little under 25,000 different ideas on this website, and several product innovations have been implemented based on ideas submitted by community members. For example, Dell launched backlit keyboards based on the popularity of that suggestion on Dell's website. Another such example is My Starbucks Idea, which is a website launched by Starbucks to allow customers to suggest new services and new products that Starbucks could launch. On this website, Starbucks has received over 200,000 different ideas and has implemented a number of them, including launching new products such as their Flat White, which is essentially an espresso with steamed milk. And this was a product that was available to people in Australia and New Zealand, and that was suggested to Starbucks by some loyal customers. In addition to launching the Flat White, there's a number of other products like the reintroduction of the Mocha Coconut Frappuccino was again based on ideas suggested on My Starbucks Idea. Now, crowdsourcing is not only a great source of a large number of diverse ideas, it can also be a very useful tool for opportunity selection as well. Votes on a crowdsourcing platform can be a great proxy for demand, and a company can observe how many upvotes a certain idea is obtained to get a sense for how popular that product idea might be among consumers. This is particularly beneficial given the uncertainty during the early phase of opportunity selection. For example, on Threadless, the company selects the top 5% of ideas in terms of votes, and these are considered by the management, and the management then selects some very specific designs from among these top 5% and then rolls them out. Notice here that Threadless does not launch the top 5 or top 10 designs. They just take the top 5% and then use managerial judgment to figure out which ones to select. And this is important because voting is costless, but purchases are not. And so voting might not perfectly reflect purchase intent. For example, there are certain designs that I think are cool. I might vote for them, but I might think that they are perhaps not appropriate for me to wear on my t-shirt. And so there might be certain mismatch between votes and purchase intent. Similarly, it's possible that the voting population might not exactly reflect the preferences of your actual customers. Because, for example, on Threadless, most of the voters are going to be those who are passionate about design, perhaps designers themselves, whereas your average buyer is not a designer. And so there might be differences in preferences, so one has to account for that. Nonetheless, you get valuable data through these votes that can help you select the right product ideas that are most valuable to customers, and paired with managerial judgment, these votes can be highly useful in addressing the uncertainty around what's going to stick with customers. Now, of course, while I say that crowdsourcing is a powerful tool from both a supply and demand standpoint, meaning that from a supply standpoint, it helps generate a lot of ideas, which can be very useful early on. And from a demand standpoint, they help us figure out which ideas are actually addressing a pain point for customers and therefore help us select the right idea. Now, while it's useful on both supply and demand dimensions, for crowdsourcing to work, customers need to have a clear incentive to participate in the process and provide their best ideas to the company. And so it's important to think through what's the right incentive. And there are many incentives that are relevant here. I'll mention three of the most important. The first incentive is a monetary incentive. So for example, on Threadless, the winners get lump sum payments. There are revenue sharing arrangements as well. And so therefore, I might submit designs, my best designs, to Threadless because I feel I have a chance to win. Another reason to participate might be because you want to encourage a company to solve your own problems. So if you look at Dell IdeaStorm or My Starbucks Idea, I post suggestions on these websites because if the company implements those suggestions, it solves a personal problem for me. It helps me get the Dell I want, or it helps me get the Starbucks experience or the Starbucks product I want at the store. Finally, another important reason might be that I participate in such a website for skill development. So on Threadless, some designers might submit designs even if they think that their chance of winning is low, because it helps them practice and develop their skills. It helps them get feedback from the community, all of which is important and useful from a skill development standpoint. So putting all this together, looking at Threadless, IdeaStorm, and other such websites, here are some best practices that companies might implement when trying to get customers to share their best ideas with firms. First, one has to think carefully about incentives. Think about whether monetary incentives are relevant, and if so, what's the right structure? Is it a fixed payment? Is it revenue sharing? Or things of that nature. Second, it's important to provide value to even those participants who do not win, so that they have a reason to come back. So for example, that value might be from feedback that the community provides to the participants. So on Threadless, I submit designs, people comment on them, and that's valuable to me as a designer. And finally, it's useful to encourage a sense of community, for example, by providing a forum for people to interact. And if you get that kind of a forum, then one might be more willing to participate even if there's no monetary incentive. Now, despite all these incentives, I will mention or share that there are environments in which it might be hard to convince customers to give us their best ideas, even though we have certain incentives in place. In these kinds of environments, one has to think about other ways of getting feedback from customers to get information on what they're thinking about, even if they're not willing to directly share it with the firm. For example, people might leave behind product reviews, or they might share their opinions on social media posts on Facebook or on Twitter. And how might we extract that to figure out what are customer pain points and what are problems worth solving? A good case study in here is a company called CNA Marketing, which is in the consumer product space. This company was founded in 2003 and today has 11 different brands and has a product portfolio of about 50,000 different products. And they've had a lot of success in this space, primarily because they figure out which product to build based on feedback from customers. But they don't have that direct contact with customers because they don't have a direct customer base with whom they have a relationship that they can go back to. Instead, the company mines product reviews on Amazon to figure out what's a worthwhile new product to develop. For example, they might look at wireless or Bluetooth speakers, and they might look at reviews for these products. And one reviewer might say, hey, I love this Bluetooth speaker. I took it to the shower with me, but it stopped working because it turned out it's very sensitive to water. Another reviewer might say, good speaker, but it would be great if it was waterproof as well. And so you might notice a pattern that people like a wireless speaker, but they would love the feature of waterproofness in there. And so that might lead CNA to develop a product which is very similar in other dimensions, such as size or performance or wireless capabilities as an existing speaker, but they might add new product features such as it being waterproof, and that allows that product to be developed without a whole lot of research because the customers ideated their product. And furthermore, the chances this product will be successful will be high because customers actually helped ideate that. And this has led the company to roll out, they have a line of products called Jumble, which are essentially consumer products that they retail on Amazon, primarily because they're based on reviews from Amazon. They have another product line called Ivation, which is essentially the products that are highly successful in the Jumble product line. And these are redesigned, made as little more higher-end, upscaled versions that are then sold sometimes on Amazon, but at other times in traditional retail stores. So here's an example of a company that has a huge product portfolio, 50,000 products, and rather than coming up with the ideas on their own, they research the digital traces that customers leave behind in the form of reviews and social media posts, and they identify product opportunities from there. And not only do they get good product ideas, and they get a lot of product ideas, but most of these succeed because the customers have helped them select these ideas. So in summary, customers can be a great source of ideas for companies. They can help them identify new products, or they can help us identify new features for existing products. And of course, in order for this to work at scale, you need a large community of customers who will share that kind of feedback. And therefore, this idea is most powerful for corporate entrepreneurship, where you have an existing base of customers. Having said that, I think startups and entrepreneurs, early stage entrepreneurs, can also leverage this idea by reaching out to prospective customers at a lower scale. And furthermore, they can also look for indirect feedback in the form of reviews and social media posts, which are nonetheless going to be very useful. I suspect that the idea of crowdsourcing in order to identify new opportunities worth pursuing is perhaps going to be effective for very practical but sometimes somewhat incremental product improvements rather than completely innovative ideas that break the mold that nobody's thought about. Because if you want an idea which nobody's thought about, it's unlikely that there's a lot of customers who are posting comments about it and who are asking for it. Nonetheless, getting customers to help you ideate, getting customers to help you select can both speed the process of idea generation and also speed the process of finding product market fit and finding customer validation. And therefore, it's a very powerful tool to keep in an entrepreneur's arsenal during the early stage of opportunity selection.
Almost 20 years ago, I started my first business. We created the Zooter scooter, and the Zooter was a real hit. In fact, it was adopted by celebrities, like shown here is comedian Tommy Chong riding our product. In fact, the product was so successful, it was one of just 3 products that Steve Jobs kept in his office at Pixar Animation Studios. I remember thinking, wow, business is easy. Let me tell you about my second product. My second venture created the Veloci electric motorbike. The Veloci was a critical success, which is really a euphemism for commercial failure. And in fact, we failed to reach break even, and this company flamed out and died. And in fact, it was these 2 experiences that led me to ask the question, what explains success in entrepreneurship? And more specifically, what role does the idea itself play in success? Now, if you think about it, on the one hand, how can the idea itself not matter? It must be important. Sabir Bhatia was the founder of Hotmail, the first web-based free email service. And Sabir was so convinced that the idea itself for Hotmail was critically important that he actually wrote 2 business plans. The first plan was a decoy, which he would use to get meetings with venture capitalists. And when and if he trusted the venture capitalists, he would stop mid-meeting and say, wait a second, let me tell you about the real idea. Now, that behavior can only be explained by a belief that the idea itself is so critically valuable that you have to be really careful about revealing it to others. On the other hand, let me give you a counterexample. Tony Fadell and Matt Rogers founded Nest Labs, and they attracted more than $60 million in venture capital to pursue a better thermostat, which you wouldn't think of as in itself a genius idea. But that level of enthusiasm must have been explained in part, at least, by the fact that Fadell and Rogers had led 18 generations of iPod and iPhone development at Apple. And in fact, if you ask any venture capitalist what the three most important factors are in entrepreneurship, they'll tell you the team, and the team. So really we have here two competing perspectives. One is that the idea itself is super important. And the other is that if you have the right team, you can make almost any idea into something really successful. Now, to help make sense of this dichotomy, I've developed a simple framework to help you think about that. I call it the V-Day model. And you can see here, V-Day refers to the three key variables, V, I, D, and E. And the model basically says that value V is a function of the idea I, what you do to develop the idea D, and the exogenous factors E. Now let me give you an analogy to help make clear what I mean by this model. Let's imagine that you're trying to make money mining for gold. In that analogy, value is the money you make from the mine. I, the idea, is like the location of the mine. If there's no ore in the ground, you're not going to be able to make any money mining for gold. D is your efficiency and effectiveness at extracting the ore from the ground and turning it into gold bullion. And E is the price of gold. It's a factor that's outside your control, but that really has a very big influence on whether you make any money. So the analogy here is that the location of the mine is like the idea. Your effectiveness at mining the ore is like your effectiveness in developing the idea. And the exogenous factors are like the price of gold, factors that are outside your control that can determine your success. Now, of course, all three factors matter. A good idea is important. Your ability to develop that idea is important. And what happens to the factors outside your control are also important. So the real question is, how important, relatively speaking, is the idea in determining success? Now, what you'd really want to have to answer that question is you'd like to have a very large sample of new ventures. You'd like to look at the outcomes of those new ventures. And then you'd like to go back in time and look at the raw idea that the entrepreneur began with. And you'd like to understand how much of the variance in outcomes is explained by variance in the quality of the raw ideas. In statistical terms, this is equivalent to asking how much of the variance in the outcomes, if you think about all the variability that would be expressed in the outcomes of these new ventures, how much of that variance is explained by the variance in the quality of the raw ideas those entrepreneurs started with? Now, that question is really impossible to ask in a statistically rigorous way across all new ventures. But I did some research that looked at a very narrow domain in which we could get some data and actually start to understand the explanatory power of the raw idea. And I'd like to just take a few minutes and tell you about that study. My collaborator, Laura Cornish, and I studied over 100 products that were created by the crowdsourcing web platform Quirky.com. Quirky developed products such as these: an articulated power strip, a cable management system, a divided water bottle, and yes, a tofu press. These are examples of 4 products that Quirky developed. So the question we ask is, if we look back at the ideas as they were originally expressed, how much of the variance in outcomes for these commercial products could be explained by looking back at the variance in the quality of the raw idea as originally expressed? Well, how do we actually measure the quality of the raw idea? What we did was to take a large sample of consumers, show them a concept description of the original idea, and use a simple purchase intent survey, which asks them to select one of 5 options from I would definitely not buy to I would definitely would buy. This is called a 5-box purchase intent survey, and it's one of the standard techniques in market research for assessing the quality of an idea and the eventual sales of a new product. What we found was quite interesting. The first thing that we found was that experts are actually not so good at predicting success. We found that 4 random consumers, just randomly selected consumers, actually provide a better estimate of idea quality than 7 experts. That is, consumers themselves are the best single indicator of the quality of an idea and is the best single predictor of whether the product will sell or not. And that in fact, 4 consumers provide a better estimate than even a larger number of experts, than even 7 experts. If you're interested in the details of that study, I've provided the citation to the original paper here, and you can look at the details. Let me show you how the ideas were originally expressed. This is idea 133, the tofu press. And it basically shows a little picture and says that when you're trying to cook tofu, wouldn't it be great if you could squeeze the water out of the tofu? And wouldn't it be useful to have a tofu press to be able to do that? So what we did is we took ideas expressed this way, we showed them to consumers, we asked them to indicate on that 5-box scale how likely they would be to purchase a product if it were developed around that idea. We did that for more than 100 of the products that were developed by Quirky, and then we did some statistical analysis of how well the consumer purchase intent predicts the eventual sales rate. I won't go through all the statistical details with you, but I will say that the model explains about 6% of the variance in the sales rate. And that is, if you look at the variance in purchase intent for all those different product ideas, that explains about 6% of the variance that you see in the sales rate. Now, as a technical note, let me just say that we actually take the log of the sales rate. And we have to do that because the sales rates vary from a few thousand units per year to over 10 million units per year for the most successful products. If you take the log of the sales rate and you use that in the statistical model, then the raw purchase intent, that is the purchase intent as expressed by consumers, explains about 6% of the variance in the sales rate. Now, on the one hand, that seems like not very much of the variance, only 6%. On the other hand, if you look at the fact that it's the log of the sales rate, it's actually quite a big number, so that a 1 standard deviation better idea, that is a 1 sigma better idea, as measured by consumer purchase intent, corresponds to about a 75% higher sales rate for that product. There's good news and there's bad news here. The good news is that some of the variance in outcomes can be explained by the quality of the raw idea. The bad news is that there's a lot of variance in the outcome that's unexplained. That is, that's likely explained by either D or E and not by I. Let me give you an additional caveat about idea quality and how important the idea is. So while on the one hand, the idea is important, on the other hand, there's a lot of unexplained variance. The other point I want to make is that many ideas are readily available publicly, and so they aren't really a source of unique advantage. This is actually an image taken from a slide from a student project in my 2009 Wharton workshop on web-based products and services. The idea is for a company called Cab Stalker, which would allow you to take out a smartphone and hail a local transportation solution. In effect, what this team was proposing is almost identical to the functionality of Uber. But I wouldn't for a minute suggest that this team could have gone off and created Uber. There were many other things that mattered in creating the value for Uber other than just the raw idea. And in fact, once Uber was launched, that idea was publicly available to anyone who could have pursued it. In fact, this is a photo of an automobile in which the owner actually works for 3 different ride-sharing companies, Uber, Sidecar, and Lyft, all with the same car. suggesting that the idea itself can't be really what explains the differences in the performance of these services. It has to be both D and E, and mostly probably D, what the development team has been able to do with that idea. So in sum, the V-Day model basically articulates that there are 3 buckets of factors that determine your success in entrepreneurship. The idea, that is, where you start. Is there ore in the ground? Are there customers with this pain point? That's basically I. D, what you do with that opportunity. Do you have the relevant skills and capabilities? How hard do you work? Have you put together the right team? And E, the exogenous factors. These are the factors that are outside your control, but that have a big influence on your success. You should sort of think of this as being like the weather. The weather influences you, but it's outside your control. All 3 buckets of factors are important in determining value. So what are the implications for you as an entrepreneur? First, the quality of the idea does explain some of the value, but there's a lot of variance that's due to D and E. However, given that measuring idea quality is relatively easy and the idea is totally under your control, you might as well work on a great idea. That is, you might as well generate a lot of ideas, you might as well measure how well they play with consumers, and then you might as well pick the best of them because it's completely under your control and it's relatively easy to measure and assess. And lastly, when you look at what happens at the outcome, the results of your entrepreneurial endeavor, don't impute wild success entirely to your brilliance, nor failure entirely to your incompetence. The exogenous factors matter a lot. This session is about assessing opportunities. If you've done your job right, at this point you'll have several opportunities that you're considering for your entrepreneurial endeavor. And in fact, that puts you way ahead of most entrepreneurs who consider only one opportunity. The question now is, which of several opportunities should you pursue? The key criteria for assessing entrepreneurial opportunities are, first, how significant is the need? Meaning, how many potential customers have the need and how deep is the pain? Is this an itch, or is it a migraine headache, or is it a gushing wound? You'd ideally like to identify a need that many, many people have and that causes a lot of pain. Second, how effective is your solution at addressing the need? Is it a vitamin pill or is it a painkiller? Third, will there be large gross margin, by which we mean, is the customer willing to pay and able to pay quite a bit more than it costs you to provide the solution? That, of course, depends in part on how cost efficient your solution is, but also on the competitive intensity in the market and in the industry. Fourth, how hard will it be for you to acquire customers? Are they easy to identify? Can you reach them? Can you get them to try the product? And last, are you the best team to go after this opportunity? Does it fit with your passion and capabilities? Do you have access to the required resources, including capital? In an ideal world, you're going after a big market where customers have a lot of pain, with a product that's really effective, that has large gross margins, that is, it doesn't cost you very much to deliver, and a market where it will be easy to acquire customers, and you're going to do that with the best possible skills and capabilities for addressing the opportunity. Now, that's all a little bit abstract. So let me tell you a real story about a friend of mine. Alan Cook was my former student and former business partner. We created a company called Scoop Free. And what Scoop Free did was provided automated litter boxes to cat owners. You simply changed a cartridge once a month, and the litter box automatically took care of the waste management. You never had to deal with cat waste, and once a month you simply changed the cartridge. This turned out to be a fantastic business. We made about $15 US every month for every person who owned a Scoop Free box because they changed a cartridge every month. It was a beautiful business. Alan sold the business a couple of years ago, and after driving a Porsche around Europe for a while, got bored and decided he wanted to do something new. And so Alan developed a set of criteria for what was next for him. Based on his prior experience with ScoopFree, here were Alan's criteria. He said, I want to go after a big market. I want a market that has big gross margins, meaning there's a big difference between the price the customer pays and what it costs me to provide the solution. He said, I'd really like strong recurring revenue streams, meaning I'd love it that once I've acquired a customer, they keep buying from me. It's not a one-shot deal. But he also took a capabilities perspective and said, I've got a great engineering team and great product development capabilities. We work well together. I'd like to do something that really takes advantage of that existing team. We also have good connections to factories in China that can make our products. It would be great if we could use those connections. And we also have good supply chain capabilities. We know how to get product from the factory to the customer. He also said, we know how to sell direct to consumer, and we have an ability to support a subscription-based sales model. That's another thing I'd like to apply to my new business. Furthermore, he said, in order to acquire customers, we've been able to rely on public relations, that is, on mentions in the media that gets the word out about what we're doing. So I'd like to do something that will resonate with our friends in the media, in the press. And lastly, I'd like to do something in a market that has some obvious potential acquirers. And that speaks to the notion of good exit possibilities, meaning once I've created this next new business, I want to make sure there's somebody there to buy it so that I have a way to get out, so I have a way to get the return on my investment from a potential acquirer. So this is the actual list that Alan put together. And what we then did is we held a meeting in which we took all of the opportunities that the team had identified. You can sort of see them in the back of this photo on flip chart sheets. We had identified about 50 or 60 new venture opportunities, and then we simply screened those new venture opportunities against those criteria in order to decide what's next. Now, of course, you're going to have to wait to see what Alan came up with because I can't reveal what the new opportunity is. But what I wanted to do was expose you to real decision making by a real entrepreneur, thinking systematically about how do I decide what to do. In sum, you want to address an important need, meaning some combination of a lot of people have the need or those that have the need feel a lot of pain associated with the need. So that's first, that you're addressing a big need. Second is you want the opportunity to be a great solution. Again, you want it to be a painkiller, not a vitamin pill. And lastly, you want to really do something that plays to your strengths. You should do something that you are really best at, that you can really excel at, because that's going to give you advantage. Now, your specific criteria will be specific to you. And so you'll generate your own list, but probably quite similar to the list that Alan did. Simply screen your alternatives against those criteria in order to decide which opportunities are most promising. Let me also add that it's not usually a question of going from 20 or 30 ideas that you've developed to one. There's often an approach you can take, the tournament approach, in which you say which 6 or 8 of these are most promising, explore them a little further, and then say which 3 or 4 of these are most promising and explore them a little further, and then finally select the one that you'll pursue. This session is called the tournament approach. These ideas come from my book, Innovation Tournaments, which I wrote with Christian Turvish. So if you really want more details about some of these ideas, you can check them out in the book. The ugly truth of entrepreneurship is that any single opportunity is plagued by uncertainty. Is the need real? Will my solution work? What will my competitors do? What's going to happen in the macroeconomy? Will our team be able to execute? Will our partners deliver? What happens to the regulatory environment? there's really nothing you can do to eliminate all uncertainty. Many of the things we'll do in this course are designed to minimize uncertainty, but at the end of the day, you're still stuck with uncertainty, intrinsic uncertainty that you can't analyze away. There's only one known strategy to mitigate uncertainty, and that is to diversify across several opportunities and to delay commitment until additional information is revealed. Venture capitalists know this, and so that's why they take the strategy they do to investing. So for a typical venture capitalist, they will do, for a given fund, that is for a given pool of money that they invest, the venture capitalist partners will hold about 1,000 meetings, maybe closer to 2,000 meetings with entrepreneurs. And so I've represented that here on this slide on the left side, and I've shown a little yellow circle there in the middle. That's you. That's you and your opportunity. That's where you fit in the sea of opportunities that a venture capitalist might look at. That venture capitalist will then, from those thousands of meetings, make about 40 initial investments. And then based on the success of those initial investments, we'll typically invest in about half of those ventures with some follow-on capital. And then by the time the fund has run its course, usually 7 to 10 years later, 1 to 2 of those investments will be big wins, plus several smaller base hits. Now, if there weren't uncertainty, the venture capitalists would only invest in the companies that were going to win. The problem is, of course, that it's unknowable which of those companies will prove to be the winner. And as a result, the venture capitalist adopts this strategy of diversifying across a lot of opportunities, making some investments, and then waiting till uncertainty is revealed. This basic structure is what we call an innovation tournament. In any innovation tournament, you see this general structure. A large number of raw opportunities are generated or identified, and then a series of development steps and filters are applied until only the exceptional opportunities are revealed. Now, most of you will recognize this structure from lots of areas of daily life. In fact, we see this structure in the popular casting show American Idol. This is Kelly Clarkson, who won the first season of American Idol. But regardless of what country you're from, you probably have a version of Idol in your country, and so you recognize this basic pattern. If you look at American Idol, over 200,000 initial contestants vie to be the eventual winner. Here they're shown auditioning in a baseball stadium, a venue that's large enough to accommodate all those who want to compete in the Idol competition. Now, there's two implications for entrepreneurs. The first is that while you can't possibly get diversified across hundreds of ventures, you can probably only pursue a few in your lifetime. You can consider several different alternative opportunities before you commit to the one that you're going to devote the next few months or years to. And so the first insight you should take away as an entrepreneur is that you should run your own tournament. Before you commit hours, months, or years to a new venture, you really ought to consider 5 to 10 distinct opportunities. You ought to make small investments in exploration and in nurturing the opportunity, and then select one for further investment and development. So while this tournament is much smaller in scope than the kinds of tournaments that a venture capitalist can run that are diversified across dozens or hundreds of companies, it still gives you some measure of diversification and allows you to make small investments until additional information is revealed about the true promise of the opportunity. The second insight for entrepreneurs is that you make dozens or even hundreds of small innovation decisions within the context of your new venture. Any one of those problems can itself be viewed as a small tournament. Let me give you a few examples. This is the Oral-B cross-action toothbrush. The handle design for the cross-action was developed by the design firm Lunar Design. And you might look at this toothbrush and say, wow, they had a brilliant designer who came up with that idea of a soft and hard material molded together in that ergonomic form. But the reality is that Lunar Design considered hundreds of different handle designs. And they then developed several dozen of those handle designs into foam models that could be tested and held in the hand. And then they took the best 5 of those and they made models with the production intent plastics and then gave them to consumers. And then they picked the best of those 5 to eventually become the Oral-B cross-action product. And so even in a small decision like what should the shape of this toothbrush handle be, you can use a tournament logic in order to explore many different alternatives and select only the one that offers the most promise. In another example from a company that I co-founded, we applied the tournament logic to the development even of a simple question like what should the graphic identity be? Here shown are several dozen of the original graphic concepts that we considered, the best 7 that we thought offered the most promise, and then the final one that was developed from those 7 to be the final graphic identity, which is in fact the graphic identity of what is a successful company today. And a third example shown here is the development of a name for a small company I co-founded called Xpult. The Xpult is a kit that's sold to school teachers to teach design of experiments, a form of statistical analysis. When we were trying to consider what to name the company and what to name the product, we developed a couple of dozen initial concepts. From that, selected the best 10, then tested those 10 to identify the best 3, and then finally selected the final name based on testing with consumers. So even in a decision as small as what should we call the product, you can apply this tournament logic in order to identify the best opportunity, the exceptional opportunity, the one that's going to best serve you. Uncertainty is an intrinsic property of entrepreneurship. There's no way you can analyze away all uncertainty. And yet, the best strategy for dealing with uncertainty is to consider a large number of alternatives, make a small investment, reveal additional information before you have to place your bet on the one opportunity you'll pursue further.
Hi, I'm Lori Rosenkopf. I'm the Vice Dean and Director of the Wharton Undergraduate Division, and I'm a professor in the Management Department at Wharton. We're here today for the Entrepreneurship Specialization, and my guest is Amy Errett. Amy is a serial entrepreneur. She's also a serial venture capitalist, and she is currently the CEO and founder of Madison Reed. Amy, how did you know you had a good idea for Madison Reed?
I knew it was a great idea because I've spent my career both running, starting, and investing in consumer-facing companies. And one of the things that I learned on both sides of that is that a great consumer idea is typically where consumers have some pain point that you're trying to solve. And the point that we're trying to solve is better for you hair color to 108 million women in the US who color their hair every 6 weeks. So as a venture capitalist, there's sort of 3 things that you look for. 1, size of the market. Well, this one's huge. 2 is the product different and differentiated? We've taken out the harsh chemicals. And number 3 is there a passionate team that wants to invest in. Typically, venture-backed companies don't have exits for 7 to 8 years. I know that that's news to most people who think it's 18 months. And so, do you have a group of people that's really passionate? And in addition, I took a walk with a venture capitalist friend when I was thinking about doing this, and he kept calling me for days. He didn't have a deck, just realized the size of the prize and that I was passionate about pulling it off.
And what did you have to do as you got going with this to test that idea?
Well, I've come to realize that for most people, but in particular entrepreneurs, when you're younger in your career, you don't value this one thing that as you get a little older in your career, you value, which is your time, right? Most people think it's all about, can you get the money? And I think it's a lot about, can you get the money, but are you going to spend your time well? So I didn't take any money until I had really figured out that we could formulate this, that we could actually get it into the tubes, and that most importantly, that it worked for consumers. So once I knew that we did that, then I understood that, we had to put the gas pedal down and introduce the business and see where it went from there.
And since then, have you had to do any sort of pivoting, or has it been smooth sailing?
Well, I'd say it's been pretty smooth sailing, although asking an entrepreneur about smooth sailing is Sort of one of those things that our definition of smooth is that the boat didn't capsize twice a day and the winds weren't 80 miles an hour, right? Most entrepreneurs, the concept of smooth sailing is just powering through the resilience to get through all the things that you can't possibly know that could go wrong. But kind of coming back to Madison Reed, one of the biggest issues was we thought that the business was only direct to consumer, and we've been shocked that actually there's a salon channel business that we never anticipated. So the pivot is not that we're doing anything that is different, it's just that the demand is coming from a bunch of different places, not just direct consumers.
So tell us how the professional salons have reacted to your offering.
Yeah, it's interesting because we took an approach right from the beginning, which was and versus or. And what I mean by that is out of the 108 million women, 50% of the women color their hair at home and 50% color in a salon. And so you would think that our stance about the brand would be, fire your salon, they're terrible, only use this DIY product. And in fact, we took an approach which said, we have a suite of products, whether you color in a salon or whether you color at home. We can offer you a bunch of different alternatives, like a root touch-up that you can use between salon usage. And I think the salon channel embraced us because they actually saw it as a way to make more money off of some of our products. And so it's gone really, really well. The biggest surprise has been, our business is direct to consumer. We're not used to having salespeople that have to, run ads or call salons. So we've had to spend a little bit of time understanding this intermediary channel. And then another big surprise has been Sephora. We didn't anticipate the retail distribution versus direct to consumer on a website. And so we're in 224 Sephora stores now and Sephora.com, and there'll be a couple of other things in the next couple of months that I'll introduce that are sort of surprising for a company that you would think is direct to consumer, 100% versus an omni-channel approach, which is turning out to be what's going to happen.
How important is talent management for you in your venture and for all entrepreneurial ventures? What mistakes do entrepreneurial firms make? What advice would you give?
Yeah, I think that it always, whether you're an investor or whether you're a founder, really the world begins and ends with people. And so what I've learned every time that I've tried to convince myself that that isn't true, and it's usually out of moments of making bad hires or moments of not being able to find the right people, what you start to realize is that you could have the best idea in the world, and the truth is that could be left on the table without execution. And so when I think about talent management, I think it's pretty much everything. And it's been everything from recruiting the best team that we could possibly get in kind of a crazy idea that people weren't paying attention to, all the way to talent management of my investors. And that's a piece that people don't talk about, right? Who you choose around the table on your board is as important sometimes as the people that are working side by side. There's a lot of dynamics about investors and board relationships. So talent management for me is like, who are the people that you want in the lifeboat? Whether they be the execs that work for you, whether they be the folks that you partner with in terms of partnerships, consultants. In the beginning, we tried not to have a lot of full-time employees, but we actually gave some equity up for people who form partnerships. Our first box was done by guys that used to work at IDEO. We gave them some equity. All of the formulations were done with people that had come out of the hair color industry, and we gave them a little bit of equity. So, talent is really a complex issue, but at the end of the day, I think it's pretty much, everything. And as a business gets more complex, it gets harder. So the truth is that it's, in the beginning, it's hard to recruit people who want to just think your idea is interesting. Then you get into the stage where it starts working, then the stakes get higher. Then the kinds of people that brought you to the level aren't the people that can scale the level. Then the people that can scale the level aren't the ones that want to put process in, right? It's the gift that keeps on giving. That's the best way that I'll say it.
So you've mentored and advised many people over your career, but let me turn it around now. Who was the best mentor or advisor you ever had, and what made them so?
So I think early in my career as an investment banker, and as I say often, it was not good for all those involved. Meaning, it wasn't a fulfilling, I'm a much more entrepreneurial than working in a large sort of financial institution person. I didn't know that at that point in my career. And I think in terms of the organization, I'm not sure that they got the best of me, but I ended up working for a guy who ended up being a lifelong mentor to me. And I remember my first conversation, I was just out of college, undergrad, before I actually went to Wharton to graduate school. And I was quite sure of myself. And I remember having this conversation and saying to him, like, all these people are getting promoted. What do I need to do to get promoted? And he paused and he said, well, when you start acting that way, then you'll actually become that. And that has always echoed in my head as a mentoring moment, which is that you know, being an entrepreneur it's just about resilience and persistence and paying it forward and continuing to believe in the face of nobody else believing. And in a certain way, that's acting that way. And then you will manifest that and become that. And what I've said all along in all the parts of my career in mentoring people is you just can't be any further than you are right at that moment, right? So you need to understand the steps to get there, but you also have to understand that a lot of it is just paying it forward. And a lot of it is, you know, you're not really entitled to anything. You have to earn it.
Are there certain personality characteristics that you believe are critical for entrepreneurs?
Yeah. One is that I've talked about all the time is resilience, right? It's sort of like the way that I think about it all the time is there was actually a little thing that I put on Facebook, which was like sort of hilarious, but it was really true. And it went something like this. I don't know, you know, I'm an entrepreneur. I don't know whether I need a hug, you know, a shot of vodka, you know, a reality check, you know, or somebody just to tell me my idea is kind of doesn't make any sense. Like from moment to moment, the amount of resilience that you need is just extraordinary. So what I used to look for as an investor is somebody who just wasn't going to, no was not possible. They were going to go around the mountain, through the mountain, over the mountain, and make it happen, right? Because I believe if you get a group of people who want something bad enough, you can do extraordinary things. So one is resilience. Second is just persistence. Third is what I call agility, not flexibility. And this is something I talk a lot about. Flexibility is one of those things which says, I'm going to move in whatever direction something shows me right at the moment. That's a very dangerous trait, I think, in an entrepreneur. Because most great entrepreneurs have there's a moment inside of them where it's an unwavering, in the face of adversity, an unwavering piece, which is, in our business, it would have been easier to put chemicals in. Cheaper, you know, typically work better because it just blasts the root follicle of your hair and color deposits, right? It's what everybody's used to, should smell bad. You know, I've been unwavering that regardless of what anyone says, we need to do what's best for our consumer, that there's a social mission in this company, right? We're going to prove to the CPG companies that it can work and be awesome and be better for you, right? So if I was flexible, I would have heard what people said and said, oh, maybe that's the way we should go. That seems easier, versus being agile. Those are two really different concepts. And agility is really like, I look at the fact pattern, I understand what's going on, I check in with myself about what's okay, and I will course correct as things go on, but I'm not just going to go with the wind because it seems like it's easier or someone is trying to influence me. And I think if you just look at the history of time, you know, you look at Howard Schultz and, you know, his father-in-law didn't think, you know, why don't you get a real job, coffee? You know, this coffee thing isn't going to pay the bills, right? I mean, these are the things, I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, you go down the list, and I am not comparing myself to any one of them, right? But I'm just saying, if you look at people that are just, it's almost like you just know, and you're not going to give up. So I think it's those things. I think emotional intelligence is a huge part of being a great entrepreneur, because it's not really always just the idea, it's the sensing, it's the paying attention to all the little facts. And then the other part of it is, I would say, is being self-reflective. Having self-awareness that, you know, in that meeting you are just obnoxious and you need to kind of go take a walk. That person seems like the way that you're trying to, you know, motivate them isn't working. And what part do you own? I think when you can get to that place in your life, there's magic there.
Let's talk about the bigger picture of venture creation in society. So as an entrepreneur, as a venture capitalist, how do you see this role, and how do you start to quantify it in your own work or more generally?
So this is my fourth company. In between 3 and 4, I was a venture capitalist. I ran and opened the Mavron office of Seattle-based firm, had a third of its investments here in the Bay Area, but never had a physical presence. And for the first 6 months, I kept apologizing to all of my CEO friends, like, oh, I jumped over the fence, you know, you really are, do you still love me? And what I started to realize in that journey was it's one of the greatest gifts that you could ever have. I mean, here you are, literally being able to make people's dreams come true, right? It's a very noble profession, if you think about it. And if you can approach it that way, which is that I was a thesis-based investor, right? So I knew the things that I was looking for and then trying to find the people that fit into those things. You know, I think about being an entrepreneur or creating those businesses as, you know, historically look at the growth in the US, like what, close to 70% of job creation comes from small companies, right? You know, now the other side of this that I always try to tell everybody as being now an angel investor, and I am still a venture partner at True Ventures, who was my Series A investor. What I try to tell everybody is like, you know, 95% of the companies in the US aren't venture backed. So there's a lot of danger in believing, you know, I think people need to understand not every company needs to take venture money. And in fact, in some cases, taking venture money is not a good thing to do. That doesn't mean you won't run a successful company, right? But I do think small business creation as a concept is what excites me, because I think it's where, you know, passion meets career, meets wealth creation, meets mission, social mission. I think it takes a special kind of person to not just start one, but to work in one, because it's really about, you know, can you handle the uncertainty and the creation of this dream rather than knowing that it's certain. I'm terrible when it's certain. Right? That's a part of me that I'm not good in big companies. I'm really not very good at it.
Talk to us about your networks and how they help you acquire resources, whether that's talent or
Absolutely.
funding or endorsements.
I would say that the biggest advantage that I've had coming back onto the side has been exactly that. That, you know, I've always had a great sort of network, but I think the more of a track record, the more of an you know, my investors I co-invested with, right? I had shortcuts, right? I tell people all the time that one thing you're getting is capital. That's important. But really what you should be looking for in your investors is a network, right? Who do they know that could help you recruit in an unfair advantage without having to pay recruiting fees, right? Who do they know that they can call up and say, can you talk to this person because there's a distribution deal to be done? You know, what are the shortcuts? And then, you know, I always talk about getting the band back together, right? That's something that, you know, one of my co-founders and I worked together 2 careers ago. There's, you know, you know, it's like, we don't have to think about finishing the sentences. The trust, the factor of understanding like who we are as real people are there between each other. And that's just an advantage that you can never, you know, you can't buy that, right? That just exists. That's the shortcut of all these things. So I think it is very important. I also think that it doesn't actually correlate just to age. So I want to be really careful to have people think, well, you had to do these things for 20 years before that happens. That's not true at all. You know, the Alumni Association of Wharton, where you went to business school, where you went to undergrad, where you grew up with people, where you worked with them in the past. These are all like, you know, the skill of networking doesn't have to just come as a function of doing it for a long time. It comes as a function of understanding that those relationships are really going to shortcut your success.
Acquiring customers is an awfully important part of your business. Can you tell us about how you assess the costs of doing so and how much of your resources you decide to devote to that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that, you know, this notion of talking about omni-channel creates a very interesting dilemma, right? Because in our opinion, the woman primarily that we are attracting, or any company that is knowing their customer, you know, really has to understand that acquisition has a lot of parts to it, a lot of distribution. So for us, it's been a lot online, right? In new tactics like, you know, actually targeting on Facebook. Like one of the things that Facebook has been incredibly interesting about, and I'm going to share a funny story about how these channels can affect each other, is that you can build these lookalike audiences. So if you effectively know who your customer is, your target is, Facebook can build these audiences of like-minded people to serve your ads to, right? So it's very targeted. So for us, our resources in the beginning, the majority of our resources was paid acquisition. Literally, we were paying per customer to effectively get to a place where we had enough of a nucleus that we could start leveraging social. And we could also start leveraging what I would call referral, which has become a huge part of our business. So every time that we ship a box, we actually ship these beautiful cards that are inspirational quotes. And on the back of them, they're give this to a friend and $15 off your first purchase at Madison Reed. It's crazy how much a consumer who loves something wants to share that message, right? And so for us, it's been a combination of paid acquisition, lots of things, Pinterest, Facebook, Pandora, a lot of organic traffic. So we've worked really hard, on keywords, on SEM, a lot on social, a lot of referral. And then in our business, this notion of now the Sephora of the world, which is what we call non-paid acquisition, but there's margin erosion, right? What you get in retail, but how do you look at that on a blended basis? And then the newest thing for Madison Reed has been TV commercials. So we are on national TV. It's been a really interesting ride. It's so fascinating to me that our acquisition on TV is almost equal to Facebook, which is really unheard of, which it really just validates for us that she's watching TV. And what you need, and in our case, she buys 1.5x what everybody else buys. So that's really our core target. Now, the interesting question that you asked is, how do you look at resources? We're 18 months into this ride, and so we're very early in being able to understand the correlation between those two things. But the more complex your business gets, this notion of multi-channel attribution becomes a very complex subject. And how, what I think nirvana is just what I call effective CPA, right? Nirvana at the end of the day is you have this many customers, you spent this much money, you divide that, and you come up with a CPA that's highly profitable. You're in business. We aspire to get there. We're getting better, but it was very much getting the flywheel going in the beginning. Hard part about e-commerce businesses is you can get upside down pretty quickly, right? Because if the lifetime value isn't there, right? If the CAC, if the cost of your customer acquisition doesn't get payback because she doesn't come back. Now, the good news in our business, it's a subscribable business which has already very, very high lifetime value. So we have the ability to understand that. But I would, say for anybody thinking about this, that, the core issue in a business model is really this notion, especially of a consumer-facing business, is, what does it cost to get the right customer? We've had to make some decisions that have been really courageous, hard. We were acquiring some customers at one point for a single product, and even though the product was highly, really boosted our revenue, they weren't coming back and buying because the product was lasting too long. So we had to decide that was the product that we were going to put in non-pay channels, so that we didn't have to acquire a customer, but it was just some margin erosion. But it was basically, in some ways, we acquired a customer on somebody else's distribution. And it took a while to get there, but for a month and a half, we took a revenue hit. And it took a lot of courage to both know those metrics, but to make a decision. I just don't believe that any short-term decision in a company is the right decision. I think juicing numbers, I think all those things come back and they're not the right decision. And this is another thing about entrepreneurs. It's like you're really playing for the equity, the value. You're not playing for December or February or April. And I think that's a mistake, a rookie mistake a lot of times that people make, just because conventional wisdom is show that you grow really fast, jack up your valuation, get a whole bunch of money. The problem with that scenario is eventually, if your business isn't profitable, you don't really have a business.
You talked about your networks coming from a series of career experiences, affiliations with prominent places like Wharton. Our audience may or may not have those same opportunities. What sorts of things would you recommend to our viewers about building their own networks?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that everybody has a network. I think it's a matter of trying to figure out how to leverage your network, right? And so, believe it or not, as many of my network comes from my nonprofit affiliations. right? So this is a very interesting, I think this notion of sort of giving back, this notion of being in your community actually is a great thing to do for the world. And I also think it has a lot of benefits. So join a board. You'd be surprised who else is on the board with you, right? You'd be surprised about the experiences of what you find out about meeting other donors. You'd be surprised about what you learn around the table. I think, their community creates the ability for people to spend time together and learn. And I just think that everybody has a network, right? It's just a matter of trying to figure out what is your network and where can you put that to use. I also think things like LinkedIn, Facebook, these things have created connections between people that don't necessarily have to be something that happened because you actually met somebody face to face. But LinkedIn is an amazing thing. Like if you check out LinkedIn and you look at how many people are actually like one step away from you, it's amazing. The number of people that I get that reach out to me that I don't know, that are asking me for something, is enormous. And I have spent, the truth is that like every time somebody does that, I respond. I may respond by saying I'm swamped, I can't do that. But what is it else? Do you want to send me an email and I'll read it and tell you whether I think it's crazy or not? You want me to send a business plan? You want me to make 2 intros, right? I actually think if you do things respectfully, people will respond to that.
Any other advice you might have for aspiring entrepreneurs?
It's the greatest thing that you could ever do, right? It's just, if you're somebody who believes in the passion of those dreams, how lucky are we to get to do that? I mean, I try to tell the younger folks that work at Madison Reed, when they've just had a bad day, I'm like, wait, whoa. Let's come back to this. Like, you are getting to be, at some point in your life, you're going to look back and you're going to say, I created that, right? That my thumbprint is on that. That most people spend their whole life and never get that chance. So I consider it just an honor and something that I think if people have gratitude about that, they'll realize that, we're lucky.
Hi, I'm Ethan Mollick. Welcome to our discussion about how you define the focal market for your startups. Now, one of the things that is true about startups that may not be true about larger companies is that as a startup, you don't have a lot of resources or a lot of time, and you often have to be very narrow in your focus of what market to go after and what customers to approach. Because unlike a large organization, you're not going to have a lot of marketing money, you're not going to be able to explore lots of alternatives, and you have to be very focused in what you're going after. So we're going to talk about focal markets, and we're going to use a perspective from Josh Gans and Scott Stern, who have written a book on entrepreneurial strategy that's quite good. And they talk about using the market S-curve as a way of figuring out who your beachhead customers are. So that's what we'll be discussing. And then I'll tell you a little bit more about how to know when to enter a market based on where it is on the S-curve. So what is this S-curve? So the S-curve is also the market segmentation curve, and you may have seen this picture before. But it tells you that over time, which is the dimension along the x-axis, that people adopt technology at different rates. So early on, there's a small percentage of people that adopt technology. They're the innovators, then the early majority. Then you start to reach this large takeoff. Many more customers adopt, the early majority, the late majority, and finally laggards. And this adoption curve is pretty universal. So we see this across almost any technology that's being adopted. This is actually a well-proven piece of social science. And the reason why people choose to adopt a new technology or a new product has to do with their own return on investment. So they're making a decision about whether it's worth spending the effort and energy to adopt this new thing. And especially early on in a startup's life, whatever your new product or service is likely to not be perfect, not have all the same features and bells and whistles and customer support and packaging that a more mature product might have. So it's risky and expensive to adopt. So the people who adopt your technology early on are likely to be in the innovator, early adopter, or even in the early majority segment. So let's talk a little bit about why these different market segments buy things in different kinds of ways. So this chart here kind of gives you some nice characteristics of these particular markets. In this case, we'll start with the innovators, that very small percent who are willing to buy or adopt almost anything new. For these people, what they're interested in is the status of owning something that other people don't have, or having access to something no one else has. So they'll adopt something because it's cool, because they can experiment with it, because it's something they can adapt in some sort of way. We used to think about these people as sort of the technology tinkerers, but this isn't only in technology. In things like fashion, you could think about the people who want to have fashion before anyone else does, or listen to the latest music, or find the latest restaurants. These are innovators. They're adopting things because they get joy out of adopting new stuff. And in fact, in really interesting work that was done by Christian Catalini and others at MIT, they actually gave everybody at MIT a couple years ago Bitcoin, every freshman who was entering the class. And they tracked to see who actually spent Bitcoin and when they spent it. And in dorms where they gave the Bitcoins to everybody in the dorm, the innovators weren't interested in adopting it because there was no excitement in having something before everyone else. But in dorms where the innovators were allowed to get access to the Bitcoin before anyone else, they evangelized the product to everybody because it gave them some status to have the latest, newest thing. So innovators are a great, interesting early market to go after, but the problem with innovators is they're fickle. They're not buying your product because of its underlying characteristics or goods or services. They're buying the product because it does something new for them. So everybody's trying to compete for these influential innovators, and it's very hard to compete with them on the merits because there's lots of other products out there that can give them the status of doing something new. Instead, a common market to go after is the early adopters. Now, early adopters are buying a new product or service because it gives them some revolutionary advantage over other people in the market. So it gives them something new and exciting that no one else has. They want to have that product before other people do, but they have some problem that's radical enough that they're willing to look around for a solution, or they have some need for a competitive advantage over others that's radical enough that they need to look around for a solution. So you can think about it in the early adopters. These are people who maybe if you're selling business to business, these are companies that are having some financial losses or having difficulty entering a new market and are desperate for any potential solution that will help them be able to address this particular concern. Or it might be people who have some need no one else has, and they're desperately looking for a solution to it, and they're willing to buy that. So early adopters are a great market to go after as a startup because they're willing to often approach products that other people wouldn't because they need some radical revolutionary change. The mass market starts with the early majority. The early majority need a demonstrated ROI. They need a proven technology that they understand why it works, how it works, and that they have all the support and solutions available for them. So the early majority will want to see nice packaging. They'll want to see customer support. They'll want to understand, if you're a restaurant, what your calorie counts are and what your policies are. So the early majority is looking for evolutionary advantage and not revolutionary advantage. And that later goes on to the late majority, which is really adopting things in the mainstream, and eventually the laggards, who are the latest to adopt a technology. But as a startup, you're interested in the innovators, the early adopters, and the early majority. What's interesting about these curves is they don't just tell you about who's adopting which technology at which time, but they also suggest potential strategic challenges. Of these strategic challenges, probably the most famous is called the chasm. The chasm is the gap between those early adopters and innovators and the early majority. The early adopters and early innovators, remember, want something nobody else has, either because they want revolutionary advantage over other people or because they want to be the first to do something. And so those customers will constantly push you to add new features, to keep pushing your product in revolutionary ways. But to reach the early majority, you need to change the way you do business entirely. You'll need to have a packaged solution. You might need less features or less potential source of advantage than you would otherwise. You need better customer service, better marketing. You have entirely different distribution channels. So to reach that early majority, you need a very different product or service than you do to reach the early adopters. And many businesses fall into the chasm between these two areas. So they keep trying to serve early adopters, but then the early majority will never adopt their technology or product or service. And so in order to be able to bridge that gap, you need to be thinking early on about how you're going to reach across from the early adopter market into the early majority market. So Scott Stern and Josh Gans suggest that you think about these S-curves as potential markets to go after. And you want to think about who your beachhead customers are. Who are the customers you want to go after in each market? And they suggest that at most a startup can test 2 different markets and pick one, because you just don't have the resource to go after many. So if you think your product or service might be great to many different markets, you need to focus down on the 2 that you think have the highest potential. And then you want to think about who the lead customers are within each market. So where are they in the adoption curve? And then within the adoption curve, which section are you going to be going for into detail? Entrepreneurial sales strategy is not just about picking a focal customer based on the S-curve. It's also about thinking about 3 elements that are important when you're thinking about moving from a beachhead customer to eventually expanding to the rest of your market. The first of those is whether or not this beachhead customer acts as a reference. A reference is a customer that will help you get follow-on sales in other segments. So consider something like if you have a product that's helpful for doctors, and your initial customer could be individual doctors, that's who you want to move to eventually, but you have a chance to do a deal with the American Medical Association. That would be a very good beachhead customer for a reference standpoint, because they would be able to create connections with you, both because everybody knows who the AMA is, and also because the AMA has many doctors that they're connected to. And so it would act as a very good reference for future sales. A second thing you're interested in looking into is whether or not you learn from each of these segments you're selling to. So if the segment you're going after has very idiosyncratic qualities that mean that you can't go after other markets, or you're not learning something that's useful for other markets, then you might have a learning problem. So you want to make sure that the segment you're going after helps you learn about both the market as a whole and also about the needs of future customers, so you keep adapting your product in a lean way in the right direction. Then finally, you want to make sure that your beachhead customer is coherent. What does coherence mean? It means that your beachhead customers, your focal customers, fit with the rest of your strategy. So imagine that you are making a fun camera that can be used by kids, and it has a characteristic that makes it appealing to the military. So the military approaches you and says, "Hey, could we be a customer for your product?" So you'd want to think about the coherence of this. If we're selling to the military first and then we're selling to children, is that a coherent strategy we can follow? Or if we're going to sell to children, can we later sell to the military? I would argue that probably that's not a coherent strategy. So you want to think about whether your customers are good references, whether they're useful for learning, and whether they're coherent with the rest of your strategy. So the S-curve gives you other hints beyond why customers are adopting your product. It actually tells you what kind of strategy you should use to enter the market, depending on where along the S-curve your customers are. To give you an example of how this works, let's look at the S-curve for technology products, in this case specifically laptop computers. So in the very early days of the laptop, the early adopter innovator segment, you have the first laptop you see there on the left. That's the Osborne, which was the first portable computer. And it weighed about 40 pounds. It cost $3,000 in $1980. It was very heavy. It didn't have a battery. You had to plug it in. It didn't work very well. It was not very durable. So why would anyone adopt this crazy computer over a desktop, which were much more common and cheaper at that time? Well, the reason people adopted it is there was no alternative out there. If you needed portability, say you were an oil well engineer who had to travel, or a traveling salesperson with complex orders, you had no alternative other than to buy this if you wanted to travel with a computer. So as a result, this sold to the early adopters and the innovators, people who had a need no one else could solve, even though the product itself wasn't great or hugely built out. So if you have a startup and you have a technology that solves some need in a very deep way, but isn't fully built out, has problems associated with it, you want to seek out these innovators and early adopters. Now, the technology of the product continues to develop, in this case, the laptop. And what you see there in the second picture is one of the first compact with a Q, they're later bought by HP, laptops. And it looks like a modern laptop. The screen's where you expect, the keyboard's where you expect it to be. It has a disk drive built in, it has a built-in battery. So who buys this? Well, now that you're in the early majority, everybody's buying this. They're buying it because they now know what a laptop looks like. You're competing with all the other laptops out there. So if you want to compete, you want to compete because your laptop is cheaper or better, has a better screen, has some features that other people don't have, goes after some unique market segment. So the early majority, you're not convincing people the product's a good idea, you're competing with a whole bunch of other people to produce the best version of the product. Now, time goes on and the technology continues to develop. It gets better and better. Laptops start to get faster. They start to be able to animate Pixar movies. They have better graphics and speed. They have higher processing capability. They have better memory. But then you think about what most people use their laptops for. And you might think about your parents and grandparents for this. And they might use their laptop just to surf the internet, to be able to send emails, to be able to watch a video. You need a very simple laptop. So what happened was Asus came up with the triple EPC, which is the thing you see furthest to the right there. Triple EPC is a terrible laptop compared to the others that came out at its time. So it had a terrible screen, it had a much slower processor, but because of that, it had a couple advantages. It was cheap, it was light, and had long battery life, and it was the first Ultrabook. And for most people, they didn't need all of the stuff from their laptop that the high-end laptops of the day had. So they started to buy this product instead. And so they went after an overserved market. And you can think about tablets as doing the same set of stuff to the PC market. So Tablets don't do everything that your computer does, but if you watch a video like this class on it, it's perfectly adequate. So the S-curve also suggests strategy. For a new product, you want to go after a market where you're going after the innovators and early adopters. You have some clear advantage in your focal market that lets people overlook your flaws. If you're going after the early majority, you want an improved product that's better on some dimension. And if you're going after a laggard market or a late majority market, you want to think about resegmenting the market and creating a new product that better fits the needs of that marketplace. So deciding what segment to go after is complicated. Think about where the segment is on the S-curve. Make sure that the segment's referenceable, valuable for learning, and coherent. And make sure it matches the overall development of that S-curve in the market itself. And make sure that you are not being over the top in terms of your testing. Test 2 markets and pick one. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karthik, and we're going to talk about understanding user needs. Now, before we dive into concept development or product development, user research is an excellent way to understand user needs. It is critical in order to ensure that product development is directed and it is effective. And it is, in fact, a very fundamental part of product management as well as user experience design. But before we dive into user research, a caveat. Companies like Facebook and Google probably never did any formal user research before building their products, and yet have been immensely successful. So it is important to acknowledge that. But having said that, at the same time, we know that for every Google and Facebook, there are thousands, in fact, probably tens of thousands of entrepreneurs who build products without necessary user research, only to see the products fall flat on its face. And in fact, it is almost natural for an entrepreneur or an engineer to go build a product based on a hypothesis that you have. It all makes sense in our head. But the question is whether the user actually values the product that you have in mind. Without user research, the chances of failure can be high, simply because you might build something that isn't a real important pain point for the user. Or maybe it's the right pain point, but you build it the wrong way. Or perhaps you end up with too many iterations before you arrive at product market fit, and therefore you end up losing time. User research can help avoid all that. If you think about user research, there's really 4 simple steps involved in it. The first step is to gather raw data from customers about their needs. The second is to interpret that data. Next, we organize the needs based on different types that we observe. So we might observe multiple people repeat the same need in different ways, and we might organize them into different buckets. And finally, we establish the relative importance of these needs and identify which ones are the most pressing for the user. Now let's start with the first step, which is gathering raw data on customer needs. There are many ways to do this. One popular way is to use surveys. Now, surveys are good when you have specific questions in mind. For example, how should I price this product? What's the change in demand if I reduce the price by, say, $2? Or in order to prioritize product features, feature A versus feature B, which one would the user value? And it's useful for these kinds of very directed questions. But surveys are less useful in this early phase of opportunity identification. And in fact, we'll later talk about surveys and interviews for testing concepts once those concepts are developed. But in this early phase, when we're trying to understand user needs, surveys are less useful. Now, another tool that's available to us is to have a focus group with, say, 8 to 10 customers. Now, focus groups are highly productive. You can get a great discussion going among your participants, but it's also a very expensive data collection method. And finally, you have interviews where you have a one-to-one format, and this format tends to be somewhat cheap relative to focus groups and tends to be almost as effective as focus groups and much faster. And therefore, that's my personally preferred method of gathering user needs, and so we'll focus a little bit on interviews and how to conduct them. Now, the first question that comes up when we're trying to conduct an interview is who do we interview and how many do we interview? In terms of who to interview, it's important to interview all the relevant stakeholders. That includes the eventual user, but it also includes the buyer of the product to the extent that the buyer is not the eventual user. It includes perhaps the IT staff that does the installation of the product in the case of an enterprise software product. It also includes advisors who advise either the buyer or the user in their choices. What is really important to keep in mind as you determine who to interview is that one should not assume the customer segment of interest. You might have decided that the right user of your product is somebody aged between 20 and 35 who is from an, Ivy League university working in consulting or in software, but that's making too big an assumption too early, and so it's important that your sample be sufficiently varied. Now, the question is, what's the right number? There's no good answer to this question, but it's important to, again, acknowledge that we're trying to get a bird's eye view of user needs at this stage. And so we're looking for qualitative information and not necessarily statistical inference based on the interviews we conduct. So we're not looking for large sample sizes of 100, 200 users to interview. Instead, probably an interview sample size of anywhere from 5 to 20 subjects is probably right during this early phase of user needs identification. Now, if you have maybe only one important class of stakeholder, perhaps it's enough to interview 5 subjects. But if you have lots of different stakeholders, for example, the user is different from the buyer, there are advisors worth interviewing, in which case you might end up closer to 20. Now, I should also point out that a lot of research shows that once you've interviewed about 9 or 10 people, you've easily got over 80% of user needs. And further, the performance of interviews is almost comparable to that of focus groups. So probably a sweet spot is somewhere around 10. Now, once we know who to interview and how many to interview, the question is, how should the interview proceed? There are a few best practices that are worth keeping in mind. First, it's really important to forget the product concept you have in mind to the extent that you have fleshed it out in your mind, and instead to focus more on the user needs. And this is important because it's only natural and tempting to ask the user about a certain product you have in mind. You might ask the user, would you like this particular product or this feature? And of course, subjects might be tempted to say yes just to please you. So do not ask questions like, do you value this feature? Or will you use this feature? Instead, ask them questions that are more open-ended. And it's really, again, important to remember that it's about the user and not about the product at this stage. Also, don't ask leading questions at this early stage of idea development. Ask more open-ended questions. For example, don't ask, do you do this? And instead ask, how do you do something that's of interest to you as the interviewer? Also, ask about the user's current behavior rather than speculating about their likely behavior in the future. So don't ask users questions like, will you use this product? Or don't ask them questions about how might you do this in the future. Instead, ask them, how do you currently do something? Because people don't really know how they'll behave in the future, and they will speculate, and that's not going to be particularly informative. And finally, try to be as specific as possible, both with your questions, and try to get specific answers. So ask for examples when the answers provided are very general. So we're not looking for generalizations. We're looking for specific stories that can then lead to interesting insights about user needs. Now let's also talk a little bit about the interview content. What should we try and ask, and what are we hoping to get out of the interview? The way I approach it is that out of the interview, I'm looking for 2 main types of insights. The first, I'm trying to understand user behavioral patterns. And through this, I can understand different user personas that are out there, which in turn will feed into user experience design. For those of you who are not aware of the term personas, it's actually really relates to a term that you might have heard about, which is customer segments. Customer segments are usually about demographics. It's about roles that people might adopt. For example, if we use Google Docs, We might have different roles. I might be the one who's creating the document. Somebody else might be collaborating with me and might edit the document and has the role of an editor. And a third person might have the role of a reader, and they don't really edit the documents, but they are actually consuming the document that I've created. And so these are different roles. Now, personas capture some of these features of customer segments like demographics and roles, but they also go beyond. They have a lot of behavioral information, behavioral patterns related to how users do something that's of interest, which in turn will feed into product design. And I think that's the big difference between a persona and a customer segment. And that's really that a persona will go beyond a customer segment information like demographics and try and get into behaviors that ultimately feed into product design. Now, besides user behavioral patterns, the other big class of information I'm seeking in an interview is to understand the steps in the customer journey or the customer experience. For example, if I'm applying to college, then the steps might include starting by talking to my friends about which colleges and which majors are of interest to them. Based on those conversations and based on some Google searches, I might then identify majors of interest. Then I might look up college rankings for these majors. I might speak to some of the alumni at these colleges and eventually identify a small set of colleges and majors and then apply to these places. And so that's essentially what a journey might look like. So it's important to understand what the user actually does in each step of this journey. And also, what's the user's pain point and what's the user's emotion, whether it's positive or negative, in each step of this journey. This will help us understand where is the most pressing pain point in the entire user journey. So I'm now going to use an interview to try and illustrate some of the principles I talked about. For the purposes of this interview, I'm going to assume that we're interested in understanding user needs tied to diet and nutrition. And perhaps we have a certain concept in mind trying to help people make better nutritional and diet choices. But that can mean several different product concepts. It might mean a portal where we provide users with information about nutrition. It might mean an app where people can quickly search for caloric and other information tied to a specific recipe that they are considering making. Or it might be a marketplace to connect consumers with nutritionists. So these are very different product concepts tied to the same fundamental user need of helping people make better nutritional choices. And so we're going to use this interview to better understand what's the actual user need. Joining me here is Stephanie. So Stephanie, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions related to your diet and nutritional choices. First, let me ask you, how important or salient is diet or nutrition for you? How often do you find yourself thinking about it and making conscious decisions related to that?
I think it's pretty much part of my daily life and has been since I was a child. I played a lot of sports when I was growing up, so I had to think about kind of what I was eating and my practice schedule, and that's carried with me throughout my adulthood. Not in the same capacity necessarily as when I was a child or when I was in secondary school, but now I run. I wouldn't necessarily call myself a runner, but I have run some half marathons. And so I am aware of exercise and my training schedule and what my nutrition needs to be when I am in that training regimen.
Give me an example of a choice or two that you make driven by your exercise regimen.
Just making sure that I am eating, enough carbohydrates, eating proper vegetables and fruits, watching my protein intake. Is it too much? Is it too little? And also my big thing is making sure I drink enough water.
Okay.
So I find myself a lot that I am dehydrated. So that's something where I have to constantly remind myself to drink water.
And when you say is protein too much or too little, what's the range in your mind?
So my idea of nutrition, I don't necessarily calculate the grams or the specifics, but just knowing that I need to eat like a lean protein for dinner and maybe I had some carbs for lunch, so maybe I should balance that out with a salad and a lean protein for dinner, and just keeping that in mind so that I'm not eating 3 cookies.
Okay.
That maybe I swap out a cookie for a piece of fruit, that kind of thing.
All right. So would you describe your approach as being reactive or preventative?
I would say most of the time it's preventative.
Yeah.
I've tried to maintain my weight throughout my adulthood. I've had some fluctuations in that due to being ill and sick, and having to kind of go through the motions of calibrating my body again after recovering from being ill. So I think it's something that I try to be preventative, and then obviously if I'm training, I think there is a little bit of reactivity to that because you're listening to your body and trying to mentally get through whatever you're training for.
Right. So clearly your training drives a lot of your choices, but is there an element of thinking about chronic illnesses that say a family member might have, or that might be a lot in the news that might drive some of these choices as well?
Yeah, I think that the primary ones would be we have a family history of cancer and diabetes. So those are things that are kind of prevalent in my mind, and some of the choices that I make, and making sure that I am exercising, that I'm seeing a doctor fairly regularly, getting a physical once a year, seeing a specialist if I need to, and just being cognizant of the diet that I'm taking, watching my sugar, not eating fatty foods.
And so when you say sugar and fatty foods, that's again driven by either diabetes or cancer and these kinds of
Yeah, and just keeping that in
considerations.
my mind that the older I get, I believe it's probably going to be even more difficult to stay healthy and be healthy. And so if you can take those actions now of knowing what should be in your diet and what shouldn't be.
So can you give me an instance of, any scenario where you actually made a change in your diet? And what was that process or that journey like? What was the first trigger point? And then where did you get additional information? How did you change it? Just walk me through the various steps in that.
Sure. So I actually worked abroad in West Africa for 2 years.
Okay.
And when I came back, I had a parasite. And the parasite destroyed a lot of my body, and it really affected how my body reacted to the certain foods that I ate. And so I really had to sit down and think about what was triggering the responses that my body was having. And so I worked with a nutritionist and several doctors to kind of figure that out. But in addition to the information that they gave me, I did a lot of research, primarily on the internet, and just kind of talked to other people that may have had a similar situation to see, was this normal? What did you do? Or, how often did you feel this way? That kind of thing.
Okay. And what might have been the sequence here? It sounds like visiting the doctor was the first step in that sequence. Was the nutritionist after, or was it talking to friends, or was it researching online?
Well, first it was being aware of what the symptoms were.
Yeah.
And then that was triggering me to go to the doctor and figure out something is not right. So then I went to the doctor, was referred to another doctor, and then with that, the suggestion of also talking to a nutritionist.
From the doctor gave the suggestion?
Yes. Just so that I could meet with someone regularly and kind of talk about a food journal and keep those things written down and come up with a plan on how to evaluate how I was taking care of myself, and also, if there were any things in my diets or adjustments and how that affected how I was feeling.
Okay. You mentioned a food journal, so is that something you maintain even today?
I don't maintain it today.
But you did.
I guess maybe mentally I maintain it, in
Okay.
that I'm aware of kind of what I'm eating more of, and certain foods I just avoid,
Okay.
Or try to avoid, because I still have an association with how they make me feel
Right.
based on when I was ill previously.
And when you discuss these steps, like the doctor, the nutritionist, researching online, talking to friends and family, and then eventually arriving at the nutrition choices that you are comfortable with today, was that series of steps relatively smooth, or were there certain steps or portions of this process that were more painful, where it took you longer to get the necessary information or get the necessary motivation in order to make the change?
No, I would say it was a pretty steady process. It was pretty linear. I think the frustration that I had was sometimes, you talk to one doctor and they're not quite sure, and so you're waiting for other ideas and tests and that. But once I knew what the problem was, it was a bit of trial and error initially, but then once I had a process of, I have to meet with the nutritionist this day, and I have to do this, and I need to make sure I'm not eating this, it went fairly smoothly.
And what was the most critical moment or the aha moment? Was that when you met the nutritionist, or was that something you found online, or was it a friend or family member that gave you that critical insight? Or was there no such aha moment, but it was just a series of small incremental steps?
I think it was more of a series of small incremental steps. The combination of using those different resources, whether it was doctors, nutritionists, my own self-discipline of really listening to my body and kind of knowing what I needed to do. But that was it was gradual. I don't ever recall being like, oh yes, I figured it out. So.
Okay. And then finally, tied to nutrition, the last question related to that is, if you think about, whether it's access to information, or is it access to a person like a nutritionist or a doctor, or is it the motivation and the behavioral aspect of it, what keeps you committed going forward? Is any of these harder than the other elements of this journey you talked about?
I think mostly it's just the behavior, like my own kind of self-discipline.
Okay.
And self-regulation of, keeping in mind what I need to do, and if I need help or I'm not feeling well or something like that, don't try to figure it out yourself. Go to a doctor and talk to them about whatever's going on, and staying healthy that way.
Finally, I want to understand some other aspects of your lifestyle that are not related to health and nutrition. Do you consider yourself to be savvy with technology, or a relative novice with technology?
I would say I'm pretty savvy.
Okay. And, again, let's talk about some websites and some tools that you might use. Do you use Facebook?
Yes.
How about Twitter?
Yes.
Do you use any messaging outside of Facebook messaging, like, say, Skype or Google Chat or any of these?
Yes, I use all of those, actually.
Oh, you use all of them?
Yeah.
Okay. How about Uber and Airbnb? Have you used either of these?
Yes, I've used both.
You've used both,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me ask you about health-related websites. Have you been to any, like, WebMD or Livestrong or any of these other websites?
Yeah, WebMD. Also, I frequent the CDC website a lot. Just, I like to, because of all of my previous travels, knowing certain things about different diseases and also immunizations, keeping up to date on all of that stuff is kind of important to me.
Okay.
And so I do check things out and see what symptoms are for, even just flu, cold symptoms, the difference of the two.
Right.
So yeah, I would say accessing those government resources and
Okay.
seeing also too, like, what local health offices might offer. Do they offer some kind of health fair or a nutrition day or something like that?
Right. Have you ever paid for any health-related products, in particular products tied to diet and nutrition? So you clearly talked about paying for providers like nutritionists. Have you ever paid for any, either a software or a digital product that helps you make better choices, or an app that helps helps you track your diet, nutrition, or helps make choices, or a fitness tracker, or any product that's tied to health and nutrition?
So I have had a heart rate monitor, which tracks your heart rate. I don't have anything like a Fitbit, but I do have an app on my phone that I utilize.
Okay. Is that a free app or a paid app?
It's a free app.
Okay.
Yeah. But that is something that I'm working towards. I really would like to get a wearable of some kind so that I could track things more regularly.
Okay. Now, if your employer ever provided you a free service that you could use, that is, for example, consultation with a nutritionist or information or things of that nature, would you consider using it if it's free for you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your own, would you go and pay from your pocket to try and seek these services on a preventive basis if there's no condition to worry about?
I think I would, yeah.
Okay. But it sounds like as far as health-related products, currently you don't necessarily pay for any of them. Is
no,
that fair?
I don't.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be opposed to paying for them.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And finally, once the interview is done, we gather all the data, we process the interview transcript or our notes, and we interpret that. And we identify all the different needs that are mentioned by our different subjects. And we might then organize these needs into different types. And once we've done that, we might then try to establish their relative importance. We might do that by seeing the number of times these needs are mentioned. We might see the actual emotion people convey when they talk about these needs, or we might observe their body language. But ultimately, all of this helps us identify what are some of the most important needs. So in summary, user research through interviews is a very useful method to understand user needs before we dive into product development or even concept development. It can help save a lot of time and money. It helps to prioritize user requirements and helps to avoid features that you think are important but are truly not relevant for the user. And also, it helps reduce the number of product iterations needed to arrive at product market fit. Next, I will illustrate these principles through actual interviews where I'll try to apply these principles to identify user needs and product requirements.
One of the key questions that we might think about as a new entrant in a new market space is this question: what would happen if our innovations were instantly available to all of our competitors? This question really forces us to confront and think deeply about on what basis our firm is really going to be able to capture returns as compared to everyone else who could be entering into the domain. Now, to set the table, I want to cover one general principle. I'm going to term it judo strategy. And the imagery here is, if you are the startup entrant, how are you going to be able to flip or outcompete a much larger incumbent? After all, that's the essential challenge that you have as the new entrant or startup entrepreneur in a given space. And it really forces us to think about this question: on what basis are you going to have any form of leverage as compared to outsiders? And in general, it's going to emphasize skill rather than strength. And it's going to emphasize this notion of how could we avoid head-to-head competition? Because after all, the incumbent is going to have much deeper pockets, going to have a more established corporate reputation as compared to any new entrant in any new market space. So let's talk about several tactics that you might employ as a startup entrepreneur. The first one is you have to really be able to develop a theory as to why the incumbent will not have incentives to come in and aggressively compete against you right away. Now, that may be because you're flying below the radar screen, that the incumbent doesn't really notice you. But even if the incumbent does notice you, are there some theories that you can think about as the entrepreneur as to why you're going to have at least some small window of time in which the incumbent will not have tremendous incentives to come in and aggressively compete against you? These could be because, for example, the incumbent doesn't want to cannibalize its existing products or services. It could be because the entry into the new market space that you are covering as the startup will have negative spillover effects compared to the home or flagship product of the incumbent. Let me illustrate that with an example. Take the case of Red Bull, the new entrant to the United States. The incumbent player may be Coca-Cola. Now, Red Bull consciously develops a reputation or position that is much more edgy, extreme. And that's, by construction, is a very different positioning or brand than Coca-Cola is trying to cultivate. The family imagery, wholesomeness, et cetera, and because Red Bull, by construction, is really trying to distance itself from that brand imagery of the wholesomeness family reputation, Coca-Cola may be less incentivized to come in and compete aggressively in that new market space. A second tactic that you might use is to give a stake in the success of your startup with the incumbent. Now, to the extent that it's a win-win proposition, the better that you do as a startup, the better that the incumbent does in terms of how they do having an equity stake or a royalty stake in the success of your business. That will naturally defray competition. Now, the precondition to really employing the strategy is making sure that you have a compelling value proposition such that the incumbent wants to do a deal with you. The final aspect here in terms of a tactic is being able to translate short-term opportunity windows that you're able to get into as the startup and to take further moves so that you're able to translate one success into another success that will prolong that opportunity window. Now imagine that your competitors could instantly get access to your innovation soon after you enter. What protects you? This invokes the concept of a tightly held complementary asset. Complementary assets are those assets that are necessary to translate a given technical innovation into commercial returns. Examples of these are things like regulatory expertise, sales and manufacturing excellence, your knowledge or ability to cultivate a brand. Now, what's important here is that to be the basis of competitive advantage, those complementary assets have to be tightly held. That is, they have to be unique. They can't be generally available to everyone in the industry. Consider the context of semiconductor chip designers. Now, if all those designers had access to the same manufacturing facility to fabricate those chips, that manufacturing would no longer be the basis of any competitive advantage because everyone in the industry would have access to those same manufacturing facilities and therefore could no longer be the basis of a competitive advantage. Now, those complementary assets come into two buckets. The first are things that you own, resources, and the second are things that you can do, organizational capabilities or competencies. The resources that you own could be things like brand name or customer relationships, while things that you can do, organizational capabilities, could be of the form of capturing information of customers and what they prefer. Finally, let me give you some examples of 3 distinct entrepreneurial strategies when it comes to entry that could be the basis of competitive advantage. The first is a value chain strategy. This is essentially a cooperative strategy where you as the startup are working to reinforce an existing value chain that an incumbent has, but innovating along some aspect of the value chain. Consider Foxconn, that company that actually manufactures iPhones, iPads, and Kindles. They feed into the value chain of Apple and of Amazon by innovating on one segment along the value chain, but doing much better and more efficiently than Apple or Amazon could do it themselves. That's the first strategy. The second strategy is essentially a competition strategy, a disruptive strategy in which you're trying, as a startup entrepreneur, to upend the value chain, the existing value chain of the industry incumbent. Here, we're talking about theories that have been elaborated by Clay Christensen of Harvard Business School and others. To give a concrete example, consider Netflix, that company that is delivering streaming media content, movies over the internet. Back in the early days of entry, the established industry incumbent was Blockbuster. They had a very particular way of distributing movies to consumers. That namely, the consumers would drive to the Blockbuster stores and check out the titles and then incur a late fee if they returned it late. Netflix pioneered a disruptive strategy that competed, is essentially a substitute for Blockbuster, by delivering DVDs by mail and then subsequently streaming content. Really, it's a different value chain that replaces the market power of the industry incumbent. Finally, there's the third strategy, a blue ocean strategy. Here, it's not necessarily mutually exclusive with the disruptive strategy, but the essence here is that you're trying to discover new market space, as elaborated by the champions of this strategy, professors at INSEAD that you see listed there. To give a concrete example, consider Airbnb. This is the company that allows peers or users to essentially go in and rent an apartment or room of an apartment. It's really a peer-to-peer type of platform. And it was discovering new market space because no one ever thought that this could be the basis of a viable business, but ended up being quite disruptive and discovering a new market space that has eventually eclipsed the market capitalization of the likes of Hilton and the Sheraton. So in summary, we've covered some strategies by which entrants could really defray competition and address the question, what if competitors could instantly get access to the innovations that we've pioneered as a startup? On what basis could we really win and outcompete those competitors? Thank you.
This session is on generating ideas with individuals and groups. There are a lot of settings in entrepreneurship in which we need to generate a lot of ideas. For instance, identifying solution concepts for our new venture. That's a setting in which we'd like to have several, 5 or 10 compelling solution concepts for how to address the opportunity. Now, the dominant approach in practice today is to get the team together in a conference room, in a meeting, and to brainstorm, to go around the room, to write ideas on the whiteboard. But it turns out that that's not a terribly effective way to generate ideas. Let me give you an analogy. Let's imagine that a team of 10 of us finds ourselves stranded on a deserted island. The key problem we face immediately is where to find food and water. Now let's imagine 2 approaches to searching the island. In the first approach, we all get together in what might be characterized as a rugby scrum, and we together move over the island looking for interesting things, looking for food and water. In a second approach, we say, hey, everybody go off in a different direction for 30 minutes. Let's meet back here in 30 minutes and report back on what you found. I hope it's self-evident that the second approach is going to cover more territory and reveal more interesting options. Well, the same thing is true in generating ideas. About the worst thing you can do is get the entire team together in a room, in a rugby scrum, basically, all talking about the same ideas. Instead, what's much better is to get the same group to work independently and in parallel to explore lots of different territory and then to share what they found. I've actually done some empirical research in this area, comparing 2 different approaches to generating ideas. In the group approach, we had teams of 4 people working together at the same time for 30 minutes. In what I call the hybrid approach, we take those same 4 people, had them first work for 10 minutes independently and in parallel and alone, and then get together for 20 more minutes to work together to share what they found. And what we found was that in the hybrid approach, those same 4 people generated about 2.5 times more ideas than if they worked together. And those ideas were actually of better quality. Now, hopefully, the analogy to the search on the island makes sense to you, which is that when you're in a group, in a team setting, working together, you all tend to converge on a single conversation, on a single thread, on a single pathway for exploration. But through the hybrid approach, each of you can independently and in parallel explore different territory, and then you can share that information in the second part of the hybrid process. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm definitely not anti-team or anti-group. The team is very important. The group work is very valuable. But there's really no cost to spending just a few minutes, even as little as 10 minutes, having each individual working independently and in parallel to explore unconstrained by the thoughts of others, and then to share what you've found. So in terms of the challenge of generating solution concepts, I recommend that you adopt this approach. Use the hybrid process. Use an individual exploration phase plus a group phase. In order to get people to actually deliver what you've asked them to do, it's very useful to provide a numerical target for the individual phase. I like to ask people to generate 10 ideas for whatever challenge that we're facing. And then a sad thing about many organizational settings is that it's hard to get people to do their homework. It's hard to get people to do the pre-work in advance of a meeting. So one way around that is to actually call the meeting, but then in the first 10 minutes of the meeting, simply have everyone work alone and independently before you start the discussion. But the key thing is that you find a way to carve out a few minutes for everyone on your team to work independently and in parallel in order to reveal the most interesting and diverse set of solution concepts.
The first step in planning your startup involves thinking about the underlying assumptions involved in your entrepreneurial venture. Any entrepreneurial venture requires assumptions because you haven't built the thing yet, so you have to assume that certain things are true about the world for your startup to work. And there could be many different kinds of assumptions. You could assume that customers will operate in a particular way. Your competitors will react in a particular way. That once people see the product, they'll understand the need for it, that they'll tell their friends. These are the assumptions that your startup is based on. And many times these assumptions are unspoken. And this could lead you into trouble because it means that you haven't actually thought through what things in your startup you know and what things you're assuming you know. And a failure to understand these underlying assumptions can actually lead to failure or even to missed opportunities. The picture that you see on the screen is of Charge It Spot. So Charge It Spot is a startup that started in one of my classes. And the idea was to build a cell phone charging tower. So you'd put this in various retail shops. And when your cell phone was running low on batteries, you'd bring it to the Charge It Spot and charge it for free while you shopped. And the idea is very good. The company's been very successful so far and raised quite a bit of venture capital, but they've learned that some of their underlying assumptions are wrong. They thought the main benefit of the Charge It Spot would be that people would be charging their phone in it, and therefore they'd spend more time walking around the store waiting for their phone to charge. And that indeed turns out to be a benefit. But one of the big sales factors for the Charge It Spot has been that registration screen that you see in the middle. So when you put your phone into charge, you type in your email address in case you lose it, and you type in a secret code. And it turns out the Charge It Spot is the most effective way of getting email addresses for people in store who are interested in potentially buying in the future. And that's been one of the major values. And because they didn't think to ask about that, it took them a while to recognize that there was actually a large growth opportunity that was missing. So these sorts of assumptions can hobble your business, and thinking about them becomes a really critical point of startup planning. There are a number of different ways that you can bring assumptions that are normally unspoken to the surface. And there really isn't magic associated with one way or another. Essentially, surfacing assumptions is about asking a list of questions about your startup and trying to get answers and think hard with your co-founders, if you have them, about the underlying factors that are going to make your business successful. So I'm going to give you one method based on the work of Tom Eisenman of Harvard Business School, who grouped assumptions into 4 different categories. And I'm using a slightly different version of this, but the basic idea is the same. So the 4 categories are customer value. How are you delivering value to customers? How are the customers going to know that value is being delivered? How are you going to deal with competition? Technology and operations. What do you actually have to do in your business to make it succeed? What kind of operational steps you need to take? What technology you need to develop? Who's going to do what? Sales and marketing. How are people going to know about your product? How are they going to be able to buy it? And then finally, the financials and the profit formula. So how are you going to actually generate revenue for your business? What's the underlying formula that's going to make you profitable in the long run? So this is a very easy technique, which is you're going to go through each of the categories, and we'll talk about them more in a second, and you're going to ask yourself key questions and figure out whether or not you can answer them. So what are those 4 key categories? The first is the customer value area. So you start off by thinking about your customer needs. And the most important question in some ways to ask for your entire entrepreneurial venture is, do you know what customer needs you're solving, and how do you know? If the answer is, I'm one of those customers, that's a great starting point. But do you know the market's large enough? And how do you know this? What facts are you drawing on? Are there particular market segments that you're addressing? And if you've seen Professor Huang's talk on customer segments, this is a good way to think about the segmentation issue. Competition. How are you different from other products and services? And how do you know that you are? If you are different, how do you keep your advantage? And how do you protect your intellectual property so other people don't copy it? And in the longer term, how do you sustain that advantage by dealing with competitors? So how do you think they're going to react to you entering the market? Do you have any knowledge of this? How are you thinking about responding to that? On the pricing side, how are you going to price your product and service? There's many different pricing techniques you could use. You could do fixed pricing. You could do bundled pricing. You could price by the month. You could do value-based pricing where you're getting a percentage of the savings that people have. What's your pricing method? And how are you figuring out what the right price point is? And who's paying? Is it the customer? Or is that something insurance companies are paying for? Or that something being done in hospitals where the hospital's paying for it and not the doctors? You need to understand who the payer is. And partners. Who do you need to work with to make you successful? Are there companies that need to cooperate with you? And how are you going to give them enough value to convince them to join you and partner with you as you go forward? So this is an exhaustive list, but if you can't answer these sets of questions, you have a major assumption that you need to deal with within your business. The second set of questions deal with technology and operations, how you're actually going to run the business. So first, these are about planning. What tasks need to actually be done in your business? So when you start this, what are you actually going to be doing? What jobs do people do every day? What jobs are people doing in the short term? And how will you structure your tasks so that you learn as much as possible as you move forward with the business? What drives your costs? Many times it's the people involved in the company, but it could be outsourced technology, it could be hardware, it could be rent. How are you thinking about these sets of issues, and how do you know what your cost drivers are? How do you hire? So who's going to do all of the various tasks in your business? Is it just you and your co-founders? Are you using outside contractors? Are you hiring people permanently? If you have that talent already, how are you going to deploy it, and how much does it cost? If you don't have the talent, how are you going to get it? Technology. So how will you develop and maintain your underlying technologies? Are you building things in-house or outside? Do you need new technology at all to make this work? And then you need to think about the long term, which is something we'll be discussing in upcoming classes, such as because the issues that you raise now and the decisions you make in the very early days of your company will have long-term effects across the entire lifespan of your organization. In fact, we have strong evidence that decisions made even 100 years ago at the founding of old companies affect their operations today. So thinking hard about how you're going to make choices that have long-term positive impacts matter. How will you build a startup ultimately that doesn't need you so that you can walk away from it and you don't have to do every job in the company forever? Another set of questions is around marketing and sales. So think about your channels, how you're reaching your customers. What type of sales channels are you going to be using to go to market? How will you actually get those channels to join you? And what kind of value do you need to give them? 30% margin, 20% margin, a list of names and addresses, an investment in your company? How are they going to join you and come on board? Who's handling what aspect of sales in your organization? Who's handling prospecting? Who's handling customer calls? Who's handling returns or customer service? Those are all issues you need to address. Customer acquisition. How are you getting your new customers? And what's the cost of acquiring one? What's your customer acquisition cost? So how much are you paying to the marketers? How much are you paying to in sales incentives? How much are you paying in referral fees? And then optimization. How are you going to know that these sales methods are working or not? How are you going to learn as you go? And how are you going to measure success? What are your key metrics? Another thing we'll be talking about. The final set of questions is around financial and profit formulas. So What are your financial projections, and how do you justify them? What do you know about them? Something we'll be talking a little bit more when we talk about discovery-driven planning in a couple lessons from now. And then how will you improve and make your projections better as you move along? And then the question of investment. How much money do you need to make your product work or your venture work? And how will you actually get that money? And this, again, something we'll be talking about a lot more is various fundraising techniques. And then how can you actually order your investments to maximize your value and maximize your learning? So you spend as little as possible early on to figure out whether this is a good venture idea or not, to grow the value of your venture before you start raising larger amounts of funds. What you'll notice is that I've just given you an exhausting list of questions. And I think you'd probably love it if I could answer them for you, but this is about your venture, your business. So these are questions you need to answer for yourself. And I strongly recommend sitting down with your founding team. If you're a lone founder, that you figure out a couple people to join with and talk to about this, and spend a couple hours going through these sets of questions and thinking about what your answers are. And when you do this, go through each question and tag them based on 2 numbers. Give them a number 1 to 5 based on the level of importance. So if it turns out the most important part of your organization, of your venture idea, is that you will find a particular partner who is willing to sell your product, say you need it to be sold for you at Walmart. So that becomes your most important. You'd rate that a 5. And it might be that you also don't know very much about how Walmart decides what kind of products to carry. So you're very unconfident in that. You'd give that a 5 as well. So what you'll do ultimately is have answers to every one of the questions I raised, and you'll have a number between 2 and 10 associated with each one. The highest numbers are those that are the most important and most uncertain. Those are your key assumptions of your business. Those are the things you need to answer as soon as possible to figure out whether your business is a good idea or not. Entrepreneurship is interesting because the costs associated with it are not just money. There's actually 3 different costs you have to worry about when you think about what assumptions you're testing. So the first is cash, how much money your startup has, how much money you have. This is an overriding factor in many startups. It's obviously a point that we'll talk about, and we'll talk much more about how you raise money, how you spend money, how you think about money inside an entrepreneurial venture. But you also have other kinds of costs you're spending. And so when I talk to startup founders, one of the issues that comes up continuously is time. That you're racing against time before competitors enter the market or an opportunity disappears. So if it takes you 3 months to find an answer to a question, that's 3 months of lead or advantage that might be gone. And then something that founders often don't talk about, but ends up being a very important part of entrepreneurial ventures, is the founder's own reserves of effort and energy. So in an early stage startup, the person who does everything tends to be the founder. And the founder has to be everywhere, managing people, hiring people, selling. So that takes a lot of energy. And thinking about how you structure this so you're not expending your energy everywhere, but instead focusing on the things that are most important, is a critical part of startup budgeting. So you're budgeting money, you're budgeting time, and you're budgeting effort. So the goal of entrepreneurial planning is to learn as much as you can about your key assumptions while minimizing these costs. So you want to focus on the assumptions that are most important, that are most unknown, and get answers to those as soon as possible to figure out whether or not your startup is heading in the right direction, or whether you need to change direction or even move and do something else entirely. So we've been talking about how assumptions underlie any startup business, and how figuring out what those assumptions are and planning around them, planning to learn about them, is critical to making your startup work. I'm going to give you a technique that was developed here at Wharton called discovery-driven planning that will give you some ideas about how to think about formally planning your business. This was originally developed by Ian McMillan and Rita McGrath, and it's a really interesting way of building a toy model. What I mean by toy model is this is not trying to reflect the real world in a deep way, but it instead creates a steady state model of your business that lets you play with various assumptions and figure out what's working and what isn't. And what's nice about this is, unlike a lot of other models that are financial, it takes into account the fact that you don't know a lot of answers. So the variation I'm going to teach you about discovery-driven planning has 5 steps. And before I explain the 5 steps, I want to explain how we're going to go through this. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a case that's a made-up case. I'll walk through how you would do discovery-driven planning for that case. And then available as part of this course, you will find a spreadsheet that will actually let you play with this model. So the model I'm telling you, we've built a spreadsheet for it. And then the second video lecture, on discovery-driven planning will actually ask you some specific questions about that case, and we'll dive into more detail. So it's a complicated topic. It's much easier when you do this hands-on. So use this as the introduction, then play with the actual spreadsheet, and then the second video will give you a sense of how it all comes together. So it's much more intuitive once you have your hands on this. But the 5 steps you have to worry about are starting with a goal, mapping out the operational steps for the enterprise, build a reverse income statement, benchmark your assumptions, and match your milestones to assumptions. So what does this all mean? Before I go into them in detail, let me give you an example. So let's take the example of your cousin John. John and his wife Joanne are carpenters, and they've been working as cabinet makers for a long time. And they have been working in a bunch of different fancy office buildings, and they've realized that the kind of desks, especially standing desks, that are available to people working in these offices are pretty ugly and not very functional. So they've come up with a way of making a really beautiful standing desk for people doing creative work. And because they have modern carpentry machines that they've been using to do their contract carpentry work, they can actually think they can do this much more cheaply and much more nicely and much more ergonomically than any standing desk that's out there right now. So that's their idea. The company's called Better Desk. Again, this is fictional. And John and Joanne have asked you to think about how they should plan their business. And we're going to build a discovery-driven plan for John and Joanne. So the first step is to start with your goal. And this is part of what makes discovery-driven planning interesting is, like most entrepreneurs, you're starting with your endpoint. What do you want to achieve? What ultimately do you want to get out of launching a new venture? And in discovery-driven planning, you think about that accomplishment first. And now, since we're building a financial model, we need some numeric answer here. So that could be that you want to achieve a particular level of yearly profit, $100,000, or that you have a particular price point when you want to make a $100 drone that follows you around while you do extreme skiing and takes videos of you. Whatever outcome you want, that's where you start. In the case of John and Joanne, we've talked to them, and it turns out that what they want to do to launch a business, they're excited by it, they think it's interesting, they really want the freedom associated with launching a new business, but they also want to earn more money than they're earning today. So they want to take home 15% more income than they do today. They're each making $60,000 in our example. So that means that their business needs to generate $138,000 in profit, 15% more than $120,000, in order for them to bother launching in the first place. So that's our goal. We need $138,000 in profit for Better Desk. So what's the next step? We now need to think about the steps we actually need to go for in our enterprise to make it work. So what are the things that we will need to do? Now, if you remember back in the previous lecture, we talked about assumptions. This is your technology and operations set of assumptions. What are the actual concrete steps your business needs to go through in order for you to be successful? So what I recommend doing is working backwards from delivering your product to your customer and thinking about the operational steps that you need to go through. So in this case, again, I'm not a desk expert, so I've made this up. And for those of you watching this video who are desk experts, I apologize for anything I've gotten wrong about the desk manufacturing process. But this is designed to be an example. So we start with the endpoint, which is we sell our product to customers. So before that, we need to ship it to them and deal with returns. Before that, we need to actually manufacture these things so people can use them. We need to go through some sort of ordering process where we book orders and set them up for this. And we also need to have made people aware of this before we do anything else. So we have to do sales and marketing. So these are the broad steps of your enterprise. Now, we then go into detail and think about the operational specifications, the individual tasks and metrics that matter in each step of this business. So in the case of manufacturing, here's my example of the sets of manufacturing steps that I thought about. So there's some raw material for desk, there's some delivery costs for that raw material that results in material costs. So that's one bucket that we have to worry about. Another is that the production line itself will churn out a certain number of desks per day, and how many days per year are they going to be spending doing this? How many production lines are we going to produce? And then thinking about the equipment cost for the production line, any depreciation rate, and then the staffing. How many manufacturing staff do we need? How much are we paying them? These are the direct operational specifications for the business, and you'll think about getting all of those on paper. So you've broken down each step of your business. And we can do the same thing you can imagine for sales and marketing, right? Thinking about how much we're spending on doing advertising and marketing, who's going to do this, how many salespeople we need, how many orders they book per sales call, how many sales calls can they make per day. So we're getting very detailed into the operational specifications for your business. Now, please keep in mind that we won't have all the answers at this stage, right? So you're going to do your best job possible. And even the process of going through this has benefits. We know that businesses that spend time on planning are more successful when they launch than those that have not spent this time. So there's benefit to even going through this, even if you don't have all the right answers. You now go from having all the operational specifications of your business set up to building what we call a reverse income statement. So unlike a regular income statement where you're generating it based on what you're spending and what you're taking in this case, we start from our goal. And so if you look at this sheet, you'll be able to download this again and play with these numbers. We have this available for you as a spreadsheet, and this is for the Better Desk case. But you'll notice that some of the numbers are in green. Those that are in green are assumptions. These are numbers we're estimating based on some sort of characteristic, and the numbers in regular text are calculated from this. So we're starting with the current salary. You'll notice at the very top, Mr. and Mrs. Smith are currently making $120,000 a year. We then start with our first assumption, which they've told us that they want to earn 15% more. That means the required profit for Digital Desk is $138,000. And now if we skip down to the manufacturing costs, we'll see that the raw material per desk, we're guessing a number. The delivery cost that we just discussed before, we're guessing a delivery cost. We're assuming how many desks are produced per day on the production line. We're assuming how many production days there are per year. So we're filling in numbers to those operational steps and linking them together in a reasonable way, right? So all these costs are being summed up and then being subtracted from revenues to see whether or not we're still over that required $138,000 goal that John and Joanne have. You now have a list of assumptions in your business, and the goal then is to figure out what are the best possible numbers that I might have that may match these assumptions. So we don't know the raw material per desk. So what do we do to get that answer? So we draw on our own personal experience, but more importantly, we call competition. We look for numbers in the press, and we try and get the best number we can. So here I've created some fictional sources for all of this data. So in figuring out whether the raw material per desk, we have called our potential parts supplier, hardware.com, and had them price out the number. So we have a pretty good estimate that's $120 in raw material. They also told us it would be a $10 shipping cost. When we start thinking about things like the desks per day per production line, we're now going to our equipment supplier and saying how many desks can we produce in this equipment, and they're giving us that information. That's what's being plugged in there. But then when we start looking at things like further down, the manufacturing staff per production line, we have that it's going to take 6 people per line. In this case, we're benchmarking based off on our best estimates of competitors. So we've spoken to people who know the competition, and they're telling us that it's 6 people per production line. And they're telling us that the salary is $35,000. Now, those assumptions might be more vague for us. We don't know the answers as well, as opposed to the calls we've had with a hardware manufacturer who've been pretty clear about how much we're going to have to spend. Right? So each assumption that goes into our chart, every number here, has a source for it. Right? It's either calculated from other numbers or it comes from some outside source. These are your assumptions. So you put those together into one chart, and here we list a whole range of potential assumptions, values, and sources. And again, you can play with all these numbers in the spreadsheet. So step 4, you're benchmarking your assumptions. You're figuring out what numbers you can use to fill in the blanks for your assumptions, for those green numbers, until you have better answers for your business. Step 5 is where this discovery-driven reverse income statement starts to become a planning document. And this is about matching milestones to assumptions. So you can't just have assumptions in your discovery-driven plan. You need to actually test those assumptions. And you want to start, just like we talked about in our prior session, with the highest uncertainty, highest impact assumptions. Those are your key assumptions. So you're going to figure out what your key assumptions are by looking at the model that you have. And you'll start by discussing this with your team. Do we know an answer to this problem or not? Is it high uncertainty or not? You could do sensitivity analysis. The nice thing about discovery-driven planning is that you have a document that now has all of the numbers in your business all tied together. So if you move those numbers in a range, right? I change a number from, say, 6 employees per production line to 7. What does that do to my underlying cost structure? And what does that do to my profit margin? If I change it to 5, what does that do? So I can actually get numeric answers by changing those numbers. And I can also look at the list of assumptions. When you think about John and Joanne, they're carpenters. So I probably would feel very confident about their numbers about production costs because they know a lot about making wood objects. But I would be less confident potentially, in their sources and uses for their pricing because they've never built and sold their own desk before. So uncertainty also comes from the sources you're using to fill in those blanks in your discovery-driven plan. You're going to match these assumptions to milestones. Milestones are moments in your business where you're getting real-world feedback and information based on your real product or service or venture. So we'll talk about a bunch of methods later on in this class session. We'll talk about customer interviews, we'll talk about prototyping, we'll talk about surveying. So you're actually going to be getting data from the real world, and that data will provide milestones in your business, ways of updating your assumptions and learning about how the real world operates in a way that lets you modify your business. So just like key assumptions are the ones that have the highest levels of uncertainty and the highest levels of concern, key milestones are those milestones that test the most assumptions. So in the case of John and Joanne, we've created a bunch of potential milestones. Again, I don't know the carpentry and desk market that well, so this is hypothetical. But they might start with a market study where they're going to gather as much market data as possible. They'll purchase market research on desks, and they'll do some surveys of customers. So that's an easy milestone before they even start production. The second thing they might want to do is a trial production batch. So they might build a few desks and see whether or not their techniques are correct. If you think about it, these milestones test different things. The market study is about testing the customer value proposition. Do people want this desk? How do they buy desks? What's the market look like? And the production batch is about testing technology and operations assumptions. How much does it cost to make a desk? How long does it take? So each of these milestones are the steps in their business. Each milestone will be testing the underlying assumptions. So you actually just create a milestone assumption chart. All the assumptions that we've already talked about are listed on the left-hand side, right? So the direct sales price per desk, the raw material cost per desk, things that were already in our model. And then on the top, the columns are the milestones in the business. So the market study, the trial production batch. And what you're going to do is match these two together by simply putting an X where a particular milestone tests a particular assumption. So assumptions might be tested multiple times. For example, we might test the raw material cost per desk when we do our trial production batch, and then we'll get more information when we do our mock-up, or even more when we start production. So you will narrow down the ranges of those assumptions as you get more information at each milestone. So this is a process of learning real-world information to change your assumptions and to narrow those assumptions down to get better information and build your model more accurately as you go. Then you're going to think about how you order those milestones in ways that'll minimize your cash burn while you're learning. So what are the cheapest milestones you could do? A survey is much less expensive than quitting your job and launching a business. And how do we learn as much as we can from those early milestones early on? And then you're going to actually use these milestones to help shape your business. During the ongoing operations of your venture, as you go along, you're going to keep going back to that milestone assumption chart and constantly check the validity of your underlying assumptions. And you'll update your model with those numbers. As you update that model, you're going to get a sense of where the problem areas in your business are financially, whether you'll be able to reach your goals, and you'll get advanced warning of potential concerns in your planning. And that'll let you revise your plan as you go along. In order to make this work, never have more than 30 milestones and 30 assumptions in your business. If you have more than that, you're never going to go back and replan. It's just going to be too much work. So I recommend trying to match this to the minimum number possible. And remember, this is a steady state model. So this is not an accurate assumption of how your business grows over time, but it gives you a sense of the underlying numbers in your business and how they operate. So this is discovery-driven planning. Again, if you watch the next video, we'll talk about the example of Better Desk, and I want you to have spent some time looking at the spreadsheet first. But it gives you a quantitative tool for analyzing your company even in the face of uncertainty. And it gives you real numbers to test. So if later on you are doing a survey and you need to know, you want to survey customers to see how many are interested in your product or what price they'd pay, you actually have numbers in your model to inform those questions that you're asking. And then it forces you, even more importantly than anything else, to think about your assumptions in a real way, to actually go through the discipline of thinking about what are the underlying questions in your business and how do we reduce risk at the lowest cost. If you don't do something like this, you're going to end up with a whole bunch of unsurfaced assumptions that will ultimately cause you huge problems running your enterprise. And what's nice is a discovery-driven plan shows you in advance potential problems you have and gives you a variety of options to solve them, right? So it may turn out that John and Joanne need to produce more desks to satisfy demand. Great. The discovery-driven plan will indicate that as they start testing their assumptions, they could speed up their business. It might be that this works out better as a lifestyle business, something they do on the side, so they might slow down to match that. They might find out that the market, as they go forward, is willing to pay a lot more for desks in the architecture industry than in the computer programming industry. So that would give them a chance to pivot and change direction. Or maybe they find out this is not a good idea at all, and they exit the business and quit. But they do that before they spent a lot of money or quit their jobs. So discovery-driven planning lets you look at all of these options and think about them in advance. It's a very useful tool. I even ask my startups in my class that are doing things like software as a service or even creating an app to think about doing discovery-driven planning. Because even if you're planning rapid growth and you're planning on not making a huge amount of revenue but spending money, this is a very powerful technique for thinking about the assumptions underlying your business and thinking about the options that you have to change things as time moves on. So I realize we went through a lot of material the last time we spoke about discovery-driven planning. So it's actually a very straightforward process, but it can seem very confusing. The best way to learn it is to actually work through an example. So we spent our time last time talking about John and Joanne's spreadsheet that they built, their discovery-driven plan. We've created a sample one for you to use. And you can find that spreadsheet available to you as part of the course. And take a look at the Better Desk case. So if you look at that, you'll notice that there are a series of 5 tabs. The first is the Better Desk story. That outlines for you the details of the case that we discussed last time. So you can see the story of John and Joanne and why they're launching Better Desk, what their venture idea is. The second tab you'll see is the reverse income statement. That's where most of the action is happening in this particular discovery-driven plan, and we'll talk about that in more detail. There's a list of assumptions, which again we discussed, the list of milestones, and then that assumption milestone chart that combines the two together. What I'd like you to do is look at the reverse income statement. If you remember, the first step in discovery-driven planning is to start with your goal. So if you look at the top of the reverse income statement, you'll see that we've done exactly that. So Mr. and Mrs. Smith have a current income of $120,000. Their goal, they're not willing to launch their company unless they can make 15% over that. So you see that 115% there. So you see their total required profits. Right? So that is the first step. And then when you look at the rest of the reverse income statement, as we discussed in the last class, you'll see that using steps 2 and 3 of the discovery-driven process, we work backwards from our goal, thinking about the key activities in our business and outlining those in detail. So that's the reverse income statement. Again, take a little time to look at that. And I want to ask you a couple questions. And this will work best if you pause the video, seriously, and take 15 minutes to go through the model, because really the only way to understand this is to play with this a bit. And I can't guarantee it's error-free. We did our best job to build it out. But go through the model and consider the following. And think about what are the key assumptions in the business. And again, we discussed about ways of finding key assumptions in the previous lecture. And are there any missing costs or line items? So please take a few minutes to pause, go through this, come up with your own answer about what the key assumptions of the business are and whether there are obvious missing lines or costs. When I do this for my students, we actually do this in class, and we actually do pause for 15 minutes to do this. So take a few minutes to do that, and then continue the video when you're ready. Okay, I'll trust that you did not cheat yourself by skipping ahead. This isn't graded, so you can do it however you want. But if you had a chance to look through this, there are some missing costs that I noticed when we were putting this together. We don't have any information about rent. We don't have any information about taxes. There's no line item. The marketing line item is pretty weird because we're taking a percentage of sales for marketing. But don't you usually want to spend marketing dollars up front to stimulate sales? We don't have any information for website. There's no general and administrative expenses. And the sales model seems a little bit odd in terms of how it was built. This is very realistic, these sets of missing assumptions. It's very common to build a model and not have thought about certain key issues. So by spending time going through it, and especially if you're able to do that with somebody else, it lets you find these key missing issues, right? And I may have missed them, or maybe some of them are different than the ones that you have. But this gives you a very powerful method of thinking about what you're missing when you're doing your assumption planning. So we've talked about missing costs and missing line items. What about the key assumptions, the other question I asked? And you may have tried a bunch of different techniques, but the idea of how you surface key assumptions is the same as we discussed in the last lecture. The first thing you do is you can move the numbers in ranges. What I mean by move in ranges, I mean think about what the highest and lowest possible number for each assumption is, and try putting in that highest and lowest number into the model. So one thing that we had in the model, for example, was the average number of desks per order. So if we think that number could range from 2 to 100, put 2 in and put 100 and see how much that affects your outcomes. And in terms of figuring out how big those number changes can be, how big the range of possible assumption numbers could be, you want to think about what John and Joanne actually know. So where would we expect them to know the most and therefore there to be the least uncertainty? In this case, I would imagine that would be around the production and manufacturing of desks because John and Joanne are carpenters. They know that market really well. So maybe the cost per desk, which I think they have is $120, could be between $115 and $125. But it's unlikely they were so bad at pricing from talking to their suppliers that it could be somewhere between $5 and $1,000. On the other hand, sales is something that we know from the case that John and Joanne know much less about. So it's much more possible that the range for things like the number of sales calls per day could be much larger, both minimum and maximum, than what John and Joanne discussed. And you get more information by looking at the quality of the sources. What information do they have? Where is the data for the assumptions coming from? If you want to get fancy, you could do the sensitivity analysis using by moving all of the numbers simultaneously, or you can just move them individually. What you see on the side of your screen, that staircase chart, sometimes it's also called a tornado chart, which is done vertically, is our sensitivity analysis. How much do the profits and the numbers change if we move those numbers up and down in their ranges? And this is just one example. I'm not saying these are the exact numbers because, again, we've made up this case. But you could generate a similar chart by moving those numbers in the ranges and then seeing which one has the largest possible effect. If you're familiar with more advanced techniques like Monte Carlo simulations, which let you run all the numbers and move them simultaneously, this is a chance to do that as well. But again, if you don't know what that is or you don't have experience with it, you don't need to do a Monte Carlo simulation to get answers. A simple sensitivity analysis where you move the numbers in each range, use the highest and lowest figures, and see what effect that has on your outcome is very powerful in and of itself. So the next step in the business would be to match these key assumptions to milestones. So you've just surfaced some assumptions that might be large. Perhaps that's the direct sales price per desk. That might be a very big assumption. So we now have the list of milestones that they're hoping to achieve. And we have these assumptions, and we've now identified our key assumptions. We're going to fill in this chart, and this is something you should take some time to do now, to think about when something like direct sales price per desk could be tested. In this case, we certainly could test it in the market study, and we could probably test it in the mock-up of the sample desk for focus groups and the simulation of sales and marketing. So is that where we want to test this? We have to think about that. And you're going to figure out your key assumptions, the key milestones, by thinking about which milestones test the most assumptions and how early or late this is in the process of starting our business. So if our big concern is about sales calls and whether or not how many sales calls per day can be made or how many desks per order, you'll notice that if we look at the milestone chart, we don't really test that until fairly late in the business. So perhaps we need to think about a way of pre-selling our product earlier. Maybe we could do this by launching a Kickstarter campaign to see if people will support this desk. Maybe we go out and try and pre-sell to a couple architect shops and see how many orders we get how many desks we get per order. But there isn't a milestone there to test that until very late in the process. So this gives us the idea that maybe we're not testing key assumptions early enough. So that better desk example is a great way to start building your own model. And again, I've heard from many students who found this a very useful technique for thinking through their business. So even if it's not as complex as the better desk model, you'll still find this to be useful. So I strongly recommend building a discovery-driven plan. And it will take you a couple hours of your time, but it can save you thousands of dollars. And having these numbers makes a big difference in your long-term business. At the same time, the problem with the discovery-driven model is it's steady state, right? And your business is hopefully growing over time. This is not a good way to model future sales growth. It's a good way to look at a steady state model that can give you some insights into your business. It's not necessarily a representation of all the costs and issues that you'll be dealing with. So just remember, the model is just a model. It's a tool for you to use. It's not a religious scripture. So think about using this in that kind of way as one of the tools informing you about your assumptions, the next steps in your business, future plans. And spend some time looking through the Better Desk example to understand how everything's connected and how it works together.
Hi, I'm Lori Rosenkopf, and I'm the Vice Dean and Director of the Wharton Undergraduate Division, as well as a professor in our Management Department at Wharton. Today I have the privilege of speaking with Jackie Reeses, who has spent almost 20 years on Wall Street and in private equity at very prestigious firms, and in the last several years has moved out to the West Coast to work with very prominent tech firms. Let's talk about talent management. How important is talent management in new ventures?
Talent is critical. If you have the wrong talent, it's almost impossible to succeed. The right talent will enable your business to thrive because you'll have the right people in place to drive strategy, to drive execution, and really make all the difference in the world in your ability to think through innovative problems in a startup company.
And are there typical mistakes that companies make, or any advice you might give?
Well, ironically, the advice I would give a founder is related to talent, actually, because I think in some cases, when you're starting a company, you hire for the time and place that you're at in a startup, and you have to think about the next 6 months, the next year, what your needs are going to be, and make sure you're staffing with the right quality and execution skills for a longer term, not just the immediate issue at hand.
You've spent a lot of time developing talent over the years, but let me ask you about how you developed your own talent. Was there any particular person who you feel was your best mentor or advisor, and what made them so?
I had two amazing mentors. First, my father. My parents owned retail stores in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and I grew up behind the counter of a retail pharmacy and making deliveries with my family throughout my entire childhood. I learned so much about how you run a business, how you take care of customers, that was ingrained in who I was as a child. It's hard to escape the entrepreneurial environment when you grow up with grandparents and parents and siblings who are all entrepreneurs. The second person I would attribute a lot of my learnings while I was in my 20s is a woman from Goldman Sachs named Suzanne Nora Johnson. Suzanne was a consummate professional. Everything she did was to the utmost quality, and she really thought about what was going to be best for every client. And I really learned about professionalism and integrity from Suzanne.
There are so many qualities of professionals that people can cite. What about qualities of entrepreneurs? Do you believe that there are certain qualities that entrepreneurs need to have?
I do. You know, entrepreneurs are special people. Founders are special people. There's a tenacity and an ability to execute on a vision that is so rare. And to be able to put forth an idea and turn it into a product, a business, a huge enterprise, I think is a very special skill that not everybody has. It incorporates risk tolerance. It incorporates creativity. It incorporates hiring and thinking about the evolution of an idea. That I think it's a really rare and special skill that should be celebrated.
Let's talk about evolution of companies. It's one thing to found a company, but in many cases it's something else entirely to scale a business. Can you give us any specific examples of things that you've done in trying to scale companies that you think would be useful for our audience?
Yeah, I think there are points of time for companies that are just different in the evolution from startup to a big enterprise. Different times require different people. Different times require different operational functions, organizational structures. And I think every company really needs to figure out where they're at and what's most appropriate at the time. The benefit of being a company and having living, breathing people is that you can always make a change. So find the right organizational structure that makes sense for the time and for the next year that's going to most effectively scale a company. And if that's not right for the long term, then change it. But you don't have to think about it as a fixed structure which can't be changed and can't be evolved as a company grows and evolves over time.
Let's talk about networks and networking. There's so much focus on that in the popular press. How have your own personal and professional networks helped you to acquire resources, whether that's talent, funding, other sorts of endorsements, or the like?
There are two incredible networks in my life which I will forever be grateful to. The first is Wharton, and the second is Goldman Sachs. I mean, Wharton, from a population, is a really unique place, a unique set of individuals to interact with, and a unique set of professors to be taught by, interact with, and share ideas with. And I think if you really embrace those networks and think about how to get the most out of them for what you want to achieve, you really can use them to their fullest effect. To the most part, people want to help you. And you have to figure out where in a school, in a professional environment, you can find mentors or an idea or someone who might be able to help you or ask questions to. And I think if you really embrace those opportunities and use them to the fullest, you really can maximize the opportunities that you have in front of you.
Let's talk about the broader role of ventures, venture creation in society. Do you have ways in which you try to quantify the impact of your work on jobs created or value created and the like? How do you think about that as a professional?
So it was very easy to do in the context of private equity. If I wanted to measure job creation or impact of our investments, it was very easy to add up a portfolio, number of employees, revenue growth, cash flow growth, and say that we as a firm have had an impact on society. I think there's a broader role that we have to play in tech, though, where as we create products and we think about the impact we'll have on society, it's not necessarily a quantifiable issue. And so as we create products, we just have to think about how they're going to be used through different networks, or what the secondary effects might be that we can have an impact on. I think, in some cases, whether it be email or broadcast networks or even social networks, I don't think anybody anticipated that groups of friends would evolve into social networks that are encouraging social change. And I think being a part of that is super interesting, albeit less quantifiable.
Well, let's push on that. Social networks give people the opportunity to access connections they wouldn't normally have. And some of our audience will not have the prominent school or organizational affiliations as of yet, but are creating their networks piece by piece through social networks. Any advice you'd have for people on how to make those connections work for them?
The way that I would make those connections work is by really thinking about what you're trying to achieve. Obviously, if students are taking a course, they are already 10 steps ahead of the next person who hasn't made that decision to improve their life, educate themselves, and learn something new. I think just by making that decision is incredibly important. So I would use that information. I would use the network in the courses, chat rooms, in order to find like-minded people who are also trying to advance their education, get a better job, find something better in the world that they're trying to achieve. And it just evolves a person's network, and who knows what the impact will be. I think a lot of times things happen serendipitously, and you never know where you're going to pick up something new that has an impact on either the mundane or the very obtuse and creative.
Right.
I think that's where taking classes online can be a really interesting way to evolve yourself as a person, because it's so easy to do in any environment at any time. And it really takes away all the friction and excuses you might have had where you can't show up in a physical environment and commit a few years of time. Now you can do it in kernels. You can find that information in very discrete ways and use it to a very specific effect.
Can established firms be entrepreneurial?
Absolutely. Established firms can absolutely be entrepreneurial. I think every firm has an ability to innovate, no matter what the company does. And I also think every function has the ability to innovate, even if it's not an innovative function. The example I would use is take human resources. Typically, that's been a G&A function, which hasn't been at the forefront of technology. And I think what you're starting to see today is human resources departments using data about people, about employment trends, in order to improve the performance of a company. I think it's tangible, and I think the effects are having an impact on employees' happiness, the ability to serve shareholders from a performance point of view, and also just broadly infusing technology in departments that typically haven't seen it.
There's so much attention on high-tech startups and their innovative ideas. Can big firms keep up with them by innovating internally, or do they need relationships with these firms, either partnerships or ultimately acquisitions? What's the right balance?
Right. I think innovation is embedded in a company's culture. If you have an innovative culture, you can innovate. You always have to be willing to disrupt yourself. And as long as you're willing to take that philosophy and take a philosophy of change, I think any company, regardless of size, can innovate. Having said that, if you are in a company where you feel like you're falling behind, you're putting yourself in a position where you're less innovative than you'd like to be, I think the best thing to do is actually create small teams of people who are literally set up to disrupt the very company that they work at. Create discrete groups that can be set aside with the sole mission of coming up with an innovative business and potentially executing on that business that actually disrupts the company itself. I think that can create an environment where risk is appreciated, change is appreciated, and help imbue a entrepreneurial environment in a company that might be less willing to accept it more broadly.
You mentioned that it's useful in established companies that are trying to be more innovative to sometimes create separate teams where people are given the sole mission of coming up with disruptive ideas and hopefully executing on them. Can companies that have reached that point find people like that internally, or do they need to go outside and bring new people in to break the common practices?
If a company is assessing their ability to innovate, I think a lot of their ability to execute will be driven by the leadership of that company and how committed they truly are to taking risks and driving change. There are always people at different levels who can innovate. You just have to find them. And a CEO's job is to go through the organization, find the entrepreneurial talent, and make sure that's embedded in the right roles in order to try to drive change in a business. I think there'll always be entrepreneurial people. You can't assume they're necessarily at the most senior ranks of a company, but that shouldn't matter. You want to take the right people with the right ideas and set them up in an environment where you can create a culture of risk and change in order to try to imbue that culture into a company.
That sounds a lot like your own personal management philosophy. Are there any other words you would use to characterize yourself as a manager, as a leader, as an entrepreneur?
I describe myself as anti-hierarchical and also transparent. And what I mean by anti-hierarchical is that I'm completely willing to accept any idea that is useful, regardless of where it comes from, at what level, what role. And I'd rather take the good idea, think about it, push on it, and then execute on it than worry about whether it has to bubble up through a traditional hierarchical structure. I think that's a lot more functional in order to generate change and try to drive new ideas forward in a company. I guess the second way I describe myself is transparent. I like a team to be open and honest with each other so that any idea and debate is debated openly in a room and not in the hallways outside of the room. I think if you create an environment of honesty, trust, transparency, it enables you to have good, trusting relationships and really debate very difficult issues and come out of the room with a plan, even that not everyone agrees on, but a plan that the team has decided they're going to put forward and they're going to go execute on. And you've heard the debate, you've heard the ideas, and you make sure that even with that debate, you've decided you have the best facts at hand to move forward with.
You spent the early part of your career on the East Coast and more recently moved out to the West Coast. When you describe your management philosophy as being anti-hierarchical and transparent, does that work equally well on either coast, or do you find differences between the two coasts that have influenced what you need to do?
So there are cultural differences between a lot of the tech companies in California and other industries. I think that's what makes tech unique and has a willingness to take risks. Having said that, one of the interesting elements of working in private equity is this notion of transparency. And partnership. And so I actually would credit working in private equity in a small partnership, albeit at a very large, successful firm, as being the place where I learned some of those philosophies about working with partners and sharing ideas and debate. And so whether it be at Goldman Sachs or the private equity firm that I was a part of, I think those are the philosophies that really enabled people to take risks, even in a very traditional environment like Wall Street and finance.
Hello, and welcome to the session on the elevator pitch. Elevator pitches are the short descriptions of your business that you can give to people if you don't have a lot of time to go into a full business plan description. So, for example, during the time you're running an elevator with a prominent venture capitalist. What I think is important about elevator pitches is, I think, summed up really nicely in this quote by Carl Weick and others, that a business is talked into existence. I love this quote because I think it's actually very profound. The business that you're starting doesn't exist yet. How does it start to exist? How do you get resources for it? How do you convince people to come on board? How do you get customers on board? You do all that through talking, through convincing people of things. And the elevator pitch is the first tool in your toolbox of convincing people that your business should exist and helping give you the resources, customers, and other pieces you need to succeed. So to really think about an elevator pitch, you need to think about why you're bothering to do one. You might have a 100-page business plan in your mind or written down. And the question is, why are you even bothering to summarize it? Why are you creating an elevator pitch? And there's no way that a 20-second or 30-second description of your business will be enough to convince people to give you money or immediately have another meeting. The best you could hope for with an elevator pitch is to start a conversation that continues on after you leave that elevator. So the goal of your elevator pitch is to prompt the right question, to get people to ask an interesting question. How do you know it's the right question? Well, a question like, oh, you have time to do that? Or, that seems really nice. Why'd you come up with that idea? Those are not questions that get to the heart of your business. If somebody asks you a hard question, a question that actually shows that they understand your elevator pitch and continues the conversation, that is a sign that your elevator pitch is successful. So that's why you do the elevator pitch. How do you do it? Well, there's a bunch of ways of doing this. I'm going to give you a couple of methods here in this section. So the first method of developing elevator pitches was actually developed not in Silicon Valley, but several hundred miles south in Hollywood. Hollywood also has a problem of having many page documents that need to be summarized in very short, pithy ways. In this case, scripts. So in Hollywood, there's something called the high concept pitch. The high concept pitch describes something by analogy. So for example, if you're a movie buff, you might know the answer to what movie is Jaws in space? I'll give you a second to think about it. So I thought about it as Aliens. So here's a movie where, just like in Jaws, where there's a giant shark picking off people one by one, in this case there's a giant toothy alien picking off people one by one. You know already that this movie, just from the description, is going to be scary. It's going to take place in a confined location. It's going to involve people one by one fighting with some sort of creature, and the creature usually winning. So you learn a lot from that analogy of describing Alien as Jaws in space. We can do that with startup pitches as well. So what's Facebook for Professionals? LinkedIn. So you already know that this is going to involve a social network. It's going to involve connections with other people. But instead of sharing baby pictures, I'll be sharing resume items. What about the all-electric Porsche? I'll give you a second. All right, another Penn-founded company, in this case Tesla. The Tesla Roadster is the all-electric Porsche. And think about all the things you learn from that description. So we know that this car is going to be expensive. We know it's going to be optimized for speed and not carrying a family. We know that it's going to be a fuel-efficient version of a sports car. There's a lot of information being communicated by that analogy. On the other hand, I often see pitches in my classes that are things like Warby Parker meets Netflix for pets, and I am completely baffled. I have no idea what this means. So if you have an analogy that works very well for a high concept pitch, you should definitely use it. But if not, if it's just a generic Uber for something, or we are the Amazon for cheese, make sure that that works for you. And that it's actually helping you get to your point before you start to use that analogy everywhere. So let's say the high concept pitch doesn't work. Here's another option. You can use a two-sentence pitch. A two-sentence pitch is also called a product positioning statement, and reads something like this. For a target audience who has a need, the product name is a product category that offers some key benefit. Unlike our competitor substitute, we are different in some key way. So what's great about this pitch is it manages to communicate in just two sentences almost everything you need to know about a startup. Who you're aiming for, what the product name is, why the product exists, who your competition is, what your benefits are over the competition. So let's take another example using that original Tesla Roadster, the first electrically powered sports car of any note. So for who? Wealthy individuals and car fans, that's our target audience, who have a need. They want a high-end sports car that's environmentally friendly. The product named Tesla Roadster is a product category electric car that offers the following key benefit. It delivers unprecedented performance without damaging the environment. Unlike our competition, the Ferraris and Porsches, we're different in some key way. We offer amazing performance without any direct carbon emission. That's our key benefit. So just in those two sentences, we managed to tell you who the product is for, what it does, and why people would be buying it over the competition. You can, if you're doing a more advanced version, add in things like a hook, a team, or an ask. So what's a hook? A hook might be something to get people intrigued about your product. In this case, the $9 billion supercar market has no equivalent of the Prius. Why is that a hook? Well, it's interesting to know that and think about that idea that the high-end sports car market has no environmentally friendly option. But it's also exciting to find out this is a $9 billion a year market, which means it has significant size and is worth potentially going after. You can mention the team. We were founded by Elon Musk and include some of the top electrical vehicle engineers on the planet. Why is this important? It tells you we can accomplish the goals of the two-sentence pitch and our startup. Might also want to include an ask. What do we want people to do at the end of our pitch? We're looking for $50 million in round F financing for 10% stake in the company. Probably more ambitious than most of us are aiming for. But you might say, I'm looking to find people who might be interested in this product. We're looking to get early stage funding. We're interested in customers who might be interested in trying out our product. Those are all asks you can use to get people to do something at the end of your pitch. So the goal of an elevator pitch is to prompt the right question. There's a couple different approaches you can use. A concept pitch if it works for you. Otherwise, a two-sentence pitch is a really nice starting point. But you need to take the time to craft this to be really good. So doing that involves spending a lot of time and effort. Just doing a raw two-sentence pitch is probably not the right idea. You want to sort of think about how to make it more compelling. And we have other talks later on in this class about how to do that. And you might want to have different pitches prepared for different audiences. So if you're pitching it to friends and family, that might be very different than if you're pitching it to professional investors versus experts in your particular field versus customers. So you might want different kinds of elevator pitches. And where possible, don't just describe, show something. Have the example of an app on your phone, have a picture of the product that you're doing, some sort of brochure with you, so that when you have these elevator pitches, people have something they can see and understand why your product is compelling or interesting. Some of how you're going to test your ideas are building prototypes and thinking about how you actually get your business or product or service underway. But before you do any of that, one of the most important things you can do is to engage in customer interviews. Everybody should do at least 3 interviews before they launch their business, and interviews are remarkably powerful tools, even for experienced individuals. So one example is a startup company that I've worked with that has a very powerful, radically new diagnostic for a disease that is a big killer in the United States. And when the startup launched, everyone who sort of talked to them said, okay, great, this is a very powerful tool that everybody will want. This is a really great way of diagnosing this disease. Until the startup founders started speaking to doctors. And they learned a whole bunch of things that were important about the industry. They learned that while doctors would order tests, it was actually hospitals that would order the machine. So they spoke to hospitals. It turned out the hospitals will only order the machines if they're reimbursed properly by insurance providers. And speaking to insurance providers, they found very narrow ways in which this particular product would be reimbursed. So the result of all of this information actually resulted in a radical change to the business model of the startup, because rather than approaching doctors, which is what it was doing before, instead it created a tool that better fit the needs of the insurance companies that were doing the reimbursing. So this kind of interviewing is completely revelatory in many cases. Now, why should you do at least 3 interviews? Because as a rule of thumb that one of my students once told me, after the second interview, you feel like you've already heard everything because you've created connections and parallels between those 2 interviewees. And once you add the third one, then the complexity becomes clear. Now, personally, I think you should do at least 5 to 8 interviews, but if you're not talking to customers, suppliers, and other sets of people before you launch, you are setting yourself up for trouble. So what's interesting about interviews is they don't do the kinds of things that you often would hope they would do. They're good for things that you might not expect, and they're bad for things that you might think they're good for. So what are they bad for, and what are they good for? So what they're really great for doing is finding out what people are doing today and what they like or don't like about it. So it's great for finding out what people love or hate about an existing product. So you can interview somebody, and if they've used this product, they've used this medical device before, they have gone to this particular coffee shop, they have bought this sort of desk, you can find out what do they like about the desk, what do they not like about it. Think about reading through Amazon reviews. That's a very informative way to get information about a product. It's also really useful if you're creating something that's entirely new to find out how people are solving their problems today. So one truism of innovation is that necessity is the mother of invention. And if you have a need, you will figure out a way to solve it. So any problem out there, if people will figure out a way to address it, right? And so that could be a range of different things. They could be doing this by improvising. They could be ignoring the problem. They could be adapting a third-party solution for their own use. But you could find out a lot in an interview about the solution they currently have to the problem and why they've chosen that particular solution over other options. You can get a feel for the customer environment and how it operates. So it's really good for figuring out about what are customers doing today? Why have they made those choices? What do they like and not like about those choices? What they're not good for, and often a mistake interviewers make, is about predicting future action. You can't ask someone to decide what they're going to do in the future and expect that answer to be useful. So you can't tell them, for example, well, if our product comes on the market and it's as cheap as we say it's going to be and the competitors don't do anything and your needs remain unchanged and your organization still has budget, would you buy our product? That's not a useful question to ask, and you won't get good answers. Interviews also don't give you assumptions about demand. You can't figure out how many times someone's going to buy your product based on talking to a couple of people. You can't figure out pricing. So people hope the interviews will give them price. You can get some pricing information by asking what people have spent on current solutions. But the instant you start talking about price in a customer interview, it becomes a negotiation and you're in trouble because you say $10,000, they don't want to be a sucker. They'll say $5,000 and now you're negotiating rather than having a discussion. So pricing is usually very difficult to figure out in interviews. And you can't figure out wish-for product features. If you ask people what features your product should have, they'll probably mention, okay, I'd like it to fly, I want it to taste good, it needs to be free, it needs to give me superpowers, right? Because they have no idea what the costs are involved. They'll have a list of demands that may have nothing to do with their conditions in which they buy. So interviews are really, really good for figuring out what needs people have today and how they're solving it and getting inspiration from that and what that costs them. They're very bad for asking them to predict future things about your product or tell you how to design your solution. So interviewing has a couple of steps. The first step, unsurprisingly, is figuring out who to interview. And there's really 3 buckets of people you want to think about interviewing. The first are your potential customers or users, right? These are the people whose need you're trying to solve. Note that users are not always customers. In the example I gave you before about doctors were using this medical diagnostic, but they weren't the customers. They weren't buying it. That was the hospitals and the insurance companies. But from this group, you can learn about their needs and you can learn about how they try and address them today. The second group is the potential buyers, right? So the customers might be buying your sweater, but the store managers, retailers, and fashion buyers are the ones buying it to put it into Macy's or whatever store it's going to be sold at. So you want to interview buyers as well because they're the people who are actually spending the money. In very complex markets, a third group you might want to consider is experts. So if there's issues of regulation, of industry structure, if there's weird puzzles about trying to understand why a market looks the way it does, it's a great time to talk to industry experts. So that can be certified industry experts, it can be academics, it can be tastemakers, so who's fashionable and who's leading a trend, or even journalists. They may all help you get a sense of the market. And we'll include a link here. This isn't written by me, but somebody else came up with a list of 95 ways to find interviewees. And we'll include that list for you so you can read through it. Some will work better for you than others. But you basically start with your network, and that's how you go out and you eventually find the people you need to interview. The second step in interviewing is asking good questions. And one thing you need to do is actually plan out the questions you're asking. So you want to ask similar questions to everybody you're interviewing. That way you can compare answers across people. And it's very important that you start not with your solution, but you start by asking people about themselves first. Put them at ease, help them understand helps you understand the context in which they're operating in. So ask questions about them and their situation. And importantly, you need to listen and be quiet. You are not selling, you are listening. Don't talk too much, and ask open-ended follow-up questions that encourage people. What happened next? And then what? And what did you do now? Things to encourage them to tell their story. You're there to learn from them, not to tell them things. So when you ask the questions, you've now set up the situation where you've asked them about themselves and asked them about context. Then I'd recommend asking about the problem. So you can ask a variety of open-ended questions. None is more magical than another. We'll have to see what works for you. But one question you could ask is, what's the biggest issue associated with whatever the problem you're approaching is? Or tell me about the last time you encountered this problem. Or if I gave you a magic wand that can make part of the problem disappear, what part would you make disappear? Right? So you're trying to get information about the problem that you're hoping to solve, the need that customers have. The second thing is the second set of questions is about asking them how they're solving their problem or scratching their need right now, right? So you don't have a sweater that is as warm and cheap as our sweater. How are you solving that sweater problem for you today? If you're missing a way of refinancing your student loans, how are you currently dealing with student loan financing? Or for the example that we gave earlier of Charge at Spot, when your phone runs out of batteries in a store, what are you doing today? So you can ask people how they're dealing with the problem now. What do they like about their current solution? What are the problems with it? And how do they find that solution? And have they tried other approaches? So we're asking them how they solve the problem. Only after you've found out about the problem and found out about their current solution do you ask about your own solution and talk about it. It's usually better to just introduce the idea and then let the interviewee ask questions. And you want to avoid selling it. Your goal is not to see whether you can convince them to like it. Your goal is for them to see what your product solution or service is and see whether or not they understand it, whether it matches their needs, and let them ask the questions, and that's the best way to evolve this forward. Finally, you're going to draw conclusions based on your interviews. So no matter how good your memory is, you need to be writing down your results right after the interview. So don't write during the interview, wait till afterwards, write down all of the things you can remember from the interview. Don't start to draw conclusions or change your questions until all the interviews are done. You need to get that whole picture together. And once that's done, then you start looking for patterns among the interviewees and the interviews. So what are we seeing that's common? What's different? What explains that? And you're pulling all the data together to make conclusions. And this is how you get useful, powerful feedback very early on without any real cost about your product or service. And if you're not doing this, I guarantee you're going to be making an incorrect assumption. And so you need to think about doing these interviews no matter what business or venture you're planning on launching. So we discussed how to use customer interviews, which is a relatively cheap way of getting information about your idea. We're going to talk today about surveys, which is another way of getting information about whether your product, service, or venture idea is any good before you actually spend a lot of money launching it. Surveys are interesting. They should always be done after interviews, right? And that's because you'll learn more about what questions to ask. And they can be very powerful. I do a lot of survey work. I've surveyed hundreds of thousands of people, and I still get things wrong all the time. So doing this right is hard. Doing it badly is very easy. And you can think about surveys as serving two purposes, one better than the other. So one method is, as you can see from the still from the famous 4 out of 5 dentists agree commercial, that they should chew a particular brand of gum, that one way of using surveys is to convince people things are a good idea. 4 out of 5 people we surveyed said this is a great product. 90% of people said they would use it. This is something that you use in your pitch to venture capitalists or to other customers. And that's sort of marketing. I'm much more interested in how you use surveys to learn about your own assumptions, analyze your own business, and come up with more successful results. And I'm going to give you a few tips for thinking about surveys. It's, again, a complicated topic, but this will hopefully be a useful introduction for entrepreneurs. So the first thing you need to do is find a sample, and I think this is the only math I've successfully shown in my lectures so far, and you don't have to worry about too much. That is how you calculate sample size. It is not something you need to worry about hugely, but what you need to know is that the more people that you survey, the better your estimate of the true value of a particular number is, right? So you've seen this in presidential polls before, that the more people you survey, the shorter the confidence interval, the more certain you are of a number. So if you survey 100 random people, you have a confidence interval of plus or minus 10%. So that means if 50% of people like your product, that true number could be somewhere between 50% and 60%. If you survey 267 people, that interval becomes plus or minus 6%. So it goes from 44 to 56%. Is a possible range if 50% is the number you get in your survey. If you survey 384 people, that becomes plus or minus 5%, and so on, right? So the lesson here, I think, more than anything else, is survey 100 people, or you're not really getting numbers that are anywhere close to something that's useful for you. Where do you get the people you're surveying? There's really 3 sets of options. The first are what we call convenience samples. So this is the most common kind of surveying and often the least useful. In a convenience sample, you're surveying the people you already know around you, friends through Facebook, through school, through Twitter polls, and trying to get answers back. And the problem with this, of course, is rarely is your group of friends the best representative of customers. The best counterexample I know is a successful startup that came out of my class called Common Bond that has raised over $100 million. And what they do is they refinance student loans, and especially student loans for people from top business schools. So they surveyed their friends at Wharton. That was actually a useful convenience sample because that was their end customers. But in most cases, your customers are not the same thing as your friends, so convenience samples need to be used with caution. A second option you can do is purchase a sample. This means buying basically answers from a more random group of people that are more representative. There are two pretty good ways to do this. One of these is Amazon's Mechanical Turk. Mechanical Turk is a service that has tens of thousands of people working for it. They work from home, and for small amounts of money, they do short tasks online on Amazon. And so Mechanical Turk is used for a lot of different things. If you ever are doing something that seems almost impossible for a computer to do, it probably is because it's not being done by computer, it's being done by Mechanical Turk. So if you take a picture of a plate of food and you're getting a calorie count back, in most cases that picture is being sent to Mechanical Turk. Somebody somewhere in the United States or around the world is figuring out the calorie count and is sending it back to you. So for very complex tasks that need to be done by humans, you can do Mechanical Turk to do these tasks very easily. For Mechanical Turk, you can expect to pay for very, very short surveys 25 cents to 75 cents per survey. For more complicated surveys, you'll spend more. Think about this as sort of minimum wage at a premium, but you could pay for a bunch of people to take surveys very easily on Mechanical Turk and get a much more representative sample. Google also does a survey tool that's relatively inexpensive, and you get some free credits for it with your Gmail account, so it can be very useful to do. And they generally let you ask one question, but you can pick a very narrow group of people to answer this. So Google knows a lot about you, so if you want to pick a particular income level, a particular region, Google can ask people just from that area. So again, you can get a great sample that way. If you're looking to spend a considerable amount of money, but you need answers about a very narrow area, like CTOs of Indian technology companies, or people who are interested in cybersecurity, who are buyers. There are a number of organizations that will let you hire professional panels, and you could just search for how to get a professional panel, and you'll pay each person involved $50 or $100 plus some fee to get the panel of people you want together to survey. So those are all approaches to getting purchase samples. You can also use ads to get samples. So you can put ads out on LinkedIn, Facebook, or use Google AdWords. All are relatively inexpensive to actually advertise a survey. You can advertise it with a prize and get people to come that way. So these are ways of getting samples. Convenience samples are easy and free, but not necessarily representative. Purchase samples are much better representative samples, but they might be too broad for you if you're interested in a narrow area. And targeted ads can be very good, but it can be hard to get enough interest, and you have to spend money on the ad side. Some brief tips on how to do surveying. The first of these is about question types. So demographic questions, questions about gender, questions about ethnicity or about educational background. You might want to actually put those early on in the survey, especially if they're not particularly offensive questions. And you might want to do that because those demographic questions often set people at ease. And they let you compare later on the profile of people who took your survey to the wider profile of people in the United States. So that can be a very useful set of tools. You generally don't want to ask yes or no questions. You want to ask questions that have multiple kinds of answers. You use yes/no questions only to qualify people. So if you're interested in contacting only people who've bought sweaters, and we'll talk about a subscription sweater service as an example throughout the questions you'll see here, we might want to ask people up front, have you ever bought a sweater before? And if they say no, we drop them out of the survey. If they say yes, then they take the full survey. So only use yes/no questions to sort people into groups. And be very careful with open-ended questions. So open-ended questions are questions that give you an essay box to answer. So it might say something like, what do you like about sweaters, ? And they give you a box. There's a few reasons why open-ended questions are risky. The first is that when I write surveys, I tend to think of surveys as having a cost, but that cost isn't monetary. The cost is the attention of the people who are taking the survey. So every question you ask costs a little bit of their attention. And nothing costs more than open-ended questions. People hate writing essays, and so if you give them a box to write a sentence or two, they're going to drop out of your survey at a much higher rate. Additionally, most of the data you get from open-ended questions is pretty low quality. So you'll look through an open-ended question you thought was very clever, and it'll read something like, sesame, cat, I like cheese, and you're like, I don't know what this means. why'd someone write this in? So it's very hard to interpret these sets of questions, so open-ends should only be used very carefully. At the same time, you can use those open-ended questions for sensitive areas that you may not cover. If, for example, you're asking about gender, you will probably want to include, a male, female, and an other box where people can give you their own gender identity. So even though these boxes aren't being used very much, they can be very powerful sets of tools to let people feel like they have choices and they aren't being put in particular boxes. So I want to go through a couple kinds of questions and tell you good and bad examples of them. So I want you to take a look at this question. Again, we're asking about sweaters because we're interested in this example of starting a subscription sweater business. Not my best idea, but probably not my worst either. So the question is, given the state of the economy, where do you buy your sweaters? Answer A, Amazon, B, mass merchandisers, C, clothing stores, D, other online sites. So I'll give you a second to think about what's wrong with this question. There's a bunch of issues here. So one of them is we're asking a leading beginning, given the state of the economy. So that's putting people to think about the state of the economy. That's not really relevant to our question. We are assuming they buy sweaters. We're not giving the option of not buying sweaters. We're not giving the option of thinking about other choices that don't fit into these buckets. People may not know what a mass merchandiser is. And we have a bunch of different questions asking about different kinds of stores with no examples. How could we make this question better? How about this one? Where have you bought the most sweaters from in the past 12 months? Now we've bounded the question. We're asking the same thing, but we're asking it over a particular time span. And our answers are now Amazon, other online sites, so they're right next to each other as comparisons. Physical mass merchandisers, such as Costco, Walmart, etc. Physical clothing stores, such as Gap, Land's End, etc. We're giving them the option they haven't bought sweaters in the last 12 months, and we're letting them choose other options that might work for them. So this is a better question because we've now specified exactly what we're asking. We've improved it in terms of the kinds of questions we're asking. So this is an improved version, maybe not perfect, but better. Here's another kind of question I see fairly often, which is a rating scale. It is hard to find the right sweater. Rate how much you comparison shop before buying a sweater. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So what's wrong about this? So again, we're being leading here, right? We're saying it's hard to find the right sweater. That makes people feel bad that they are, that if they don't comparison shop, so they're thinking about this. It's hard to know what the question is asking. What does it mean to say rate how much you comparison shop? What is how much you comparison shop? And a 1 to 10 scale is a very large range, and that can be a problem because people go through endpoint avoidance. They don't like to answer 1 or 10. They will end up reserving 1 for a sweater experience that involves them being stabbed, and 10 for a sweater experience that involves literal angels singing their praises, right? So they'll tend to not answer 1 or 10. Also, it's not clear what 1 and 10 mean here, right? What does it mean to be 1? What does it mean to be 10? What's better? What's best? So a better way to answer this would be using what's called a Likert, or sometimes called Likert scale. How often do you comparison shop before buying a sweater? 1, never. 2, rarely. 3, sometimes. 4, most of the time. 5, all the time. That agreement-disagree scale with that range is the Likert scale. It's a much better way of getting the answer. You'll notice also we have a middle point here. It's very important for a scale to have a middle point, 3 in this case sometimes, which is a neutral point. And you're trying to measure differences from that neutral point, which can be a really powerful way of asking these sets of questions. So those are 2 better ways of asking common questions. The other thing that I get asked a lot is to think about pricing. So in surveys for pricing. So take a look at this example. How much would you pay for a great new sweater delivered to you every month? $5, $10, $50, or $200? You'll notice there's a few problems. First of all, there's the fact that I haven't shown you what the sweater is. There's no real example. It's not quite clear what sweater you're getting for this. But then think about the pricing area. So you may think that part of the problem is that the prices are too spread out, and that's right. The pricing is kind of odd here. But the bigger issue is that you can't just ask people pricing and expect them to give you an honest answer. The problem is that people will, again, no one wants to seem like a sucker in these deals. So no one's going to pick $200, even if they'd spend $200 on a sweater. And they may, and as soon as, again, you've shown them pricing, it becomes a negotiation. So they're trying to figure out what price they should pay. They want to answer correctly. They're not showing you what they really want to spend. And it's been shown that this kind of question is not useful figuring out pricing at all. In fact, most easy methods of figuring out pricing don't really work. I'll give you one technique you can use without a lot of math, which is called monadic pricing. So in monadic pricing, we're avoiding setting expectations for price, which is one of the big problems. We're giving people, once you tell people it could be $5, it's very hard for them to be willing to spend $200. So monadic pricing, we ask a question, in this case it's slightly improved, how much are you willing to subscribe to a service for $20 a month that sends you a sweater every month like the one below, and we could show pictures, so the question's clearer. But what we're also doing is that $20 a month, which is the pricing, everybody who takes this survey is randomly shown a different price, right? So there might be $20 a month, $50 a month, $100 a month. So people aren't anchored because they're only being shown one price each, in this case, that $20 price. And so this is a way that you can start understanding how demand changes when half the people who take your survey see $20, half see $50. How much of a loss in terms of interest do you find as you move from $20 to $50? So that's monadic pricing. That works reasonably well. What you can't do are other approaches. You can't do a pricing ladder. That does not work very well. A pricing ladder would be one where you ask people, would they spend $200 for the sweater? If they say yes, you say, would you pay $500? If they say no, then you say, would they pay $250? Again, you have the anchoring problem. That does not work well. The von Westendorp approach, which is one of my favorite names ever, asks 4 pricing questions. How much would this have to cost for you to think it's a bargain? At what price would this start to seem like it's too good a deal and something's wrong with it? At what price would this seem high? At what price would you never buy? And that has problems that makes it very hard to implement. And it's very hard to ask an open-ended question, too, where you would just say, how much would you pay? Again, that ends up being problematic. There is a better approach, and if you take the Wharton class on marketing analytics, you'll learn about conjoint analysis. It's fairly complicated. There's no easy way to do it, but conjoint is the best way to get pricing information. It's just more complicated than most people engage in. Even people in my class who know conjoint tend to use it only for rare circumstances. So I'd ask you to think about conjoint. If pricing is a big deal and feature sets are a big deal and you want a survey about that, that's the technique that you'd want to use, but it's not something we'll go into hugely here. So how do you know that you're asking good questions, aside from using the techniques we just talked about? The most important thing to do is pre-test. You need to give people the survey, and ideally you're going to sit down with a couple people who will take the survey and ask them to take it while you're there, and ask them to narrate as they go. So this will give you a sense of as they're filling out questions, do they think a question is good or bad? Do they understand the question? How long is it taking? And then after a while, you'll send out a survey to a small sample of people and get responses from them. What you're looking for in results to tell you whether it's good or bad is interesting. So the first thing you're looking for is variance. What I mean by variance is you want some people to be answering 10 to a question and some people answering 1. The reason you want to do that is if everyone's telling you they like your product, you're not getting any insight into why some people might like it and some people wouldn't. So you're probably asking questions too leading. You want questions with multiple kinds of answers. You want to understand if people are comfortable with answering the sets of questions. Are they answering things in the right kind of way? Are questions making them nervous? Are they frustrated because they want to answer a different option than what's available? And you want to look for issues of annoyance and bias. Like I told you before, one thing I learned about was asking about gender questions. So I do these fairly large surveys, and the first surveys I did, I asked gender, and I asked whether people were male or female. And I got some frustrated replies back saying that I don't identify as either of these genders, I don't want to take your survey. And that's fine. That is well within those people's rights to do that. By adding in a box that said other and letting people fill that in, my response rate actually went up. And not only did my response rate went up, even though very few people actually filled out that box, most people felt more comfortable that I was asking the right sort of questions without bias. You also want to figure out timing. How long is it taking people to do the survey? And so you can give people an accurate estimate. When you're done, you need to think about your response rates. So when you're analyzing the results of your survey, if you have less than 20 people responding, you need to think about biases in response. If over 20% is a general rule of thumb, this is not, for every field, but in entrepreneurship, I wouldn't worry about it too much. And then you can use those census questions you asked about gender and about geographic area and income and education to compare the sample that took your survey to the general population to figure out whether or not your sample is representative. And you can just use census data, which is freely available, to see whether or not there's a representation there. The last thing I'd urge you to do, again, there's other classes that we teach at Wharton on this that you can find online. Go beyond just reporting numbers, just reporting that 50% of people said this, 20% of people said that, and actually think about running regression analysis to figure out what the causes are of the various kinds of answers that you're getting. So surveys are a really powerful tool, but doing one badly doesn't give you much information and just annoys a lot of people that you're sending it to. So spend some time thinking about surveying. They're a very powerful tool in the toolkits of entrepreneurs. They're not always intuitive. Doing it badly takes very little time. Doing it well takes a little bit more, but you can get really great results that are very powerful predictors of customer behavior in the future.
Entrepreneurs often come to me and say, I've got an idea, I just need someone to build a prototype. Usually that masks a deep misunderstanding of what it takes to get a hardware product to market and it views a prototype as a single endpoint rather than as a process. I'm going to use a bunch of examples to illustrate key principles of prototyping, and I'm going to close with a discussion of working with suppliers and factories to get prototypes built. Let me first make a distinction between focused prototypes and comprehensive prototypes. A focused prototype reflects just one or a few dimensions of performance of the product that you're developing. These usually are referred to as, say, test rigs or mock-ups. A comprehensive prototype is a fully functioning prototype that usually goes through successive refinement and often goes by the term proof of concept prototype, alpha prototype, beta prototype, pre-production prototype. Let me give you some examples. I worked to develop a new cordless nailer as part of a new venture, and one of the concepts we were considering was an electric-powered cordless nailer. One of the key questions the development team faced was how heavy would the tool be and how would it feel balanced or not? We built this prototype to answer that question. This is a focused prototype. It's made of plywood with steel rods inserted throughout to give it the right weight and the right center of gravity. This, of course, can't be used to drive a nail, so it only mirrors one attribute of the product, which is what is its size and weight. But we can use it to answer the question of, does this tool feel light enough, and how does it feel in terms of the moment of inertia and balance? This is an example of a focused prototype. I developed a product called the Cross Rack Bicycle Rack. The big idea behind the Cross Rack was that it would put the cargo right behind the rider, and it would do so by attaching to the seat post. This was the very first prototype that I built. It used an old stem from a bicycle to attach to the seat post, and then I made this in my garage just from bent steel tubing. This is called a proof of concept prototype. I was actually able to use this on my bicycle and to verify that the concept had validity. This is a comprehensive proof of concept prototype. This was the second prototype, which I called the alpha prototype. And this addressed a couple of concerns I had with the proof of concept prototype. The first was that the rack wasn't big enough and wouldn't accommodate a standard bicycle bag, and so I made this larger. The second was to accommodate the feedback that it would be nice if I could remove the rack from the bicycle. And so I adapted another part from an existing bicycle rack with another stem from a bicycle in sort of a cobbled together way in order to get that complete functionality. This was an alpha comprehensive prototype. This was the beta prototype for the Cross Rack. It has all of the features and functionality of the eventual product, but it was actually made by the factory that would eventually make the product. And I was able to actually give this to consumers to test. That's often the characteristics of a beta prototype. So this is a beta comprehensive prototype. But it still had a few issues. In particular, the factory got the finish wrong. So this had a glossy finish and this had a matte finish. And I also recognized that I really wanted there to be a little bit of an angle between the way this clamped and the angle of the support structure. This is the pre-production prototype for the Cross Rack, and this is in every respect the production intent design of the Cross Rack. You can see it even has the logo on it. It's got the proper angle. The surface finishes are all exactly the same. In fact, this could have been sold to a consumer, and this is an example of a pre-production prototype. All of those prototypes are examples of comprehensive prototypes. They're fully functioning, but they typically go through cycles that help the team achieve milestones and demonstrate progress, and to work out challenges in the design and development of the product. What are the motives for building prototypes? Why do you build prototypes? Well, for the development team itself, you're building prototypes primarily to learn, to solve problems, and to answer questions about, do you actually have so-called product market fit? That is, does your solution actually work to address the needs of your target customer? What isn't so obvious is that you also build prototypes for an external audience. The external audience, for instance, might include suppliers, investors, and partners. The questions or issues that you're typically addressing for an external audience are proving that your solution works technically, proving that the dogs will eat the dog food. That's slang for proving that customers will actually adopt your solution. Those prototypes are very useful for communicating what it is you're doing and for demonstrating that you as a team can implement, that this isn't just an idea, but that you're actually serious about implementing the product. Let me give you a few examples. Shown here is a furniture product. It's actually a media stand, and the production version is shown on the right. But the one on the left was made with just found objects bought at a home improvement store that was meant to prove that it would accommodate the different elements of the cable box, the DVD player, the remote, those sort of things, and would fit in the room. It was probably made for about $10 US worth of materials and probably in a couple of hours. A quick prototype to answer questions and to learn. Does it fit in the room? Does it accommodate the function that it's intended for? This is a prototype that illustrates just how simple a prototype can actually be. This was for a cosmetic concept that I was working on with a co-founder. The company was called Blend 8, and we just wanted to be able to show to others just a representation of what our cosmetic product might look like and how the brand would play out. And so we just mocked up a label with a laser printer, stuck it on a generic jar, and used it in a demonstration. So very effective as a way to communicate that we are serious about this product and the product concept. This is a team of my students in my product design class, and they had the idea for a clothes iron that was integrated with a glove. And it's shown there by the woman there in the red sweater. She's wearing it on her right hand. And the idea was that after you had your clothes on, if you had a little wrinkle, you could sort of reach with your iron glove and take care of it. Now, that may not sound like a great idea to you, but in fact, one of the great things about their building this prototype was that they could answer that question. Does that work? Are you burned? Can you do it at the right temperatures? How does it feel? How do customers feel about this idea? And I show you this example because none of these 4 students really had the technical background to build a new iron, but they were able to put together a mock-up or a demo using found objects that was actually quite effective in demonstrating this product concept. I want to show you a good trick for prototyping challenging products where it's very difficult to build a comprehensive prototype that both works like and looks like the production intent product. This is a prototype that is functional for a nailer concept that we were considering. In fact, the concept here is to use a small explosive charge to drive a piston that then drives the nail. And it integrates the existing nail magazine from an existing product with some new hardware that we designed to prove out that explosive piston concept. This doesn't really look like a product. It's a works-like prototype, but it's not a looks-like prototype. If I were to show this to investors, I don't think they'd be too impressed that this looks like a product. And yet it would be quite effective in demonstrating that the core principle behind the product works. So what we did was to develop a separate looks-like prototype. Let me show that to you. This is the looks-like prototype for that same concept. We were able to illustrate where the magazine of the strip of explosive charges would be stored. We were able to illustrate that it could have 2 handle positions depending on how it would be used. And we were able to illustrate the basic aesthetic, size, and shape and ergonomics, all with a very simple foam prototype that was built by a model maker in a few hours. This, of course, doesn't have to work, but it is quite effective in illustrating to outsiders what the eventual product would look like. So a very nice trick that you can play is to use 2 different prototypes, a looks like and a works like, in tandem to illustrate what the eventual product will be. I'd now like to walk you through the evolution of a product from the original prototype all the way through to production and talk about some of the issues that arise as you go through the process. Shown here are the 8 prototypes that I developed to test original solution concepts, and they embody many different approaches to the design of an ice cream scoop. And they're mostly made of found objects. So if you look at the one that's third from the left, it's actually made from a tomato paste can and the end of a baseball bat. And it was made in probably 20 or 30 minutes in the shop using just conventional shop tools. Some of the others you can see there are made by taking existing products and cutting them up and reconfiguring them in order to change the geometry. So this gives you a sense of the kinds of techniques you can use just to explore solution concepts. Eventually, I decided to pursue the concept that embodied an angled scoop in which the scoop head is angled relative to the handle. One of the key questions was what the ergonomics and form of that might be. And so I built a model out of a material called balsa foam, which is just a foam material that can be easily sanded and shaped into the desired eventual handle and scoop shape. And that's shown here. The problem, of course, is that this is just a solid block of foam and can't be used to scoop ice cream. So I had to figure out how to make a working prototype from this basic approach. The way I did that was to create some drawings that were dimensioned based on the model. Shown here is one of 2 drawings that I created that were based just on measurements from that foam model that I was quite happy with. I then hired a graduate student here at the University of Pennsylvania to create for me a computer model from those dimensions. That was a skill I actually don't have personally, and so I just hired someone for a modest amount of money to be able to create a geometric model based on my sketch. Shown here on the left is the geometric model, or an image of the geometric model that he created in the computer. And once you have that, there are many suppliers who can create physical models using a technology called 3D printing. So on the right, you can see the 3D printed artifact that came about from the computer model that was created from my hand sketch. The 3D printed model on the right is one that I could actually use to scoop ice cream and could verify that, in fact, the handle shape and the angled scoop were quite effective. What came next was a series of iterative refinements from the original foam model shown on the far left all the way through to the eventual production design shown on the far right. I show you this to invoke a bit of humility about what it really takes to build a hardware product, even for a very simple product like a single part ice cream scoop. We go here through dozens of iterations, each one of which prototyped in order to verify the approach. What we eventually end up with on the far right became the production version of the scoop, which is shown here, sold by the company Bellevue. This product, if you look at it now, looks quite beautiful, looks highly refined, looks like it was always meant to be. But what I want to do is to show you that behind that experience, behind that result, is a lot of iteration over dozens of product variations to eventually come up with that final product. So when people say they need someone to help them build a prototype, often what that masks is a misunderstanding of what it actually takes to build even the simplest hardware products, which is it takes a lot of iteration, a lot of trial, and a lot of refinement to get from original proof of concept through to the final production intent. Let me also say that to really do hardware products at a very high level of professional expertise that allows you to be successful as an entrepreneur, you absolutely have to have the expertise on the team that's appropriate for the task at hand. So while I was adequately skilled to come up with the original solution concept of that angled scoop, I don't have, and I didn't have, the sophisticated industrial design skills to create that beautiful aesthetic final product. For that, I brought in a partner, in this case, a design firm, Lunar Design, to help me to build that additional level of refinement. I want to turn now to the question of how to work with suppliers. And I want to give you just two examples that represent the two basic approaches that you can take to working with suppliers to produce prototypes and ultimately to producing your final product. I'm shown here at a factory in Taiwan that makes die cast parts, that is, metal parts that are cast by molding machines. And I'm shown here with the plant manager in the middle and with my agent on the right. And in this case, the model is that I provided to the factory a fully described, detailed drawing and set of computer models for exactly the part that I wanted them to produce. They then produce that part exactly to my specifications. They don't even have to know what the part does or what it's for. They are simply working from a detailed technical specification, usually in the form of a drawing, that fully specifies the geometry of the hardware that I want them to create. Now, the good news is that when you do that, that means they have no proprietary information other than the drawing. They don't even know what you're doing necessarily. The bad news is that you have to do the hard work of actually creating all the details of the design before they can produce it. There's an alternative model called the ODM model, which stands for Original Design Manufacturer. I'm shown here meeting with an ODM in mainland China, and in this case, this is a motor manufacturer. And in this case, I went to the motor manufacturer and I said, I need a motor that does this and is about this big and has this kind of torque and uses this much power and that hopefully I can buy for about $15. And then the factory goes off and actually designs that for me and produces a product to my functional specification. Now that, of course, is really nice because I don't have to do the work of designing that product. But let's just review the basic strategies and approaches you can take to working with suppliers for prototypes. In one approach, you work with an original design manufacturer. In that case, the factory has the know-how. Their staff created a design based on your requirements. And the advantage is that they often know how to do that in a way that's very efficient to produce. And the design work they do is often free. And I guess by free, I mean it's bundled into the cost of procuring the parts from them. The disadvantage is that you have nothing proprietary at this point. Anyone could go to that factory and give them their requirements, and they would produce it to those requirements. The alternative is that a factory that produces to your proprietary design, where you do all the design work and where you provide the details of what it is you want them to produce. And the advantages and disadvantages are exactly complementary to the ODM. That is, their staff doesn't do the work. That means the product might not be efficient for them to produce, and you have to pay to get the design work done. But the advantage is that you own the design, that you keep it completely proprietary. They don't have any of the proprietary information that goes into the product. So I guess as you think about which approach to take, you ought to think about the source of your enterprise's proprietary advantage. Where does your unique advantage come from? Do you have something that's unique and proprietary in terms of technology? If you do, then you really have to own your own design. You have to do the design work you required, bringing to the task partners or experts that you either get to join your team or that you contract with very closely. And then you provide the detailed specifications to the factory and they produce to your design. That strategy allows you to keep what you're doing unique and proprietary, but it comes at a cost, meaning you have to do the design work, you have to have the expertise. So those are the fundamental trade-offs you face as you think about working with a supplier in order to create prototypes and eventual production units for your enterprise.
Hi, I'm Karthik, and this session is on creating a software prototype. Now, suppose you have a software product. Once you have fleshed out the solution concept and you've confirmed that it resonates with users, it is tempting to proceed directly to the product development phase. This approach can be costly though, because while your product concept might appeal to the user, the actual product might not meet user expectations, either because of a poor user experience or because of missing functionality. The purpose of prototyping is to ensure that we minimize the need to completely redo the software due to gaps in how we implement some high-level solution concept we have in mind. I'm going to start by discussing the different approaches to prototyping and use a few examples to illustrate how to select an approach that is right for you. And finally, I will close with a simple illustration of how you, the entrepreneur, can get involved with prototyping your software even if you have no graphic design experience. But first, why should we even bother to prototype? Prototyping serves two main purposes. The first is to clarify user interface to the user and also to the developer who's going to eventually implement the product. Second, prototyping also helps to clarify the functionality that will be supported in the eventual product. Doing so provides several benefits that will help your project in the long run. It will help to reduce costs and time relative to building the full product and then iterating after having built that product. It's better to clarify requirements up front rather than redoing costly development again and again. Also, you don't need to be a developer to get involved in prototyping. So you can involve other stakeholders such as non-engineering co-founders into the product discussions during the prototyping phase. And finally, prototyping can also help increase product quality by ensuring that the user interface and the user experience are clear before we embark on product development. Before we discuss how to prototype, it's useful to understand what are the different types of prototypes one can develop. Prototypes can be classified along multiple dimensions. The first one I'll discuss is whether the prototype is a throwaway prototype or an evolutionary prototype. The idea behind throwaway prototyping is to create a model of the final system that the user can evaluate. Once user feedback is obtained, the design and requirements are frozen. Development begins and the prototype may be discarded at this phase. This is a relatively fast method of prototyping, and it allows the user to experience all the important parts of the system before sharing feedback. The second approach is evolutionary prototyping, which, as the name suggests, involves building only those portions of the system that we understand and then slowly working our way to the other portions over time. The idea is that the development team creates a system with the features that are well understood, and the prototype in fact evolves to become the final product. For most of our discussion, I'll focus on throwaway prototyping because of its speed, the ability to give users a full sense of the system, and also the ability for us to proceed without formally starting development. Another interesting dimension is the fidelity of the prototype. The fidelity can range from low to high with many choices in between. Low fidelity prototypes are typically hand-drawn sketches. The advantage of this is that it's fast, and it's also useful early on when you can iterate through multiple designs. One can consider many options without actually slowing down with a low fidelity option. The other end of the spectrum is a high fidelity design. This is almost a what you see is what you get type of design. It comes complete with full visual design, and therefore you need a graphic designer in order to come up with a full fidelity design. The advantage of a full fidelity design is that it's easy for a user to understand what we're trying to build. It's also easy for a software developer to take a full fidelity or a high fidelity design and start coding. The approach is helpful when the product is complex and it's hard for a user to visualize the system, or also when it's critical to have the developer fully understand the user experience design before actually coding. But on the other hand, it may be an overkill for simple software projects, and because it's also expensive, it's important to ask if it's needed to do a full fidelity design before actually proceeding. Finally, the option in between high and low fidelity designs is medium fidelity. This achieves good balance between the speed of low fidelity and the realism of high fidelity. In this slide, I present several prototypes of varying fidelity for a website of a children's educational product called SmartyPal that I previously co-founded. You can see how we started with a low fidelity sketch and slowly worked our way to a high fidelity design complete with all the visual elements. A third way to classify prototypes is based on the level of interactivity supported. On the one hand, you have static prototypes, which are essentially just a series of screens. On the other hand, you have interactive prototypes. These prototypes react to user inputs. An interactive prototype is clickable and allows the user to enter input into forms. In a sense, an interactive prototype simulates how the final product will work in a very realistic fashion. In selecting between a static or an interactive prototype, it is useful to reflect why you're prototyping in the first place. Is the product relatively complex to understand? Is the user experience a key point of differentiation for the product? Or is it important to understand how the application actually works and how one interacts with it? If so, these are best achieved through interactive prototypes. In general, my experience suggests that interactive prototypes are always better unless the product is relatively simple and the goal of the prototype is mainly to clarify visual design. If so, a static prototype might work just fine. For example, if the product itself is a series of static pages, then a static prototype will probably just suffice. The next question worth asking is, what is the best tool to use for prototyping? The answer depends a bit on the answers to the previous questions I raised about the different types of prototypes. If a low fidelity static prototype is right for you, then a paper and a pen are all you need. Your prototype will consist of hand-drawn sketches. If you're seeking to make medium or high fidelity but static for prototypes, then drawing or photo editing tools like Photoshop, Visio, or even PowerPoint or Smart Art in Microsoft Word will suffice. If you're looking to make medium or high fidelity and interactive prototypes, then wireframing tools like Balsamic and Axure are appropriate. Finally, if you're a developer and want to directly proceed with evolutionary prototypes, then development tools like Visual Studio and Eclipse are appealing options. One practical tip I would offer is to develop an initial prototype that is static and of low or medium fidelity. You use that prototype to get initial feedback from users. Once you have that feedback, you go back and develop interactive prototypes of medium to high fidelity. You use this prototype to get feedback and you iterate until you're satisfied with the design. At this point, you freeze design and we're ready to proceed to development. If you're not a designer, it's tempting to outsource the prototyping work to a designer. You should certainly lean on designers, but as the founder of a software startup, it is helpful to be actively involved in the prototyping phase. One way to do that is to take the lead with developing the low fidelity designs. I'm now going to illustrate how simple it is to get started. Suppose I'm working on a photography or videography focused website that offers subscribers access to great videos and interviews in which professionals teach us how to use cameras, frame our subjects, and shoot the best photos and videos. Now I'm trying to design a landing page for this website. I'm going to show you how we can develop good low fidelity designs in fairly short order. I'll start with a classic design which I often use. So let me start here. So right on top for my header, I'm going to use a logo here. Maybe a one-liner on the company. Then I add a few links for the product, resources, free resources, and other such things. Now for the main content on the landing page, because it's a website on videography and photography, I might want to use a video to explain what this website is all about and also to feature some customer testimonials. Next, I might actually have a quote from a customer here, and then below that, a call to action asking the user to sign up. All right, below that, maybe I might want to say a little bit about the product. So we might say why we built, whatever our name is, XYZ. And here we might want to say a little bit more about our product. So some features about the product, we might say, hey, we had the same problem that you guys had. Then we might go on to say, we found there's no solution out there that takes us from the beginning to the end, and that's what we're trying to do for you. And then we might further say, hey, we have professionals, and these professionals have tricks that they can teach all of us. And so we might say that here, and that's the next section. And then finally, we might just have the footer of the page where we might have information about us, or perhaps contact us and things like that. Now, the reason I like this design is because, as I mentioned, this website is about photography and videography education, and we're using a video to convey that value proposition. But suppose I find the video is too expensive to shoot, or I don't have enough time to shoot that video. I'm not going to consider another design that is an alternative to using that video. Now, suppose I wanted to try a design without any videos, maybe because the videos are too expensive to shoot, or it slows me down and I want to get the website up and running soon. So I'm going to try a similar design this time with no videos in there. So for the header, once again, I have a logo, a one-liner about the company, a few links for products, resources. And now I might have a customer testimonial here. And because I'm not going to use a video, maybe I'm going to use a photograph of an actual customer who gave us that testimonial. And then below that, this time maybe I want to emphasize the ease of use of the product instead of why we built it. And so I might have a section that says 3 easy steps to use whatever our product's name is. So step 1, here's the step. Step 2, here's what you're supposed to do. Step 3, and then I might show that visually this is step 1, and then step 2 says what you're supposed to do there, and then step 3, so I've got 3 easy steps. And then finally I have a footer for the website, and the footer might have about us, I don't know, contact us, perhaps our Facebook link, and things like that. Now I have a design where I have managed to eliminate the video, but what I don't like about this is that it's not particularly emotional. So maybe I want to use a photograph, but not just somebody's face with their testimonial, but instead I want a different design, something that's more emotional, and something that emphasizes a little more about product features so as to convince you to pay for this service. So I'm going to try a slightly different design to try and do that. So I'm going to try a slightly different design. The header is similar with the logo and a bunch of links. Now maybe this time I go for the top of the page just being a full screen image of some sort, and it just is some sort of a photograph that shows a photographer having a great time shooting a subject and just showing how easy it is to shoot. And it says something like, take control of your camera, or something of that sort, some tagline that conveys how easy it is, and we show an image of somebody who's very happy doing what he's doing. Next, I want to also, in addition to doing something that is more emotional and persuasive, I also want to emphasize the product features and convince you to pay. And so in order to do that, I want to show you we have lots of features. So maybe over here, I show you a bunch of features. So this is designed for you, and we might have, feature 1, a little bit about that feature. We have feature 2, expert interviews, a little bit about that. We have feature 3, a little bit about that feature. And maybe just because I want you to pay, I want to show you that we have lots of great features. So I'm going to show you the top 6 features. This might not be the greatest idea. You might show it to a user, and the user might react and say, wow, that's a lot of information for me to digest, in which case you'll bring it down to 3 or 4 of the most important features. But I'm just getting started with some design. And after this, I feel like even though I got rid of the customer testimonial, it's not at the top of the page, I feel like it's got to be somewhere, because if someone's going to pay me to join this service, it helps to know somebody else tried it and they loved it. So maybe at the bottom, I'm going to insert my customer testimonial, and I have the quote from the customer, and then I have this big sign up now call to action, and that's pretty much my third design. And as you can see, each of these designs were developed in a matter of minutes, and that's the whole idea of low fidelity prototyping. It's rapid. You can come up with several dozen prototypes and then determine which one you really like, and then show a bunch of these to your user, and then figure out which ones you want to invest in more and apply visual design to. As you can see, it's pretty easy to get involved with low fidelity prototyping. This is obviously not the final output, but it allows you, the entrepreneur, to have a meaningful conversation with both your designer and your users, and that's the value of low fidelity prototypes. And I highly advocate every entrepreneur, even those with zero design skills, to get involved in the prototyping phase, at least with the early phase of low fidelity prototyping.
This session is about creating a prototype in the case where you're offering a service. With services, you usually don't face deep technical challenges in the prototyping of the service, nor do you require a lot of capital intensity for production of the service, as with hardware. You also usually have to do it yourself. It's mostly the case that restaurant companies operate their own restaurants, airlines own and operate their own planes, insurance companies own and operate their own services. You usually don't work with partners to deliver the core offering the way hardware companies will often work with manufacturers in order to create their products. But the challenge is still, how do you test and validate your concept without necessarily making the entire required investment to build out the full production version of the service? I want to talk about one good trick that's quite effective in the design and development of services. And it's what's come to be called the Wizard of Oz approach, which refers to the idea of the Wizard of Oz in the musical The Wizard of Oz, the book, the musical, the movie, Wizard of Oz, is the wizard is shown up on the screen, and the imperative to the audience and to the viewer is to pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. That is, to just sort of look at the screen and forget that there's a little man back there pulling the levers. And you can do the same thing with the prototyping of your service concept. Let me just give you an example. Jason Wong co-founded the food delivery service Caviar, and the story is really interesting. He was working on another startup in the city of San Francisco, and he and his team would always face this problem of getting lunch. And there was actually a particular restaurant in San Francisco that they loved lunch from, and that restaurant had a product called a kimchi burrito. So they really loved the kimchi burrito. And one day they said, wow, maybe we should forget about this startup we're working on and just figure out how to get kimchi burritos more efficiently. And so they thought, hey, this is a pretty interesting idea. Could we figure out a way to do much more efficient food delivery for urban dwellers, residents of cities? And they said, how can we make that experience much better? And so what they did to test their concept, which was an app-based food delivery service of curated offerings, that is, high quality offerings that were pre-selected that could be delivered with an app, they said, well, let's just build the front end of the app. And if we get any orders, we'll just get on the bicycle, ride down to the burrito place, pick up the burrito, and deliver it. And so that's what they did. Literally, Jason himself, the founder of Caviar, would get on his bicycle, ride down to the kimchi burrito place, pick up kimchi burritos, and deliver them to his customers who are ordering through a very nice front end. So you can see why it's called the Wizard of Oz approach, because the consumer doesn't know what's behind the curtain. The consumer is just ordering food through the front end experience, and they are scrambling on the back end to just any which way they can to deliver that service. Now, what's beautiful about that in the case of services is in order to validate the service concept, you don't have to build the whole delivery network. You don't even have to go get a bunch of restaurants to join the platform. They could literally go into any restaurant, hand them their Visa card, buy the food, and go deliver it to their customer and give the customer the eventual full Caviar experience. Caviar went on to become a highly successful food delivery business, which they sold just in their second year of operation for $100 million to the very successful company Square.com. So in sum, if you're building a service, think carefully about how much you actually have to build in order to actually test the concept with your customers. And it may be the case that you can take the Wizard of Oz approach, which is to give your customer the front-end experience while you scramble behind the curtain to actually deliver the functionality of the service. Well, that about does it for our course, Developing the Opportunity. We hope you've enjoyed participating in the course as much as we've enjoyed developing these materials. We also hope that while you appreciate the intrinsic risks and uncertainty that plague entrepreneurship, that are intrinsic to entrepreneurship, that you appreciate that there's some tools, methods, and approaches you can take that increase your chances of success and help you manage the risk and uncertainty. In addition to the materials in the videos, there's lots of ancillary resources that we provide on the course outline on the course website. We also hope that you'll take the remaining courses in the specialization. In addition to this course, we have a course on launching your startup, in which we tell you how to actually get this opportunity into something that you can actually offer to customers and start to get a feel for whether you've achieved product market fit. The third course in the specialization is growth strategies, and we'll teach you how to take your initial fledgling venture and grow it into something that's financially sustainable. The fourth course in the specialization is financing and profitability. A fifth element of the specialization is the capstone project, in which we give you an opportunity to actually identify and develop your own opportunity and take it forward to the point where you can actually launch the business.
Hi, I'm Lori Rosenkopf, and I'm the Vice Dean of the Wharton Undergrad Division, and I'm also a Professor of Management there. I have two guests with me today, Pranshu Maheshwari and Yash Katari. They're both 2015 graduates of our program at Wharton, and they founded Preyas Analytics. Guys, it's great to have you here with me today.
Great to be here.
So tell us what Preyas does.
Yeah, so Preyas Analytics helps brick and mortar retailers better understand customer movement inside of their stores. So what we do is we pull existing in-store security camera footage. We've built software that analyzes that camera footage, and we tell retailers what's happening with customer movement inside of the store. So how long are customers spending in certain products, or how are they moving to specific sections of the store? And then what this helps retailers do is A/B test and run experiments to improve those metrics.
There's a lot of technology embedded in this. Where'd you come up with the idea?
Well, it started with a general hypothesis that we have a lot of data in the online world, and we've made a lot of good use of it. But that data hasn't been able to come down to the offline space because of the challenges with data collection. I mean, our broader vision with Preyas is to generally quantify the offline world and to try to bring in metrics to everything that we do in the offline world the way we've been able to online.
So bringing the idea of metrics to your own work, how did you know, or when did you know that this was actually a good idea that was worth pursuing?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it started pretty early on. We had this kind of initial hypothesis, like Pranshu said, And then what we did was we just started talking to a lot of people in different fields, specifically in retail. And so you'd be happy to know we reached out to a bunch of different Wharton alumni, and we asked them, hey, can you tell us a little bit more about your industry? Can you tell us about how you're collecting data in e-commerce? How are you collecting data in the offline world? And just getting a better understanding of the problem before we pitched a solution. And then we went to them and said, okay, what do you think about this? And we found that they were really excited, right? And then we started going into selling to potential customers, getting pilots, and seeing how they responded to it.
I remember hearing that in the early stages you had the security footage and you were basically doing this by hand. It was a little bit of a Wizard of Oz thing going on. Now it's more sophisticated. Tell us how that transition happened.
It made a lot of sense to prototype initially without using software, because what we needed to find out initially wasn't, can this be done with technology? It was, do people want to buy this? And to validate whether people wanted to buy this, we didn't need to validate the technology. And so that's why the first thing we started doing was just doing all of the security, the process of analyzing the security videos by watching the videos ourselves, which was not fun, but it was necessary because it gave us a lot of good ideas about how to do it with the software. And so once we validated that people actually want to buy this product, that's when we started building the software out.
And I think just in general, we did know, even when we were doing it manually and spending hours just going through the footage ourselves, we had done enough research where we knew a technology solution was possible, right? So we've always thought of ourselves as a tech company right from the beginning. And of course, there was kind of this Wizard of Oz right at the beginning where we were doing it manually, but we knew there was a plan to automation. We knew that down the line, if we had enough interest, we could make this happen. And happily, we've been able to do that.
So how much of your time do you spend on customer acquisition versus building out the product at this point?
It's a mix, and I'd say it's 50-50 because the product never stops getting better and it's never finished. And even now, if you ask me, I can think of 20 different ways to make our product better, and we will never be happy with the state that our product's in. It's always in a state of going closer and closer to perfection, but never quite getting there. And so we always have to balance getting new customers with improving the product that we already have. But the good thing is that they usually go hand in hand, because when you first start, your product is minimal, and it can only do one thing well. But as you start developing more stuff, it can start doing 2 things and 3 things well, and then you open up the market of potential people that are willing to buy it. So once you add more features to it, customer acquisition gets a little easier too.
Yeah, and I think both actually are extremely linked too, right? Where I'm going back to this kind of customer-driven prototyping. Everything we want to do is we want to be driven from our customers. So it's from customer conversations that we understand what features we want to build, and then we push those features out. And so it's kind of a continuous iterative process of doing both of the things at once and continuously doing them.
So taking it back a step, you were students at Wharton making progress toward your degrees. You have this idea, you're starting to chase it. At what point did it occur to you that this was something that you could really do full-time rather than doing the standard, let me go through some recruiting process and find a job with a more traditional organization?
It was probably about 1.5 years before we graduated. And I'd say it had less to do with our success at the time and more to do with how much we enjoyed what we were doing. And we ended up getting pretty lucky because we didn't end up making the money that we needed to make. And we only managed to pay rent because of Y Combinator.
Let's talk about Y Combinator. So you were a member of the cohort this summer.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Many people in the popular press write about accelerators and the potential benefits as well as the potential drawbacks, but there are many different categories. Is it because you have a class of people who are doing the same thing? Is it because you have milestones that you have to meet at certain times? Is it the pitch day? Is it the introductions, etc.? What was your experience?
Yeah, I think our experience was pretty strong. I think we went into it right before graduation. We got into Y Combinator, and then after we graduated, we obviously went there and did it. And I think there were a few different elements. I think by far the most important element for us was just the quality of the people. And so when I say that, I mean one, which is the community of other entrepreneurs that you're with. I think there's something to be said about founder-to-founder empathy, right? And being able to understand and go through the weeds together. And it makes you feel a lot more settled when you're going through those ups and downs, knowing that other people are going through the same thing and facing their own challenges. So that one thing was great. The other was just the quality of partners, advisors and mentors that we didn't necessarily have access to, who had seen so many startups in the past, where they can start seeing certain patterns and tell us, hey, this is the track I think you're going down. You want to be careful of X, Y, and Z pitfalls. And so accordingly, we can kind of move around. The third, I think, is Also just the general atmosphere of, hey, every week we need to be performing. Every week we need to hit some sort of milestones or goals. We need to prove to these guys that we're doing something. And that kind of social pressure, I think, allowed us to do a little bit better.
Yeah, the broader theme around it is surrounding yourself with the kind of people that will push you to do great things. And this is something that we noticed when we were at Wharton as well, which was being surrounded by driven people drove us to do more things and do them better. And it was the same experience at Y Combinator.
For a couple of years, you've worked together. How did you first realize you were going to become partners in this endeavor?
Maybe you should talk about it.
Well, you realized before I did.
So
This is like a When Harry Met Sally
totally,
story, I can tell.
This is it's a fun one where so Pranchu and I we first really got to know each other during something called a Wharton Leadership Venture. And so we spent about a week in the middle of Utah camping. And we were the only two guys on the trip. And we started getting along really, really well. That summer, I started getting a little bit interested in tech and entrepreneurship. And so I was starting to think about, starting a company or something along those lines. But we were just talking and just getting along. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, if I could just work on a project with this guy for an hour a day, that in itself would be a huge accomplishment. Like, I would be so grateful to be able to do that. And so what happened is we came back. And then this was about finals week, and I had reached out to Pranchu. I'm like, hey, Pranchu, what do you think about just working on something, right? Let's just commit half an hour, an hour a day, and just work on something and see where it goes. And Pranchu was like, hey, I'm in the middle of directing a play right now, but as soon as I'm done, let's do it. And that was kind of the original start, right, where we just really got along as friends and socially, and then we were like, okay, let's start working toward this. And then over time, we've invested a lot in the relationship. I think that's something we really thought about early on, is investing a lot in understanding each other and trusting one another and aligning on our values. And that's kind of how the relationship has panned out over time.
Is there a natural division of labor between the two of you?
Yeah, so I do all the tech stuff. Yash does all the work with sales and relationships with people. And I just happen to play into our skill sets and what we enjoy more. Yash likes people. I'm not a big fan of people. And I really like getting my hands messy with the numbers, so that's how that ended up working out.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, is it still the two of you, or have you had to bring anyone else in?
Nope, it's still the two of us. And we've been conscious of that because even though we've raised a seed round earlier last year and we have the money to hire someone, we know that we don't need to hire anyone to get to the next step for our company. And until we get to that next step for the company, we're not going to hire someone, because if we don't make it to that next step, we'll be very glad that we don't have to fire someone. Mm-hmm.
So let's talk a little bit more about funding. It sounds like you've made a decision to be careful about spending your funds, to not try to get more funds than you need. Some others might say, let's try to get as much as possible and create a valuation on paper that looks good. Tell us more about your philosophy there.
Well, we look at evaluation as an obligation and not an achievement. Because in the end, evaluation is what you have to deliver in the future. It's not what you've achieved today. And if you're valued as a $10 million company, you're obligated in the future for your investors to get to a number that's much higher than that. And that's hard, and you have to be realistic about it. When you're an early stage company, your chances of success are very, very low. And until you can answer fundamental questions that hinge on which the success of your company hinges, you shouldn't take more money than you can handle. Less money also forces you to do scrappy things, and that means being more efficient with your capital, doing things cheaper, doing things faster. And in the end, I think, there's a lot of stories in the Valley about how startups have gone bad because they had, or they raised at a valuation that was way too high. And in the end, if you're not worried so much about what you're going to extract from your own company, apart from enjoyment and learning, the money you raise and the valuation you raise it at doesn't matter that much.
Have you had to pivot at this point, and if so, what motivated that?
Yeah, so no, we haven't had to make any major pivots. We've been going in the direction that, with the original hypothesis that we set out, which is quantifying the offline world. But we've certainly made product direction shifts, right? And I think that's largely driven by customer feedback. And so what happens is, originally we started by working with really small retailers and selling to the mom and pops around us. And we started deploying our solution there. And we're like, oh, maybe they're not facing these certain issues, or they're not as enthusiastic or engaged with the data as we would like. And so we started thinking, okay, what's maybe a different market, or a different market that we should go after with the same solution? Then we go after maybe larger retailers and start servicing them and see what their reaction to that is. And every decision we make when it comes to product direction is really based on what are our customers saying, how engaged are they, how excited are they by the product. And if they are really excited, let's keep pushing down that path. If they're not, let's think, okay, is there a different permutation or a different direction that we can go in to get them really excited about it?
I want to ask you some questions about entrepreneurs in general. Do you believe there are particular characteristics that make people want to do the sorts of things that you've done?
Yes. Someone who just doesn't like things being the way they are and who relishes freedom and is very tolerant of risks and uncertainty. Without those three qualities, and persistence, just an unnatural amount of persistence and willingness to tolerate the low times. Because entrepreneurship has been glamorized a lot in the last few years particularly. It tends to be pretty unfun for the most part. The highs are great, but the lows are very, very difficult to deal with. And so somebody with those qualities is probably ideally suited to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think there's actually an important story here, which is, so yesterday I was meeting with a founder friend of mine who had started his own company. And I just felt when I was having a conversation with him and talking kind of about the emotional ups and downs of starting a company, there was that real empathy, right? And I think from the outside, it's hard to sometimes understand, just how those lows can be sometimes. And I remember before we even started the company, we had read a lot about how tough it was to be an entrepreneur, and we were just thinking, hey, that's not a problem. We're really strong, we're really resilient, we can do this. But I think when you go through it, you just realize it's just that much harder, right? It is as hard as everyone says it is. And maybe it's that you just have to do it to really realize it. But that's why this thing of founder-to-founder empathy exists, because you really understand, what are those real lows when you're doubting everything and you're like, you just got to pick yourself up and keep doing it.
Tell us a little bit more about this persistence. Maybe you can illustrate with an example of something that you just had to go above and beyond what you thought you might have been humanely capable of in order to...
Well, for us, it was watching security camera videos for 12 hours a day, which is a horrible process, but it just had to be done. And it was one of those things where after you do it, you realize that you can actually fight through stuff. So that was one of the big examples for us. There's been a lot of times when we've considered giving up on it. We've had low moments that felt like there's no hope for the company and there's no hope. And it still happens. I mean, it still happens on a weekly basis. And I think that existential doubt that founders go through never quite goes away through the life of their companies. But, if you enjoy what you're doing enough to ignore the lows and focus on the highs, you can stick through it.
Do you two experience the lows together, or is one of you usually able to buoy the other up a little bit?
Yeah, I think it changes from time to time. I think sometimes it's really company-driven lows, and you're like, okay, we both feel low together. But and sometimes it's, hey, one person's just generally feeling a little less motivated than the other. But I think in general, what we really value and really know is important is being able to be support systems for one another, right? So once in a while, I might send a Slack message or a message to Pranshu and be like, hey, I'm feeling this way, and Pranshu would respond saying like, hey, yeah, I've been feeling that too, but look, like we've done these things, and this is the direction we're going in, and kind of lift yourself up. There have been many emails, I think, exchanged between the two of us, which are kind of like pep talks and be able to go back to and be like, okay, like this made you feel a lot better and made you feel kind of a little bit more confident and come kind of back up to a normal state.
I want each of you separately to answer this question. So much is made of the role of mentorship and advisorship in this process. And you've talked about that happening through Y Combinator, through professors, et cetera. But if you could, who's the person who's been the most important mentor or advisor to each of you, and maybe to the company that may be two separate people? And what made them the one you would choose?
I think both our answers are the same, so I'm going to let you start.
Yeah?
Because I have a second answer too. So.
Okay. Well, my answer, it's a really tough question, and I think, and I know I don't want to give the answer. It depends, or there's multiple answers to it. But that's really the truth. Is starting a company. There's so many different facets to it. There's kind of the emotional side. There's the actual, technical knowledge. There's the product knowledge, sales knowledge. So, for example, on the emotional side, I would have to say, my two best friends and my parents have been so important to me, right? Being able to, when I come home, disconnect, being able to talk to them about, hey, these are the stresses I'm going through. This is what I'm thinking. This is why I'm upset. And they're like, hey, just keep going. You got this. Or, trying to just be more empathetic in that way. And then there's, of course, people on the technical side. And a couple of people that come to mind. Of course, Professor Karthik Hosanagar, who we've known for a couple of years now. He's been really supportive. He's seen us kind of through our journey, seen us evolve as a company through graduation, and then is now working with us on a regular basis as an advisor and investor in being able to offer those insights. So I think there are a bunch of different buckets and a bunch of different role models that fulfill different buckets. So the question's hard to answer, but there's just so many people. I'm so grateful, and it's so important to have that support system around you. Was your answer the same?
Similar, but two qualities I think that I've found in mentors that are really important are a willingness to ask questions rather than answer them, and almost just Socratic teaching, where sometimes, and for most startups I think this is the case, beyond the initial stages, questions are too specific for a person to answer without knowledge that only the founders have. And so someone looking from the outside will never be able to answer a question. The best they can do is give you a perspective to make you think about it differently. And so from that point of view, just sort of a Socratic way of looking at things, where you ask a question and respond to a question. And the second thing is brutal honesty, just brutal, harsh honesty, where if something isn't good, you have to say it isn't good. You shouldn't paper it up and say that it's not bad.
So those are the characteristics. Do you want to say a person or not?
There's too many. Professor Karthik Hosnagar is one of them. Professor Pete Fader, another big one of them. One of the partners of Y Combinator, Kevin Hale, is really good. Just great at giving us feedback.
So you can see over time how you're building a broader and more diverse network of mentors and advisors to help you with that process. Any advice you would have for our viewers who may or may not have the same opportunity to have the kind of education that you had or to get into Y Combinator, but they're still working on their ventures and trying to figure out how to create a network that's going to be most helpful to them?
Yeah, my advice would be, I think start small. I think when we first started the company, we couldn't imagine even going to professors and asking them for regular advice or having them as regular advisors. But starting as close as who are the people around you? Who are the people that you respect around you? Who are your good friends or the people that you work with? And start with asking their opinions and getting what they have to see. I think reading a lot is also great, right? There's just so much content online. When you have specific questions, especially technical questions, we learned a lot about reading about Paul Graham and all of these different guys, which is completely available online, and learning through those kind of mechanisms as well. And so start small, and as things grow, you get a little bit more attention. I think you get a little bit more access, and you start meeting a few more people, and you can develop kind of longer term relationships with other folks. But I think, I think there are a lot of just incredible people around all of us all the time. And it's just, kind of pulling where we can find them.
Are there other things that you want to convey to our audience about your journey or about advice about entrepreneurship more generally?
Yeah, so my one piece of advice is I think, starting a company is very uncertain. And if you're kind of on the edge of whether you want to start a company or not, my advice is, just try and take the risk and just do it and see how you feel. And yeah, you're always going to feel uncertain. You're always going to, feel like you're about to dive. But just do it. Take that dive. See what it's like. Try it out. And if you feel it's not for you, you can go back and do something else or go back to your previous job. But my advice is, just give it a shot because we always are going to live in times of this uncertainty and not knowing whether something's true or not. But to be able to build something amazing, I think we have to take kind of those bold risks and try and make it happen.
You guys, we're so excited about what you've been doing. We're so proud of you as our recent graduates, and I'm so thankful you were able to share your wisdom with us today, and we wish you all the best and hope to see you many more times in many more settings and that you have much success.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lori. Appreciate it.